And my name is Brigadier General Austin Sparky Renforth.
You know, what has rugby meant for you? In your life?
I tell you, what it's meant to me is it's really the fraternity. You know, the people I've met along the way.
We started a program just up the road there within the inner city. Kids that were in the very first year became the alumni. They went off to college and they maintained playing rugby at college. They graduated from college and some of them have even come back as teachers to the schools.
Like life lessons, like when you get like knocked down, you just have to pick yourself back up, and it's just that perseverance part, not letting things get to you.
Well, we're pretty diverse. We got players from any country you can think of: Egypt, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, American, Cuban.
It's been my social group. It's been my brothers. Those when I'm in peril, who do I call? Other rugby players. Those guys I resonate with. They taught me life skills, everything I need to know, and I just always appreciated the game.
Is the bond. I've never been so close to a group of guys before. We all have fun.
It doesn't matter what school you went to. It doesn't matter who your parents were, what the ethnicity, what the size of you, your athletic ability. It's simply there's a place for you in rugby, and we're finding that.
It attracts those kind of people that will always have your back no matter what.
They got around Brett and they gave him a coin.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you,
It's in my bag. Sorry.
we got some drink.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives.
Rugby like me.
Loud guys. 1, 2, 3.
Rugby!
Good morning, everyone, and happy Saturday morning to you. Those of us joining us, thank you so much. Here we are on Fairfield University's campus here at the illustrious, gorgeous Rafferty Stadium for the first match of what is featuring a lovely day of rugby for the Liberty Conference, D1A rugby for the United States. I am Austin Ryan, and it is a pleasure to be calling these games with you and working with the Next Level Rugby broadcast. Our curtain raiser for today is Cortland versus University of Rhode Island. It's a very brisk, chilly day here, but the sun is out, so it'll warm up by the afternoon. As you can see on your right side of your screen, Cortland Rugby is warming up, preparing for the first game of the day. We have a very special treat for these two matchups today, as the captains of both teams, lock Connor McCarthy for Cortland and 8-man John McCarthy for University of Rhode Island, are brothers, and they will be captaining their respective sides against each other today. Again, thank you folks for joining us this morning. This is a Next Level Rugby production, and we will be right back with kickoff after this.
I think the training environment is what separates this place more than anything else. I think that there's like a team environment with a personalized training effect. So I think that's the problem with a lot of other places. It's one or the other. It's, we're all together in this class, but there's no specificity with each person, or it's only personal training, which really there's just no camaraderie. So this facility, the way we set it up, we try to get that team environment, that group camaraderie, along with a personalized, tailored program for your needs and your goals.
Culture is just a massive thing here. From person to person, we'll have a 30-year-old athlete who's crushing a 300-pound deadlift right next to a 45-year-old woman who's just doing walking lunges, and the cohesiveness between the two people really ties the whole gym together.
Where's one, by the way? Are you one? And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University, everyone, as we are getting set to kick off here. University of Rhode Island sporting light blue and white left to right of your screen to start the first half. Cortland sporting red and black to the right side of your screen, attacking to the left side of your screen. Our referee in the middle today is experienced, renowned referee Mark Stepsis from the New England Referee Rugby Society. Field surface is synthetic turf today with a little bit of frosting of snow from earlier this week. Again, the temperatures are warming up here, so that should be melted away by the later parts of the afternoon. No one on this. University of Rhode Island will kick to Cortland to begin the first half of our curtain raiser of today's Liberty Challenge here at Rafferty Stadium. Man kicking off is number 10 fly half, Lewis Morrell. Morrell will be kicking to his right. Again, URI attacking left to right of your screen. Mark Stepsis blows the whistle, and here we are. Oh, Morrell goes to the left. Cortland fields the kickoff. Hannafin for Cortland fielding the kickoff. Lloyd for Cortland. To his lock and captain Connor McCarthy. And Cortland, number 7, Luke Gilfand knocks the ball on advantage for University of Rhode Island. Michael White, University of Rhode Island scrum half, leading his troops around the field. And that's Christopher Ferrigno, who is stopped by a host of Cortland defenders. And Mark Stepsis says that's enough, and we'll bring it back to the original advantage for the knock-on. So we'll have our first scrum of the day. Michael Bono for University of Rhode Island will set the mark for his pack. David Crispino, hooker for Cortland, will set the mark for his pack. Excellent opportunity for us to see the first scrum of the day, how these two teams will measure up against each other in the set pieces. White puts the ball in. Backwards, says referee Mark Stepsis. However, Cortland counters and they're on a break. That is Cortland's 7, Luke Gelfand, who has a hefty gain down the left side of the field. Lloyd to Crispino. Excellent fielding by Joey Ryan, number 10 for Cortland, who offloads it to Lothar, who makes a break in the middle of the Rhode Island defense. Lloyd gonna bring it back to the left side. That is the 8-man Michael Cutrone, who is stopped by a hefty line speed of URI defenders. Lloyd to James Chambers, the blindside flanker, and he is stuffed hard by Rhode Island's loose head, Amir Samora. URI forces the turnover, and Lewis Morrell will alleviate some pressure, fielded by the Cortland back 3. URI looking to counter here on this ruck, however, Cortland has maintained possession. Lloyd to Joey Ryan, who puts it through to the defense and kicks it straight into touch. URI will have the line out where the ball went into touch. Both teams coming out of the gate hot, exhibiting a lot of line speed and defensive pressure, asking questions, testing each other. Here is Michael Bono for URI with the throw-in. URI, crisp line out, however, not fielded by the scrum half, and Cortland looks to pressure. Michael White recovers, gets his troops back in line, and URI begins its phase play up the middle of the field here. Morrell for URI alleviates pressure, fielded by the fullback, Ryan Wilson for Cortland. I think nope. Yes, URI forces the turnover. Excellent poach. That is Morrell. Excellent effort to follow his kick up and then force the turnover. Not the result Morrell was looking for, but it goes in touch all the same. URI retains possession on the penalty.
Hold on, Ginty. I'm just fixing this. I don't have enough grip on him.
URI continuing with a short line out 4-man. Bono to McCarthy. Going the short side here. That is Knapp for URI, tight head prop. White to Morrell, to Nicholas Hill, the inside center. This is the fullback coming in off his line, Malachi McCaffrey. Hill to Shane Meyer. This is Hawthorne asking questions. Cortland still to the task. Here's Knapp again. There's the 8-man. McCarthy, the captain for URI. Cortland forces the turnover. That is the tight head prop, James Hannafin. And referee Mark Steps, this will go back to the original advantage of a knock-on by URI in the contact. So Cortland standing firm, defending their own end, forcing the turnover and the knock-on, and it'll be their scrum. This is Lloyd, puts it into his players. And here's Michael Cutrone, who's going to pick off the base and go right. Unfortunately, knocked it forward in the pickup, so now it'll be a URI scrum at the same mark. Opportunity here for URI to continue to put pressure on Cortland. Cortland, to this point, still answering the call, standing firm, defending their own end. URI staggering their back line, looking to run alternate lines here. McCarthy to White, fumbled in the exchange. McCarthy comes back around and picks it up. Cortland with the turnover. That is the fly half, Joey Ryan, with an excellent poach. And Cortland, for now at least, has the ball. However, Cortland's being held up. Ruck called, tackle made. Cortland will reset. And Joey Ryan tries to kick under pressure, but that is blocked by the fullback for URI, Malachi McCaffrey, and now URI is on the offensive again. 5 for Cortland. Dan Fawes comes through the ruck and plays the halfback, and that is a penalty, and URI will go quickly here. They have numbers on the left side. Good, excellent hands through, but a staunch defense by Cortland to force the knock-on. Cortland again proving their mettle, defending their own line. Possession favoring URI in the beginning of this first half, yet Cortland remains firm in their defense. For today's field conditions, the try line is in front of the goalpost, and it is marked by the fluorescent cones as the frost from the storm earlier this week is still on the field. Lloyd to Ryan, looking to alleviate pressure. Ball does not find touch, and URI has an opportunity to counter. This is McCaffrey, tackled as he offloads. Here is White, going to go the opposite way. This is Loperfido for URI, the lock. White still using the short side here. Ferrigno asking questions. Unfortunate knock on there by URI. Advantage will be to Cortland, and they're in the middle of the field. Oh, Mark Steps has had a penalty back, not wrapping in the contact called by referee Mark Stepsis, and URI will have the penalty just inside Cortland's half. Morrell with a booming kick downfield inside the red zone of Cortland, inside the 20-meter line. Question is Cortland up to the task to defend their end as they have been this entire game so far? URI opts for the short man line out, 4-man. Here is Bono. McCarthy comes in, White exits. Beautiful throw to the back pod, and White offloads. This is Ferrigno. White goes short side to his big man, John Knapp. You want White directing his forwards to keep it in there, and here is Morrell trying to sneak through, but he is stopped by a host of Cortland defenders. White goes back to the left side. This is blindside flanker James Hawthorne, 5 meters out. Cortland standing firm. White asking questions, pressuring. This is the inside center. Nicholas Hill for URI, knocking on the doorstep, picking off the base, and the try is awarded to URI. He's going to come up with a ton of snow as he dives face first into the try zone. That is the hooker, Michael Bono, who picked off the base of the ruck, went weak side, and barreled in across the try line for the first score of this 2018 Liberty Challenge here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University. Possession arrow deeply favoring URI as this game so far has been played entirely in the Cortland side of the field. This is the first time that Cortland yielded a try. They've been playing staunch defense all morning. And finally URI barrels through, and this is Morrell. His kick sails just left. Referee Stepsis having a word with the Cortland players and coach. Lewis Morrell's conversion attempt sails left, so we will have score of 5-0 in favor of URI. Excellent opportunity here for Cortland to reset. And this is a unique opportunity here. We have the loosehead prop, Derek Colino, kicking off as Cortland responds from the try. Kick does not go 10 meters, and URI has the option, and they have elected to take the scrum at midfield. Referee Stepsis instructing the front rows to fix their binds. White And Cortland has countered the scrum, taking the ball against the head. And this is Catrone going on the left side. Cortland finally breaking into URI's half of the field. Here is Lloyd to Joey Ryan. Back inside to Colanino. Lloyd. Unfortunately, ball's knocked forward by Cortland here, so URI will have the scrum again in Cortland's area. Opportunity there, unfortunately squandered for Cortland there as they took the scrum against the head. Let's see if they can go at it again. Haven't had a chance to see Cortland's attacking ability yet so far. That's because they simply haven't had the ball. And here's URI and here's White. McCarthy looking to pick to the base, feeds to his scrum half. White to Morrell, and a beautiful switch back inside to the 13. Minich, who breaks along the left side, beats all the defenders, and he will score under the posts and dives in the snow for good measure, having some fun. Good to see the old backyard spirit going on in this brisk day here at Rafferty Stadium. Beautiful move off the set piece by URI. Morrell breaking left, switching back inside to Clayton Minich, the 22-year-old, and who dots it down for the try in the middle. And now URI goes up 10-0 with the conversion kick from Morrell coming. Here is Morrell. And because Morrell backed away from the ball and then approached it again to adjust it, that is an action forward, and by law, the defense is allowed to charge and disrupt the conversion, and Cortland has. So Cortland continuing defensive mongrel and keeping this to a 2-score game of 10-0 in favor of URI. Colanino, loose head prop for Cortland, set to kick off and get Cortland hopefully back on the offensive. Kick sails 10 this time, in directly into the sun. URI Fields attacks the middle. This is, a barreling run. This is Minich again through the middle of the field. And here's White going to the left side to his big prop, John Knapp. White to McCarthy, who comes off his fullback. Minich in support. White going back to the left side. URI having good front football here. Chooses to go to the short side. No numbers there. So Morrell cuts back to the right. Goes back to his help. And URI coming off their feet and sealing the ruck. And that is a penalty awarded to Cortland. Good thing for Cortland as URI was on front football with all the momentum, looking to go across for their 3rd score of the day. Here is Ryan gaining territory from the kick to touch. And now Cortland crossing the halfway line will have an opportunity to attack in the URI end of the field. URI's 13, outside center, Clayton Minich, demonstrating his powerful running ability. Cortland will look to key on him to continue its defense. This is Colanini to throw in. Cortland attacking with a 5-man line out. Front pod, beautiful line out. But McCarthy for URI, quick on the line speed to defend. URI now pressuring, taking away the space, but Cortland has made a break here. This is Catrone, Michael Catrone for Cortland, who goes up the right side, and now Cortland is on the front foot, looking to press its advantage. They keep it in the forwards here. That is Faez, the lock URI stingy in its defense. Here is Lloyd to Colanino. Man does it all. He kicks, throws lineouts, and attacks. Lloyd to Ryan. To Nice. The inside center, and URI has forced the turnover here. That is Hawthorne resetting it. And White to McCarthy, who alleviates pressure. Unfortunately, he is in front of the 22, and therefore the kick will go back to where it was taken from. And Cortland will have its first line out in the closer third of the URI field, and we have a player for URI down. So therefore the clock stops. It looks to be Lewis Morrell, the fly half for URI. Minich attending to his teammate. And Louis tells his coach, I'm fine and we will play on here. And as play resumes, Cortland will have its line out in the inner third of the URI field. First time that Cortland has been on the front foot this entire match, and will look to press its advantage. Colanino goes to the front. And here's Lloyd. Miscommunication here, but Cortland fields the ball, running sideways, and URI taking away Cortland's space. Lloyd bringing it back, and Cortland is going to attack through the hands here with its forwards. That is the flanker, Luke Gelfand. URI pressuring, continuing to take away Cortland's space, but here's Lloyd to Ryan. To the 8-man, Catrone attacking the middle field. Stepsis calls a penalty, offsides for URI, and Lloyd opts to go quickly. He's gained some good ground on the far side of the field, and here is Colanino continuing the front foot ball along the right side of the field, about 10 meters off from the touchline. Lloyd to Ryan. Here is McCarthy, the captain for Cortland. And URI penalized, that is Michael Bono, the hooker, not rolling away. And Lloyd is going to go quickly again to Catrone, tackled by 2 players for URI. Cortland just over 20 meters away from the try line on the front foot, looking to score here to cut away at this URI lead. Lloyd to Ryan, offloads to his center. URI up to the task. Lloyd switches directions, and here comes Ryan, and he sees a gap, and he's going to take it, and he makes a break. He is on the doorstep. URI, a desperate tackle, and the try is awarded. No, excuse me, it is a penalty try awarded by referee Mark Stepsis. Penalty try is awarded for repeated infringements, and Stepsis is going to go to the pocket here, and he is going to award a yellow card to Shane Meyer, the 18-year-old flanker for URI. And Cortland taking full advantage of its opportunity, finally being in URI's end of the field. And by law, the penalty try automatically awards the conversion. So now Cortland trails URI 10-7. And this means that URI will play the rest of this half or close to it, a man down in the forward pack. And with Cortland's ability to attack in its forwards, this may prove to be a massive advantage for Cortland to get back into this game. Referee Stepsis speaking with Captain McCarthy of URI, informing him of the repeated infringements, asking him to address his players to make sure they are on sides. Louis Morel, fly half for URI, will kick off to Cortland. Goes to the left side, kick bounces in play, fielded by Cortland's blind side, that is James Chambers. Lloyd tackled, played the ball illegally, and therefore the penalty awarded, and Cortland, Ryan will gain some territory as he kicks the touch. The momentum has shifted into Cortland's favor here, as URI will have to play the next 9 or so minutes down a man, and Colanino, will set the line out for Cortland. Well fielded, well played by the Cortland lock. That is Fawaz, as Lloyd fields the ball, and Cortland will settle it with a couple of forward pick and goes. Here is Cutrone, or Chambers. Lloyd to Ryan. He is met by a host of URI defenders, and therefore will have to keep it himself. Tackle called by referee Stepsis, and Lloyd will continue to attack the far side. Here is Colanino barreling ahead, and URI forces the drop and has knocked it on, so Cortland will have the advantage as they continue to press the issue in the middle of the field with the forwards. That is Fawaz. Referee Stepsis determines no advantage is gained, which will go back to the original knock-on, and it will be a scrum awarded to Cortland. URI will scrum this, a man down. Despite no loose forward, or one fewer loose forward. Cortland's put in here, so they're attacking out of their own end here. Lloyd will opt to keep it himself. Makes a mini break, but McCarthy is there. Cortland's forwards will reset it. And now Lloyd sees the advantage. Ryan able to offload, and now Cortland has numbers. Can't make the pass. Can't find a hand, and McCarthy there for URI is there to pressure Cortland. Lloyd settles it. This is the hooker, David Crispino, who is leveled by the URI defense, but still fielded by Fawaz, who continues forward. Lloyd to Cutrone, makes a step to the outside, able to gain some meters, and here is URI, and yes, they have been awarded the turnover. Excellent defense. That is the fullback McCarthy, who came in off the back line to poach the ball and stop the Cortland advance. And despite being a man down, URI will continue to attack just 25 meters away from Cortland's try line. They opt with a 4-man line out. And here is Michael Bono, the 18-year-old hooker, to throw it in. Goes to McCarthy in the back. McCarthy brings it down, and URI has formed the maul. Maul is stopped short. Here's White to Morel. Switches back inside. Ball is knocked forward by Cortland in the tackle. White is forced to play it, and Cortland. And referee steps this has seen enough, and the advantage is over, so we will go back to the scrum for Cortland, knocking the ball forward in the tackle. And here is URI with an attacking opportunity 25 meters away from Cortland's doorstep. And now, as you'll see, URI will attack with 7 forwards as flanker Shane Meyer continues to serve his yellow card in the sin bin. White to Morrell, looping around, and here's Minich, can't field the pass, and it's a knock-on advantage to URI. And here's Cortland with an opportunity, and Lloyd opts for the box kick, but it was charged down by URI, so no advantage gained, and we will go back to the Cortland scrum. URI had a 10 loop on. Unfortunately, the pass could not find hand to Minich. Cortland unable to capitalize on the advantage, so here we'll go back to the scrum. Both teams settling into this game now. We're just north of 10 minutes to go in the first half here. Here's Lloyd. To Ryan. Cannot field the pass, and it's lost forward. And URI. And we have the knock-on, and then the offside player, and URI chooses to go quickly. This is Hill to his lock. Ferrigno. White to Loperfido. And here's an opportunity for John Knapp. Continuing, and White switches directions. Here's Morrell with a dummy, and then attacks the defense. Support is there for URI, and now White will go to his right. This is the center Hill. White to McCarthy. Spots a gap, but he is stopped by Cortland defense. White to Loperfido. Just 30 meters away from the try line. This is Ferrigno. And we're going to go short side down the field here for URI. Ball works all its way out to the wing. That is John Hayes, who is stopped by a host of Cortland defenders. White brings it back in play, in field, to his big prop, John Knapp, who is gaining some great territory here, putting URI on the front foot. White looks to go quickly here. White to Morrell. He is pressured, offloads to his center Hill. Cortland quick to realign its defense, and URI will continue its attacking front foot. White, Morrell, back inside. McCarthy was not expecting the pass, still fielded, and possession maintained. Morrell instructing White to go to the short side, and he does. Bono in support. White going to continue to use the short side to his captain, McCarthy, who is stuffed by a Cortland defender. Cortland's defensive line speed up, but yet Morrell makes a sidestep, and he has a quick little break here, looking to offload. But Calanino is there, couldn't field the ball, so therefore knocked on, and yet here's URI playing its advantage. That was John Hayes coming off his wing, looking to make a gap, but his pass could not find Hill's hand. So we will have URI's scrum advantage. 25, 30 meters away from Cortland's try line. Just over 8 minutes remaining in the first half, as the scoreboard tells us here at Rafferty Stadium on Fairfield University's campus. Official time kept with referee Mark Stepsis. URI still a man down for the penalty. White under pressure from Lloyd, and Minich fields it, going to his left. Beautiful offload and contact to his wing on Adam Gustafson, but he is tackled out of bounds. by Cortland. That was Justin Greco who forced the wing Gustafson into touch, and Cortland will have the line out just outside its own 22-meter line and will look to alleviate pressure as URI has dominated possession and territory this entire match. And Shane Meyer, the 18-year-old flanker who was binned for repeated infringements, is now back on the field, so both teams at full strength. Cortland's line out. Here's Lloyd to Ryan, and Cortland is going to attack. This is the big center, Reese Lawther, attacking the middle of the URI defense. Continuing to go wide, and here is Minich with some stingy defense looking to force the turnover, and he does. And now URI is on the front foot in Cortland's territory once again. White going to come back to the short side. This is Hawthorne to his wing. Beautiful offload and tackle. Hayes back inside to Meyer. Cortland firm to the task. White to his lock. Ferrigno to McCarthy coming in the attacking line. Oh, Lloyd, unfortunately, trying to attack quickly in the short side. The URI had numbers, but unable to field the pass and knocks it forward, and it'll be Cortland scrum just outside its 22-meter. URI looking to go quick, pressing its front foot advantage, and Cortland refusing to yield. 10-7 here in favor of URI with just over 6 minutes to go in this first half. URI dominating possession and territory, yet Cortland only trail by a conversion. Here is Catrone going to pick weak side in his own side, and it's taking four URI defenders to bring him down. Lloyd to Ryan. Look to gain some territory. Ball bounces in play and then goes into touch. So URI will have the line out at URI's 10-meter line. Four-man line out for URI. Bono. McCarthy comes in. White comes out. Beautiful ball over to McCarthy, and here's URI on the attack. Tried to throw a miss ball to the fly half. That's Morrell. Not able to field the pass, and Cortland will have a scrum just shy of midfield with an attacking opportunity here. 4 minutes, just under 5 to go in the first half. Catrone goes weak to Lloyd. To his wing, that is Eric Neese. 2 meters from the line and then forced into touch by URI. Both teams exhibiting excellent defense, and URI opts to go quickly here. Running across the field, this is the wing, Hayes. Minich does a kick over the top, but Colanino is there to field it. Offloads to his flanker, Luke Gelfand. And Cortland has the ball in its own territory, looking to go on the front foot. Here's Lloyd to Ryan. To Catrone. Knapp for URI with the tackle. Lloyd and Ryan look to go short side, and Ryan tried to put it through, and the ball goes into touch, and URI will get the ball back. Ryan kicked it directly into touch, and again, therefore, it will go from the mark for the lineout will be where it was kicked from, and URI now in Cortland territory with the ball off the lineout with the opportunity to put one in across just before halftime horn. McCarthy, Bono to the back pod. White again trying to hit the forward pod and unable to. Ball was lost forward and then it was played by an offside player. And here goes Lloyd with a quick tap. Hill trying to poach, unable to, and now Cortland will pick and go. Lloyd back in there to Ryan. Skips the ball outside. That is his 12. Reese Lother, and now Cortland is on the front foot on the far side of the field. Lloyd directing his troops in URI territory, just 30 meters out. This is the hooker, Crispino. Lloyd to the lock. Connor McCarthy, his captain, who makes a break. Oh, unable to be brought down. Minich, though, finally drags him down. McCarthy offloads to his lock, Luke Gelfand, who's unable to field the pass. And the ball was knocked forward by Gelfand, just McCarthy, his captain, outside who makes a break of URI's try. Oh, line. Unable to be brought down. Minich, though, finally drags him down. McCarthy offloads the field. Finally brought down by Minich and unable to have his pass find hand to Gelfand. And it will be a URI scrum 5 meters from its own try line. With a minute 30 to go in the first half, URI leads 10-7. Here is White to Morrell, who kicks but does not find touch. So now Cortland has an attacking opportunity in URI's end. This is the wing, Justin Greco. Here's Lloyd to Ryan, going wide to Cutrone, who spots a gap and he takes it. And it's wide open and Cutrone slides forward for the try for Cortland. And just like that, after minutes and minutes of defense by Cortland, they will go into the halftime up by at least 2 points. Beautiful try, counterattack by Cortland as Morrell's touch from URI's kick does not find touch. Beautiful counterattacking opportunity through the hands, and the 8-man, the hard-running Cutrone for Cortland, breaks the line and dots it down for a try as Cortland now leads 12-10, and Colanino, the front rower for Cortland, again, he does it all, folks. Kicks off, kicks at goal, throws lineouts in, and does bruising runs, but his drop kick at goal sails wide right, so it will be 12-10 Cortland as the halftime horn sounds, but referee Stepsis has the official time, so we go off of him. Here's Morrell, kicking deep to pressure Cortland. Ball not fielded by Cortland, lost forward. And that will be the halftime whistle, says referee Mark Stepsis. And here we are again, folks, at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University for the curtain raiser of our Liberty Challenge for Division 1A Rugby for USA. It is Cortland leading URI 12-10 at the half. This is Next Level Rugby production, and we will be back after this.
Environment is what separates this place more than anything else. I think that a little bit of, there's like a team environment with a personalized training effect. So I think that's the problem with a lot of other places. It's one or the other. It's, we're all together in this class, but there's no specificity with each person, or it's only personal training, which really there's just no camaraderie. So this facility, the way we set it up, we try to get that team environment, that group camaraderie, along with a personalized, tailored program for your needs and your goals.
Culture is just a massive thing here. From person to person, we'll have a 30-year-old athlete who's crushing a 300-pound deadlift right next to a 45-year-old woman who's just doing walking lunges, and the cohesiveness between the two people really ties the whole gym together.
I'm working at the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, and this area called Ginza, which is center of Tokyo.
And we're back here at Rafferty Stadium. Kickoff set right underway, and now URI kicking deep into the territory of Cortland. This is countering opportunity number 20, Kenny Douglas for Cortland. And Lloyd to Ryan, kicking over the top, sees some space. And the ball will sail into touch. And it is our pleasure to finally be joined here today. And I am joined now by Matt McCarthy. Matt, thanks for being here.
Austin, my pleasure. It's great to be here, and what a spectacular setting. After the week of weather that we had this perfect day for rugby.
Yes, just as we can see, the field is outlined by frost, but not affecting the players too much. We had a couple guys dive headfirst for tries for URI.
Yeah, that last exciting try before the hooter.
And here's URI's line out, doesn't find hand, but Cortland will knock it on. So, Matt, what have you seen so far from both teams? We have a very tight-knit game. What are your thoughts as we enter the second half here?
Well, I think it's got to be the team at the end that wins this is going to be the one of least mistakes. Weather, again, is not a factor. It's not a slippery ball. It's a little chilly, but these guys are not feeling the cold right now.
And for those of us at home who may not be familiar with playing rugby, as a rugby guy yourself, what's the difference between playing a game like this on turf versus grass?
Well, the sun will heat up the turf a little bit more. It's not a hot day. If it was a hot day, it would be 15 degrees hotter on the pitch. But on a day like this, it helps melt the snow. I don't think it's a factor. This is a good surface.
And not affected is URI as White will press the advantage for URI on the short side. Bono clearing out for his teammate. And here comes White back to his big buddy prop, John Knapp. White to Morrell, to Hill, to Minich. Try looking for the offload. To Gustafson. He stays in bounds. And now URI will work it back to the middle field. Here's McCarthy. To his lock, Loperfido. And Morell's kick is blocked, which means everybody's on sides. Morell continuing to press the advantage. Cortland looking to field it. And Cortland is penalized for playing the ball on the ground, and URI is looking to go quickly, and they do. Here's Hill to Morell with numbers in space to his wing. That is Hayes. Hayes to McCarthy, offloads, and URI comes storming out of the halftime gate with a try. That is the skipper, the 8-man for URI, McCarthy, John McCarthy, and he is able to put the ball just in front of the post.
You know, you got to like the amount of McCarthys here today, Austin, or not.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of McCarthys here, as we said at the beginning of the broadcast. McCarthy is captaining against his brother for Cortland. Cortland, that is Connor McCarthy is the lock for Cortland, and he is the captain of their team. And John McCarthy is the 8-man for URI, the try scorer there. They're brothers, and clearly no love lost.
No, none at all. You know, I'm sure when the pitch, when the final whistle goes, they'll be fine. But right now, between the lines, forget it.
And Matt, you talked about the team who's going to make the least mistakes. How was URI able to capitalize there on the Cortland penalty?
Well, I think they were just patient. They trusted themselves with the ball. They figured, okay, we've done this before. Let's just go ahead and do something.
And here we are now. It is going to be 12-17 as the kick is good. It is 17-12 in favor of URI.
A lefty kicker, too. Always
Lefty.
like to see that. Left-footed.
And this is, and Matt, you can attest to this. We have Derek Colanino for Cortland, the front rower who does it all.
Yeah.
He kicks off, he throws in the lineouts, and he kicks a goal.
Well, what you're witnessing here is the hybrid rugby athlete between 7s and 15s. A lot of these guys are playing both codes. They're developing their skills, and that's what you have to have, skills with the ball.
Minich to his fullback McCarthy, who loses it forward, and Cortland has the advantage. Lloyd directing his troops to Ryan on the short side. Switches back inside to his flanker, Gelfand. Tackle called by referee Stepsis, so we will play on.
That Gelfand's a big boy, Austin.
He is a big boy, and here's Ryan to Catrone, the streaking 8-man. Lloyd to Ryan, pressured hard by URI. McCarthy, the skipper, looking to hold him up, and referee Stepsis says that's enough, and we'll go back to the no advantage was gained, so we'll go back to the knock-on by URI, and it'll be a scrum to Cortland. Matt, are you impressed by the line speed of the URI defense?
I am. They're coming up, and what's important, almost as important as line speed, is coming up together as a unit. You know, you come up separately, and a lot of younger players make that mistake. They're too aggressive. They come up without their teammates, and that creates a hole. They're not doing that right now on the side of.
And as URI continues to come up, it takes away Cortland's space, which forces them to attack under pressure. And here's Lloyd, and referee Stepsis calls early engage on Cortland, and URI will have the free kick. Opportunity lost by Cortland, and URI chooses to go quickly, and here's Knapp, the big front rower, offloading to his teammate, that is Hawthorne.
Interesting decision there, Austin. I thought maybe they could kick for some field position, but I'm not on the pitch.
Well, with the short arm, perhaps they thought that they would rather keep the ball than give away possession. Here's Morell with a booming kick downfield, finds space. Favorable bounce for URI. Cortland fielded, though. That is Frank Bellatoni.
And technical assistant Mark Downs just informed us it was a free kick.
Oh, it was a free kick,
yeah,
yes.
It was not a penalty. My mistake.
Referee Stepsis stopping the game. Cortland, McCarthy, skipper McCarthy speaking with referee Stepsis. And referee Stepsis has seen some foul play and has awarded a yellow card not the most opportune time to be down a man for Cortland, Matt.
Yeah, you don't ever want to be down a man, but specifically here, this is a tight match. This could be what tells the story. But again, teams often rally when they're down a man. You have to pick it up a notch. We've seen teams rally before, score, play good rugby.
And Cortland will have to do just that, as they will be down a backline player for the next 10 minutes.
Right, and if you're looking at the scoreboard, it's not St. John's versus.
No, it is not.
Yeah,
it is 17-12 in favor of URI.
And they are in the light blue and white, as opposed to Cortland in the black and red.
That's correct.
Rams versus Dragons.
Rams versus Dragons. And Morrell kicks deep into Cortland territories, and URI will have a line out here, 5 meters out. Michael Bono has been sound for URI all day, and this is the first time that URI will opt for a full man line out.
Will Bono be throwing to the edge?
Well, McCarthy has been the 8-man has been their jumper, and is in this one. But Cortland is able to disrupt the line out. Ball was tipped back into Cortland try zone, but Cortland able to cross the line and remain in the field of play. URI desperately fighting for that ball back. McCarthy scavenging for the ball, and Cortland sound in its support. Oh, big tackle by John Knapp to force Cortland back. Desperately, Cortland trying to get out of its own end, but URI unyielding in its line speed pressure. And finally, Ryan alleviates, but the kick does not find touch, so URI has an opportunity to counter. This is Hayes going across the field to Minich, the try scorer from earlier. Pass does not find hand. Minich stopped by a host of Cortland defenders. Able to get the ball back to Hill. This is McCarthy. That is Hawthorne. White chooses to go short side, and that is Hayes. Hayes' offload cannot find hand, and that is Cortland's outside center, Tosh Johnson, who fields the errant pass. And now Colanino in the middle of the field, looking to get Cortland on the attacking side. Here's Lloyd to a forward who is met by several URI defenders. Lloyd to Ryan. This is Johnson, pressured by the URI backline. Minich. Lloyd dumped by Bono, leg picked up in the air. Clean tackle, says referee Stepsis, and Ryan will kick over the top to some space, but here's Morrell ready, and he's stuffed. Excellent one-on-one tackle by Eric Neese. White back to his lock. Loperfido. White again to Hawthorne, who is unable to field the pass and loses it forward. And Matt, how big was that one-on-one tackle there by the wing for Cortland Neese?
Huge tackle out in open space with his team down a man. Great play. Stayed with him. It looked like a short try. One little quick deke, stayed with him. Textbook tackle.
And again, Cortland is doing this down a backline player for about another 5 or 6 minutes, which only adds to the value of that one-on-one tackle there, like you said.
Yeah, both teams did exactly what they wanted to do there. They had their man isolated in what appeared to be a position of strength there. Great tackle defensively. Great play. Could be the play of the match.
We'll see. We'll certainly see as we just cross. We are now under 30 minutes into this second half here, with URI leading Cortland 17-12 here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University. Lloyd puts the ball into his scrum, and URI is pressuring Cortland, but Cutrone offloads to Lloyd going weak side, and he is tackled by the URI scrum half, that is White. And it looks like URI has forced the turnover here. That is the big front rower Knapp. And now URI in the green zone on the front foot, knocking on the doorstep Cortland, so Knapp forced the turnover there, but Cortland held him up to force the maul. Nothing coming, so Cortland will retain possession with a scrum here. Big opportunity wasted by URI. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize there.
You know, the forcing the turnover there, you got to tip your caps to Cortland. URI is on the driving, going for the jugular, you know, the knockout blow perhaps, and they turn the ball over. But good play by defensively by Cortland.
And if you're Cortland here, do you look to attack or get out of your own end?
You got to get it out. Get the ball out. Youth waited a little bit long on that
Ryan tries to put it through, and Minich fields the grubber, and he's going across for his second try of the day, and that could very well be the knockout punch that you had just alluded to, Matt.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, you know, when you're a young player, you might not recognize the amount of time that you have on the pitch to do something. Should have been kicked earlier. He chose to carry it a few steps. That allowed the defense to come up, and we saw the result there. That could be the knockout blow right there.
And that goes back to the line speed that we were talking about earlier from URI. Hungry and smelling the try zone. And Morrell opts to drop at the goal here, and the conversion is good. Converts his second kick of the day. He is 2 for 4. And now URI leads 24-12. And Cortland's one-man disadvantage will continue for another 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? Again, he should have been set up and looking to kick the ball straight into touch. Instead, he was going long side. You know, I like the aggression. I like playing aggressively, but you also have to play smart, specifically when you're down a man.
And if you're Cortland here, down 2 tries and disadvantaged by a man, what are you saying to yourself right now to get yourself back in this game?
You want to maintain the ball. Phase after phase after phase. You do not want to get the ball in their hands if possible. So you want to try to get it right here. Recapturing the restart would be great.
And it's a big kick by Calanino. Again, he does it all. He does it all, Matt, but URI fields its kick, and now we'll look to attack again. This is White to Hayes. And this is the big lock on the wing that is Ferrigno. Short side, but Cortland counter-rucks, and now they have the ball back and an opportunity to attack in URI's end.
Got away with a defensive knock-on there, I think.
This is reserve Alex Demiri for Cortland. Here's Lloyd to Ryan, trying to make a line break, but McCarthy is there with his teammate Hawthorne. Lloyd continuing to go to the open side, but he's pressured by the fullback McCarthy. Cortland will reset with a couple pick and goes forward. This is the big barreling prop, James Hannafin for Cortland. Lloyd gonna go to the short side here. This is Catrone, sees a gap, steps back inside, but he's tackled by Hayes and McCarthy again. And URI with a beautiful turnover ball. Catrone was isolated there. And it looks like the fly half. It was McCaffrey, fullback, with the poach there. Beautiful, beautiful poach there.
We're just checking our notes. We have a lot of McCarthys floating around. There's a McCaffrey, there's a McCarthy. With all the mix out there, folks, and I'm a McCarthy, I'm getting confused. Okay, so save your letters and your complaints. We're doing the best we can right here with all these mix out here.
URI has a line out just over the halfway mark inside Cortland territory, going with the short man again. Bono over to McCarthy, but it's stolen.
We're going to do it again.
Looks like Cortland, so Cortland is penalized for closing the gap, so Morrell will go quickly, free kick advantage, and Morrell is going to put it over the top, and he's going to have a run at it, but Cortland is there in defense. That is number 20, Kenny Douglas, aware of Morrell's attacking idea, and now Cortland has the ball on the front foot. Lloyd, that is the reserve, Alex Demiri making an impact as he comes in off the bench.
Great counterattack there, made Rhode Island multiple tackles.
And here's Cortland on the wide side. That is the big front rower, James Hannafin for Cortland, and he is met by Captain McCarthy of URI. And Cortland And now advantage to Cortland for not releasing by URI, and Lloyd looks to go quickly and does. Cortland pressing its advantage here, and here goes Lloyd making a step. Beautiful offload here to Gelfand in the middle of the field, 10 to 30 meters away from URI's try line. You can feel the momentum building for Cortland. Here's Ryan to the outside. That is the wing, Eric Neese, who makes a step around the outside corner and is able to turn the corner, and he's going to try and put it in the middle into that sheet of snow for the try. Excellent counterattack by Cortland to get right back in this game.
Wow. You know, and then the calmness and the presence to be able to tiptoe in that not so easy to tiptoe turf out there that's covered in snow to get it closer for the conversion. Great try for Cortland. They're right back in it.
That was the winger, Eric Neese, number 11. What a step to the outside to beat his opponent, James Chambers, who was caught isolated, and a mismatch there for the speedy wing, which he took full advantage of.
Great try all around. They met the challenge, answered the question.
And Colanino, the big front rower with the kick of goal. Kick does not find its mark.
You can hear the sound off the foot. It sounded like a flat tire almost.
But it looks like referee Stepsis says that URI's charge at the kick was too early, and Colanino will get another crack at it.
And he's limping. That's not a good sign.
With the goalposts behind the try zone, could lead to some confusion to our players here. Different than your typical rugby field, right, Matt?
Yeah, but you still got to get it through the posts. That's and
Colanino unable to convert his second attempt at it.
You can see he's limping on that right foot a little bit. He might be going out.
And it looks like he will be. And now URI will kick to Cortland with a 7-point lead, just with 20 minutes to go.
Interesting that they let him kick it again with the injury.
Very interesting. I guess he must be their only kicker. URI with a high, deep kick. That it was Ryan who was able to feed it. Now Cortland is making a break. Cortland with the momentum and on the front foot. Lloyd going to go to the short side. That is the center, Reese Lothar, who is going to pressure the defense. Big gain along the far side. Lloyd demanding the ball and gets it. Gives it to his flanker, Chambers. Lloyd to Ryan. McCarthy for URI pressuring defense, but Ryan's able to get the ball away, and Lloyd will continue to attack the flow of the field. And here's Cortland with a barreling run. That is the outside center, Tosh Johnson. But the ball was lost forward in contact, and now URI has forced the turnover. No, URI was the one who knocked it on in the tackle contest, so Cortland unable to gain any advantage, and Cortland will have a scrum, and we have a player down for URI. That is the fullback, McCaffrey, Malachi McCaffrey. The fullback for URI seemed to be shaken up there.
Yeah, Malachi McCaffrey has been throwing his weight around considerably in this match, and that's two key substitutions now for both sides. You've got your starting fullback. If he's going to stay up, I beg your pardon, I might have jumped the gun. He looks like he's not going anywhere.
This is certainly a game that feels like everybody wants to be involved, especially now with the score being as close as it is. How are you, as a player and a coach and a longtime member of the rugby community? How's this game feeling to you right now, Matt?
It's got a great atmosphere. It's crisp hitting. Players are not making mistakes as much as you'd think for a college level game. They are focused. They realize what's at hand here, and we are indeed losing Malachi McCaffrey. He's going off. So two key substitutions late in this match for Colanino for the Dragons, and now the Rams losing McCaffrey, who's their center fielder. And that's a big thing here.
It looks like, though, Cortland scrum not affected by Calanino. And here's Cortland looking to go wide, but Minich, excuse me, the 13, that who has a double try scorer today, pressuring Cortland. Cortland retaining possession, continuing, keeping it in the forwards. But URI with a beautiful steal, and now are on the attacking foot. Here's the captain, McCarthy, spinning out of one tackle, just at center field. White with a big offload run to Ferrigno. Continuing on the short side, White. This is the center, Hill. Crossing into Cortland territory. White. Now Hawthorne. And Michael Bono, the hooker for URI, with a barreling bust. Going to the far side, getting URI fired up. Here's White to Minich, who makes a break. And then another break, and it looks like Minich is going to have a hat trick today, and he does. What an excellent individual effort by the 13 outside center. That is Clayton Minich, who has a hat trick on the day.
Wow. Stand up and be applauded, my friend. He just steamrolled the defender on the wing out there for Cortland.
Minich, the 22-year-old center for Rhode Island. And that was that all got started by a big barreling run by 18-year-old, the hooker for URI, Michael Bono. And as a player, when you see your teammates make tackle busts, what does that do for you?
It just lifts you up. You know, that if you have any doubt about whether or not you're going to commit to the game, when you see something like that, you're committed. You're just on the front foot. Excellent play all around by the Rams.
Conversion taken by the wing. This is Adam Gustafson, and it is no good. And now URI leads Cortland 29-17 with just over 15 minutes to go.
You know, it wasn't like he was alone out there. There was a defender standing right in his way. He was not to be denied on that try. Great try.
And now Cortland committing the early charge at the conversion. So Gustafson will have another attempt at the kick at goal. Gustafson's second attempt, just short.
You know, let's give him a third. 3 strikes, you're out. Well, the cold does affect the ball. You know, it makes it like you're kicking a brick. You know, it freezes it makes it rock solid. And I don't know what the temperature is down there on the pitch right now, but it was cold and it's still early. So this could be a factor with the kicking game.
And with URI's advantage, 29-17, under 15 minutes to go, Cortland will kick off to get the action going again. This is Ryan. Kickoff fielded by the wing. That is Hayes. And here's the big prop, Amir Samora for URI. And now he offloads to his buddy. White gonna go short side to Knapp.
Oh,
that's a tough test right there.
Yeah, no kidding. John Knapp.
White to Morel for the substituted Anthony DeLuise, who loses it forward in the contest. And Cortland Fields looking to counterattack. This is Frank Bellatoni for Cortland at midfield, met by a host of URI defenders, still driving forward. Finally brought down, and here's Lloyd to his flanker, Chambers.
We've also got Kenny Douglas in on the wing for Cortland, number 20.
URI pressuring Cortland's attack, able to counter, ball is out. Cortland dives on it to maintain possession, committing forwards to the ruck. And here's Lloyd to the reserve Demiri, who has made an impact as he's coming off the bench. Lloyd to Ryan. This is the flanker, Gelfen, with a barreling run ahead. Lloyd under pressure, offloads to his buddy, number 20, Kenny Douglas, stepping back inside, met by 2 URI defenders. Lloyd bringing it back to the field. Here's Ryan. That's his lock, and a beautiful offload from McCarthy, the captain, to his lock partner, Fawez. Lloyd, Ryan, to the center, center, Reese Lother. Cortland has the penalty, not rolling away by URI. That is number 11, Adam Gustafson for URI, penalized for not rolling away in the tackle, and Cortland opts to go quickly.
There's Hannafin.
URI just near the touchline, not in the touch yet, and finally brought out by Cortland, finally brought out by URI. In on the tackle was the hat-trick try scorer, Clayton Minich, and his teammate, John Hayes, the right wing for URI.
Hayes has shown some grit defensively, making some great tackles. And I want to point out number 23, whose name we don't have on our roster sheet for Cortland, did well to keep that ball in play before it was eventually taken into touch.
Bono goes to the back pod to McCarthy. Referee steps and says the ball's not straight, so it'll be Cortland's choice for a scrum or a line out, and they opt to the scrum. Matt, how big is this possession here for Cortland?
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's everything. You know, you have to get the ball back. You're down by 2 tries. You got to get points. You got to get them now. You can't afford a penalty, though, and you can't afford to lose your cool.
URI, though, not going to give it to him easily. They've been stingy line defense all day. And here's Lloyd to Ryan. Switching back inside to his center, that's Lother. Met by multiple URI defenders. Attacking the far side, and Ryan sees a gap, tries to make a break, but he is stopped. And URI pressuring, countering, attacking Cortland's attack. Cortland able to maintain possession. And here's the impact player, Demiri, on the far side.
They just need to have patience here, Austin.
And that is the reserve, Bellatoni for Cortland going forward. Ryan goes to Catrone, the 8-man, who tries to offload it, but fumbles the ball. Backwards, says a referee steps it, so we play on, and it's recovered by Johnson, the 13 for Cortland. Lloyd will settle it, goes to his lock and captain, McCarthy. Beautiful offloading contact to his lock teammate, and then the ball is trying to be offloading contact, unable to find hand, and it's lost forward. So McCarthy, the skipper at lock for Cortland, makes a beautiful offload to his lock buddy, Dan Fawez, who unfortunately his pass can't find hand as well.
Yeah, I want to go back to a previous phase where Catrone, the 8-man, tried to get a little fancy with the pass, almost cost his team possession when he could have just dished it a little bit earlier for a safer pass and guys on the outside. Patience is needed. You got to control the ball. Don't try to do too much here if you're Cortland.
And if you're Cortland, how do you respond to URI being in your face all day?
Well, you might do a little squib kick between them, a little pop kick, or just keep going at them.
And here's Cortland now trying to pressure the issue, but URI up to the task to maintain possession. Here's White, Morrell kicking under pressure, kick doesn't find touch, and here's our Cortland 23, makes a step. And now Cortland has the attacking opportunity in URI's end on the front foot. Lloyd goes short side. Ball can't find hand, but still scooped up. That is the winger Neese, the try scorer. Lloyd to the center, Reese Lother. Lloyd now to his flanker, Gelfand. URI still holding firm in its defense. Now Cutrone spots a gap inside, gaining some ground. Lloyd's gonna go open side again to Ryan. Pass doesn't find hand to the 12, Lother, and URI recovers the fumble.
The sloppy play is costing Cortland now. It might be a bit of a panic mode, trying to do too much, but they do have time. You know, there is time on the clock to be patient and to grind it out.
URI unyielding in its defense, and now Morrell will look to get back into the Cortland side of the field with a big kick to the far touchline, just shy of halfway.
You know, Austin, I got to salute a couple of Cortland alumni that I'm seeing players remind me of out here that I played against. Brian Humphreys at fly half. Fred Lawrence at number 7. And I've seen the likeness of the kid number 7 for Cortland playing really well, and that's Luke Gelfand. Reminds me of a Fred Lawrence, and Mickey McLaughlin in the back line. But again, you know, you got to tip your cap to Rhode Island. You know, they came ready to play. They've minimalized their mistakes. College rugby, the team that makes the less mistakes, as cliche as it sounds, often ends up on top. And they've minimized their mistakes specifically in this second half compared to Cortland, who's been sloppy with the ball, down a man, understandably, having to score, maybe trying to do too much. But again, minimizing mistakes is a key here.
And unfortunately, referee Stepsis has caught URI here making a mistake. Players entering and exiting the line out when it was set. So it'll be a free kick to Cortland, and Cortland will now attack on the foot. But they opt to kick to the touchline, and the possession, and because the kick was so you want to talk about minimizing mistakes right there. Take us through that sequence of play there from the free kick to now the ball going back to URI.
I think what you had is confusion on part of a couple of players not understanding actually what they were awarded. And specifically, I don't think he understood the difference between the free kick and the penalty kick there. I'm not sure why it's going back to the line out. Was there a conference with a side judge there that we missed?
Ball was kicked directly into touch on the free kick. And since it's a short arm penalty,
come right back,
changes
line out.
And now it's a line out. And here's Catrone for Cortland trying to get things going. Here's Lloyd to his flanker, Chambers. Lloyd going to Ryan, skipping to the center. That's
a nice play right there.
And now Cortland is gaining some ground, bringing it back to the field of play. Ball not able to be handled by the fly half Ryan.
Ryan has struggled a bit here in the second half.
Once again, Cortland having its opportunities and not able to take advantage of them.
But like you said, relentless pressure from the Rams on defense. They have been in their faces, causing them to make these passes, maybe having them think a little bit too quickly before they have the ball, looking up a little bit. I think that was might have been the case with Ryan. He's trying to already figure out what he's going to do with the ball before he has it. You can't do anything without the ball.
And if you're URI here with 5 minutes to go, how do you play this out?
You play your game. You're on top. It's worked for you so far. I hate when people go into the defensive mode, right? Stay aggressive. You have the lead.
Well, and URI kicks away possession, and it's fielded by Cortland inside URI's end. And Cortland is going to continue its offensive efforts here. Lloyd to the big front rower. That reserve is number 16, Austin Kennedy. But turns the ball over, and here's Minich, who has the hat trick on the day, looking for more. Tackled, not held, gets up to his feet, and we play on. White directing traffic, and that's his big lock, Ferrigno.
The hulking Ferrigno. Had to get that in there.
Bono making an attack at Ryan, the fly half, who's up to the task, tries to force the turnover, and does. Impressive defensive effort there by the fly half Ryan for Cortland, and Lloyd opts to go quickly. Opportunity here for Cortland. There's our 23, and here's Neese on the outside again, looking for another try. Desperately tackled by the Rams of URI. Ball is forced backward, and Cortland maintaining possession, still with the attacking foot. The big front rower for Cortland, Kennedy, breaks one tackle, gains some ground, putting pressure on the URI defense. Here's Ryan to the lock, and skipper McCarthy. Brought down by the big front rower Knapp of URI. Lloyd to Ryan, offloads to the center, Johnson, who is able to get it away to Catrone, who offloads to his flanker buddy Chambers. Cortland 30 meters away. Penalty awarded to them for not rolling away. That's Bono, the hooker. And Lloyd goes quickly, hits the captain McCarthy, offloads to Catrone. Ball doesn't find him, but it's still fielded by Johnson, who is on the line. extends out, but that is not the try line.
Oh.
He is about 5 meters away, so play on. And URI scrambling to get back on defense. Cortland retains possession, knocking on the doorstep. Desperate for a try here as we get under 3 minutes remaining in the game. Cortland looking to go forward, trying to squeak it through.
Amazing.
Far side of the field, that's 22. That's Bellatoni for Cortland, stuffed by URI. Now Lloyd and Ryan are going to go wide. Here is the center, Lothar, supported by his teammate Douglas. Lloyd going to use the short side to Ryan. Here's our 23 for Cortland. Met by 22, Alex DeLuise.
It's a white wall.
Lloyd to the oh, that's not Calanino, but somebody wearing his jersey. Lloyd going to go far, and the ball is not able to be handled by Lothar, just outside of the try line of URI.
Well,
Matt, we've been saying it before, and we're saying it again about URI's defense.
Yeah, and going back to the try that wasn't a try because he thought the line was a different line. Fred Lawrence, the guy that I brought up earlier, tried to score once on a 22. Right? So, and he was a Cortland guy. But, you got to credit both teams here. They're both playing as though it's the first play of the match. Or, there's something still going on here. Each team full of energy. Unfortunately, the knock-on for Cortland. But that defense, like you keep bringing up, the Ram defense has just been great today.
Oh, and Cortland takes the scrum against the head, and Cortland will not go away quietly as Catrone picks off the base, met by 3 defenders of URI. Ball squirt, ruck was formed, and URI comes over the top, penalized by referee Stepsis, and Lloyd's going to go quickly as the clock continues to tick away, and here's the skipper, McCarthy. Fighting for inches, URI not giving them easily. Oh, and here's the big front rower, that's number 19, Kevin Talbot, unable to handle the pass from Lloyd, so URI will play advantage. 19 for URI, John Church making an impact off the bench. Here's White to Morrell. Kicks away deeply, but fielded by Cortland's backfield player.
Great defensive play.
Brought down by the wing, Gustafson.
Gustafson did not bite on the little shimmy.
Johnson frantically getting back to play the ball. Lloyd's going to go weak side here. They have numbers. Catrone tries to go through the hands quickly to Lothar, but the pass does not find hand, and it is a loss forward to URI.
Cortland on the front foot, McCarthy driving, the captain, but there needs to be 3 bodies with him from Cortland. That was the difference. Instead it was a pass to the big man, the front rower who dropped the ball, knocked it on. Instead, he should have had his head right on McCarthy's hip. You got to, what the difference is here today, anytime a ball carrier from RPI goes into UPR,
URI,
yeah, I got the acronym wrong, but anytime one of the Rhode Island guys goes into contact, there's 2 and 3 of his teammates with him. Right there at the breakdown. That's the difference for Cortland not being at the breakdown as quickly as they could be.
Especially when you're knocking on the try line.
Yeah. And you're down by tries, and you're running out of time. There should be that sense of urgency and that comes with experience, across the board. And these kinds of test matches, this kind of exposure, this is great for both of these programs. Hats off to Next Level Rugby.
And here's White to Morrell, who puts it high.
Oh.
He's going to test the back rower, the back line players of Cortland. Ball's not fielded, or the ball was lost forward by URI. So it'll be a Cortland scrum on their end. On the scoreboard, we have full time, but referee Stepsis has the official time. So it looks like we're going to get a little extra rugby here.
We got to take this time, though, my friend, to pick out the man of the match. And I think that you might know who it is, as per the three. How many tries?
I think it has to go to the hat trick try scorer, Clayton Middich of URI. And what have you seen from him today?
I've seen money. I've seen endorsement deals. I've seen Cadillacs. I've seen it all. give it to him, but he's going to get man of the match. As far as I think we're unanimous in that.
Agreed, and congratulations to Clayton and URI, who's going to come away with a win for our curtain raiser of our 2018 Liberty Challenge. Cortland, though, not going quietly into the morning, the brisk winter morning here in Connecticut.
I see what you did there. That was good.
This is Cortland reserve Kenny Douglas fighting for meters. Ball fumbled and scooped up by Lloyd, offloaded to his center, Reese Lother. URI unyielding in its defense. And URI, and there's Minich right on cue, steals the ball in contact, and now White and URI have a short field to attack with. And here is Ferrigno going on the short side for URI. URI looking to get one more try out of this game before the final horn sounds, and instead White is going to choose to kick to touch, and that is the final whistle, and URI has come away with a win of the first game of our 2018 Liberty Challenge by a score of 29-17 over Cortland. And Matt, your thoughts on the second half in the game itself as we continue on our long day of rugby.
You had a tale of two halves. You had the first half, these guys were solid right out of the gate, both sides, minimum amount of mistakes. But as it wore on, Rhode Island's defense and their pressure just wore down Cortland, forced them into errors. Second half, Cortland made way too many errors. Got to tip your cap to Rhode Island.
And as we said, we've awarded our man of the match to URI's number 13, Clayton Minich.
And his opposite, Tosh Johnson, number 13.
And number 13, Tosh Johnson.
Had a good match.
For Cortland, man of the match for Cortland. Both centers bringing a lot of intensity to both attacks and defense. Both defenses having excellent line speed. But as you said, URI the victor because of the minimal mistakes they made.
And, you know, who knows what, we can't minimize the injury to Colanino, right? He was, as you mentioned, their do-it-all guy, front row kicker, and he had a limp off the field, and he was, obviously he meant so much to the team that they let him kick a second attempt with the injury.
And there was, it looks to me at least a 2-try point difference with him on the field versus not on the field. So an excellent point there, Matt.
All right, well, gotta like the fact that they're all lining up for the photo.
And for those of us at home, this is a tradition in the rugby community where the teams will line up and they will tip their caps to the fans, and a tip of the cap they certainly deserve coming out on this brisk morning in New England on Fairfield University's campus here at the gorgeous Rafferty Stadium to see the curtain raiser of our 2018 Liberty Challenge for D1A USA Rugby, Collegiate USA Rugby.
Is it a prerequisite for one team to be in red and another team to be in powder blue? Because look at the next two teams coming out.
We've got Tufts. We got Tufts on our left, and we've got. Yes, we do. Maybe that'll be the theme of the day.
Yeah.
At some point, though, we're gonna see AIC in their bumblebee
right.
Black and yellow.
That's right. Spectacular day here at Rafferty Stadium, Fairfield University. Sunshine, crisp air, great rugby, clean pitch. Doesn't get any better than this, Austin.
And one more time before we step away for a quick break and we come back with our second game of the day. University of Rhode Island defeating Cortland in our curtain raiser of our 2018 Liberty Challenge for D1A USA Collegiate Rugby by a score of 29-17. For Matt McCarthy, I'm Austin Ryan, and this is a Next Level Rugby production. We will be right back. Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for the 2018 Liberty Challenge D1A USA Collegiate Rugby. This is game 2 of our lovely day of rugby here at Fairfield University. The second match of the day features Stonybrook sporting red with stripes versus Tufts sporting the powder blues. Tufts will set to kick off. Our referee in the middle today is Akira Du, who blows the horn, and we are underway with match number 2 here. Tufts electing to go deep, fielded by Stonybrook center. Stonybrook in red attacking right to left on your screen. Errant pass from scrum half does not find hand, and now we have an advantage on the front foot for Tufts. Big number 25 barreling forward, still advantage, penalty advantage now for the offside. Stonybrook pressuring, no advantage gained. It's a high tackle advantage, and now referee Akira goes back to the penalty. No advantage gained by Tufts. Stonybrook penalized for the high tackle. Inside center for Tufts, number 12, elects to go quickly, finds his big man, number 25, brought down by 2 Stonybrook defenders. Tufts elects to go to the open side. Ball does not find hand to the fly half, brought down by Stonybrook. Tufts elects to go back to the other side. Here's the 8-man, testing the defense of Stonybrook. Scrum half going to the big man, number 25. Takes multiple Stonybrook defenders to bring him down. Stonybrook going left, 8-man looking to go wide. Pass does not find the hand of the 12. Knock-on advantage for Stonybrook. Stonybrook halfback elects to kick over the top, and the advantage is over for the knock-on. And now a new advantage to Stonybrook for the knock-on in the aerial contest. No advantage is gained, so referee Akira brings it back to the scrum, and we'll have our first scrum of the day. Welcome, folks, and thank you for joining us. I am Austin Ryan here for Next Level Rugby production. This is the 2018 Liberty Conference Challenge here at the gorgeous Rafferty Stadium of Fairfield University. This is match 2 of our day-long feature of excellent collegiate rugby matches. Stonybrook on the attacking scrum, pushing forward to Tufts. Here's the Stonybrook 13. Makes a line break. He's got a big gain here, and he has support. Here's the fullback, met by his opposite, and ball is no play on, says referee Akira. And Tufts is forces the turnover, bails himself out of a line break. Scrum half to the fly half, able to get it out wide to his supporting backline, his supporting forward player, that is the open side, blindside flanker. Tufts working the near side of the field. Here is the lock, met by 2 Stonybrook tacklers. Tufts settling it. A one-off pass from the fly half to the 8-man. Now at the middle of the field, trying to work the offside, sees a gap, tries to take it. Offside advantage awarded to Tufts. Stonybrook now, second penalty of the morning. And referee Akira is going to have a chat with the Stonybrook captain playing number 8 today. Referee Akira says to Stonybrook captain that is 2 high tackles and it needs to be cleaned up. And Tufts elects to kick to touch, gaining some big territory here. Now back in Stonybrook's end, and we'll have a line out. As we get another ball, because the kick was so booming, it sailed out of the playing area here at Rafferty Stadium. We note that Tufts played 6 games this year in the division and finished 1-5 in the Liberty Men's D1A New England division of this Liberty Conference. And here Tufts looks to attack the middle of the field, continuing to the close side now. Inside ball to number 10 and trying to make a line break. He's brought down by the Stonybrook flanker. Tufts scrum half looks to go back the other way. Here's the 8-man trying to step off his inside foot to spot a gap. Brought down by the Stonybrook prop and the Stonybrook lock. Tufts trying to squeak the short side to no avail, so they're going to bring it back to the open side. Ball does not find the hand, and now a knock-on advantage to Stonybrook, unable to be fielded by the big man of Tufts. And here's Stonybrook now on the front foot. Just at midfield, big tackle by Tufts. And referee Akira Du awards the penalty. No wrap in the tackle. Shoulders went over the hip plane, and that is a penalty nowadays, especially for safety precautions. So here is Stonybrook with a chance to gain some territory at midfield as the fly half looks to kick the touch. As Stonybrook sets its lineup, Stonybrook finished, according to our stats, 1-4 in its conference play. Stonybrook opting with a full line out. Tufts up early and must come down. They choose to go to the back pod. And they set the ball there. Here's the Big 12 for Stonybrook. Met by multiple Tufts defenders. Electing to go wide to the Big 13, and the pass is intercepted by the 8-man for Tufts. He's looking to make a break. He is met by a the Stonybrook wing, who has now Tufts has an advantage for a high tackle, knocking on the doorstep of Stonybrook. Big front foot momentum here for Tufts, looking to take advantage of it. Pass does not find hand. Kick through by the Tufts inside center, and as he dives on the ball for a try, sliding into the sheet of snow. And that is the first score of the game by the Tufts inside center, who had the advantage for not only the high tackle but offsides. Tufts on the front foot, dominating possession to start this second game of the Liberty Challenge here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University with a score of 5-0. Conversion kick coming. Stonybrook under pressure defensively, committing multiple infringements for high tackles and offsides, and Tufts taking full advantage of it, being on the front foot. Big intercept by the dynamic 8-man for Tufts. Here's the fullback who takes a beautiful shot at goal and converts the try. And now Tufts leads Stonybrook 7-0. Just over 30 minutes remaining in the first half of Game 2 here in the Liberty Challenge. Stonybrook quick back to the midfield. They want to get things going back here. A low line drive kick fielded by Tufts lock. And Stonybrook has forced the turnover. Keeping it in the forwards. Inside ball to the lock from the Stonybrook fly half, met by a host of tough defenders. Stonybrook looking to exploit the short side. Tufts is up to the task and counter and have stolen the ball, and now they are on the attacking advantage. And here is the big man, number 25 for Tufts, barreling to midfield. Tufts fly half, trying to go wide. Here's a step by the 13. Able to step 1 and 2, but not the third. counter ruck by Stonybrook, and referee Akira has the advantage out. Stonybrook entering from the side of the ruck, and now Tufts looks to exploit the advantage. Here is the hooker for Tufts out to the wing. An advantage is not gained. We go back to the penalty by Stonybrook for the ruck infringement. Big kick downfield, but it stays in bounds. Stonybrook able to field it, but giving chase is the Tufts wing. Not held. Oh. Referee Akira instructing the touch judge to hold the flag up to give clear evidence that the ball did find touch. So we will have the line out to Tufts 25 meters away from Stonybrook's try line. Tufts opting with a short man line out, 4-man. Front lifter, ball is disrupted. Lost forward advantage for Tufts as it was knocked forward in the line out by Stonybrook. Halfback for Tufts directing his forwards, bringing them around to the far side. Now chooses to go short side. Here's the lock, makes a step, makes a break on the tackle. Able to spin out of another one, and he is across for a beautiful try down the short side of the field. The second of the day for Tufts. Credit to Tufts halfback there, directing traffic, looking to go to the wide side, spotted a mismatch and took full advantage of it, going to the short side to his lock, who was able to spin out of 2 tackles and squeak right down the short side, right in front of us. For the second try of the day for Tufts, and with the conversion coming, Tufts leads 12-0. Conversion kick sails just on the outside of the near post, unable to convert the try. Tufts now leads 12-0, and again, Stonybrook quick to get to midfield to continue play. They have come out of the gate with tons of aggression, just cannot stop committing penalties, and Tufts is taking full advantage of them. Short kick fielded by the Tufts hooker, met by a host of Stonybrook forwards. And Stonybrook coming in from the side of the ruck will now give Tufts the penalty, and they will look to gain territory by kicking to touch. It'll be a line out to Tufts, just over the halfway line and in Stonybrook territory. And referee Akira has awarded a free kick to Stonybrook. Tufts collapsing the tunnel, and Stonybrook chooses to go quickly. Big offload from the halfback to the fly half, but the ball is stolen by Tufts. Unfortunately, knocked forward in the contest, so it'll be a Stonybrook scrum just over the halfway mark in Tufts territory, right on the Fairfield University midfield logo. We are here at Rafferty Stadium for the 2018 Liberty Challenge. So this is our second match of the day. Stonybrook in red versus Tufts in powder blue. Tufts, with 2 very quick tries, is off to a hot start, leading 12-0. Stonybrook looks to go to the far side. Here's this dynamic 13 trying to break one tackle, but holding on for desperation is the Tufts player. Coming back to the wide side of the field now with the forwards is the Stonybrook scrum half. Excellent front football from Stonybrook. Tufts now off advantage for offside, says referee Akira. Stonybrook playing the advantage, and the flanker busts through the defense. Front foot momentum building for Stonybrook. Stonybrook's wing met by multiple Tufts defenders, and referee Akira will go back to the penalty of offsides by Tufts. And now Stonybrook has an opportunity to get across Stonybrook's try line here. Looks like they're going to opt to play on. Scrum half taps it. Big 8-man for Stonybrook. Runs into a wall of Tufts defenders. Unable to hold him up. Referee Akira called maul. Tufts held up the maul. Ball not advancing, therefore turned over, and it will be a Tufts scrum. Stonybrook making no mystery about what it is they plan to do today. They want to play fast, fluid. They want to smash mouth, and Tufts is up to the task as they held up the advance of the big number 8 for Stonybrook. Tufts midfield back, steps back inside. Good support by the Tufts fly half spinning. Going to continue to go to the same direction. Here's the big front rower for Tufts. Scrum half's going to go the other way now. Stutter step by the flanker. Brought down. Stonybrook trying to counter, but to no avail. Pass doesn't find hands. Lost forward in the contact by Tufts, and it'll be a scrum to Stonybrook. 35 meters away from Tufts' try line. Tufts doing a very good job of playing side to side, directed very well by their scrum half, trying to exhaust all the space of the field before going back the other direction. And Stonybrook, after settling down, is defensively up to the task. And this is Stonybrook's best attacking opportunity of the day off the set piece. Some movement without the ball, comes to the near side. Tufts not fooled as the two midfield back, the halfback and the inside center for Tufts make the tackle. Realigning to the far side. Pass goes to ground and does not find hand, and it's lost forward by Stonybrook. And it'll be a scrum to Tufts. Both teams trading knock-ons, staying in the same area of the field. Both teams applying immense pressure. Scrum half there is not able to find his fly half cleanly. Fly half did everything he could to field the ball. Lost forward, and here will be a scrum to Tufts. Pressure from Stonybrook disrupts the Tufts scrum half from passing the ball out. And now Tufts is going to have to realign here. Stutter step by the fly half, tries to spin again. We've called this number 25 a lot today. He's a force to be reckoned with. Stonybrook using multiple tacklers. Oh, beautiful step and pass behind the pressure of Stonybrook, but then lost forward. And now the advantage, the knock-on advantage is to Stonybrook, and they're going to look to use it. Here comes the forward play. Big front rower. No advantage gain, though. The ball was lost forward. What a beautiful sidestep by the Tufts fly half to get in behind the streaking defender of Stonybrook and throw it to his teammate, the outside center. But then, unfortunately, he lost it forward in contact, and now it'll be a Stonybrook scrum right in front of the press box here, just over the halfway line and in Tufts territory. Referee Akira not happy with the scrum, so we'll do it again. Second attempt at the scrum, still unstable, and we'll have it again for a third time. Referee Akira giving instruction. Seems to be a problem with the front row and its engagement.
All right, Austin, what a fantastic day that we have here. The sun is starting to come out right now. You got Stonybrook taking on Tufts. I'm Ryan Gitty. We got Shasky in the booth. He wants to get on. I think he's yelling at me because Matt's not on the mic. Maybe that's what's going on there. But a great day here, Fairfield. This is the Liberty Challenge Series. This is something that's an event that's kind of been hanging around for a while. All credit to the ACRC's bowl series that came out. Steve Ciano with U Rugby and those guys originally taking on this challenge. Kind of fell off a little bit, and now this year they're coming back. And Next Level Rugby, we got the call with probably about 7 days before the event if we could stream this, and we said absolutely. Let's come on down. Let's have a good day. Let's get out there and show the people some free rugby.
And it's certainly a beautiful day for it now that the temperature's warming up. Some of these boys are getting up a little earlier than they expect, but still quality rugby in the first two games we have today.
Yeah, been some great rugby. The first match really awesome. URI coming out, on top, wearing similar colors to this Tufts team. It's not URI going 2 in a row. This is Tufts out there. T.C. Clark being the coach there. He is a stalwart of the Mystic River rugby program out of Boston and up there coaching this Tufts team.
Boston rugby really growing and very prominent in the United States with its rugby development for its youth. And now here we go with Stonybrook attacking the middle of the field off the line out, but ball fumbled and then kicked through by the Tufts fly half. That is number 10, Dan McMahon. And Stonybrook has the advantage for the knock-on, and they choose to kick downfield. And advantage is over, and now the ball is fielded by the Tufts fullback running sideways. That is Thomas Coons. And he is supported by his teammate Andrew Kim. Halfback Nate Ung for Tufts, continuing to direct traffic. Tufts choose to go back to the short side. That's the inside center, Jimmy Carney, who kicks it, who booms a kick way down the field, and it looks like the ball has rolled out of the try zone and into the dead ball. So Tufts will have it, so Stonybrook will have its choice. So they elect to choose a scrum back all the way back to where the ball was kicked from.
Now this is something that about rugby that kind of cracks me up with it, right? Like, why even offer the choice there, right? If you're a referee, who is going to take the ball at the other end? I've always wondered, why don't we just make the rule if it goes into the back, we're all the way, bring it back to where it was kicked, right? Like, I mean, it's just, what's the point of giving the option? Because nobody's ever going to take that other option. Tactically, what sense does it make?
You're not going to get any argument from me, that's for sure.
Yeah. And I will say, though, that unfortunately we got a good ref out there, but sometimes when you're reffing, sometimes they miss that call. You don't get out there. Caradu doing a great job out there. Local referee up here in the Northeast. Northeast rugby on fire here, especially here in Connecticut.
And the halfback for Stonybrook, Tito Samahuran. Fly half. Stephen Murphy switches back inside to his center, DeGennaro.
Yeah, you just see DeGennaro. He's coming in. He's hitting that hole. And instead of wrapping the ball up, taking a contact, he's looking for stiff arm, which leaves that ball vulnerable, which was able to strip out by the defensive Tufts. That's just, if you got a 12, you hold on to that ball. You're not looking for stiff arms in traffic like that. You're just looking to barrel people over and take that ball up and reach the gain line.
And this game has not been lacking physicality as the Tufts inside center, Carney, kicks downfield again. He's been kicking a lot from the midfield, and the ball will roll into touch, and it'll be a Stonybrook line out.
I tell you, tactically, as an option, I like kicking from the midfield because you have that 12. You're typically going to get the back 3 to play up in there. The fullback's going to have to pay attention to you. They're not thinking kick because it's not coming out of the 10, and then you put the 12. You get some great territory, puts them all the way to their end, and now Stony Brook's got to attack out of their own end.
Tufts has been dominating the possession and territory game so far this match, as we are now just over 15 minutes remaining in the first half. Tufts still leads Stony Brook 12-0, but Stony Brook now with the ball at its own end has a ways to go. Hopefully they can do something with it. They choose to go to the back pod, but referee Akira Du says not straight, so Tufts will have the option. And again, this is one of those attacking options, scrum or line out, and Tufts has elected to go with the scrum.
And now, if you're just watching rugby for the first time, this can kind of tie up why you're going to kick away possession when you're in this other end of the field. You want to play down in their end. They force them into a tough position. They're not able to execute their line out. Now Tufts has regained the ball in a great attacking position just on the 22, and that is why you kick in rugby, ladies and gentlemen.
And scrum half Nate Ung has been directing Tufts all day and will continue to do so off this scrum inside of Stony Brook's area. Stony Brook, though, really pressuring Tufts scrum, and referee Akira Du says, we need to redo this.
All right, well, hey, we got Matt McCarthy. He's back up here in the booth, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to turn it over to him, and then I'll be back on the switcher, and we'll be right back. I'll talk to you guys a little bit later. Be here for the championship game once these guys actually have to go out and take care of their wives. Unfortunately, I bought some time for mine last night.
And here's Tufts with the scrum. Pressured again by Stony Brook, and we'd like to welcome back Matt McCarthy to the broadcast. Matt, very, very hard-hitting game to start start today between Tufts and Stony Brook.
Well, it's no surprise to me. I know both of these coaches, the head coaches, have hit me a number of times, specifically Jerry Miro of Stony Brook, who used to look like the guy from Hall & Oates when he had the long hair. But no, in all seriousness, both teams well coached. They're not going to be afraid to mix it up. And on that first try by Tufts, right before they scored the try in the corner, you saw a great defensive tackle by the wing from Stony Brook on a one-on-one from the big guy, right? So they're not afraid to mix it up even with the big guys.
And here's Tufts continuing to, and referee Akira Du sees some foul play, and he's going to stop it, and he is calling the lock. That is Jared Pike, nicknamed J-Rod, the sophomore for Stony Brook. And he is going to have a conversation. He is going to get a talking to from our referee Akira Du. And he is in fact will be yellow carded, and now will sit out for the next 10 minutes. And for Stony Brook, not what you need right now, down 2 scores, and Tufts dominating possession in your end.
Yeah, that's a tough loss right there. Tufts is definitely taking the game to Stony Brook right now. You got the Jumbos versus the Seawolves. Austin, what do you expect? And literally, they've got Tufts has the Jumbo the elephant as their nickname, their mascot.
Also eloquent how elephants are some of the smartest animals we have, and Tufts certainly not lacking in academic excellence.
And they have that great memory, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so they remember their coaching.
An elephant never forgets.
That's right.
And here's Tufts choosing to go with a 4-man line out. Here's Andrew Kim, nicknamed Pickles. He will throw in the ball to the big 8-man. That is Brian Barrett. But referee Akira Du says that throw-in is not straight. So Stony Brook will have the option, and they elect to scrum. And they choose to scrum absent one lock. And again, that is Jared Pike, the yellow-carded offender for a late hit on a man without the ball.
Yeah, you got to hit the guy with the ball, and there's no blocking in rugby, folks. So you can't follow a guy and he can't lay somebody out like you can in football.
And Stony Brook here is going to choose to bring in a center to complete the scrum so they can have a scrum with 8 forwards. Stony Brook looking to attack out of its own end and do, but Tufts there. Beautiful offload and contact by Jason Buckledge to Sean Davis.
Great hands by Sean Davis, though, to field that ball.
Yes. And but it looks like Tufts has forced the turnover in the contact, And now they're going to go on the front foot 10 meters away from the Stonybrook line. And here's the 8-man for Tufts, Brian Barrett, who is going to ask questions of the Stonybrook defense. And those questions were answered as Stonybrook forces the turnover.
I don't agree with Barrett's choice there. I think he should have gone with the strength of his team out left.
And now, and referee Akira Du did not like the back talking he was getting from the Tufts players, so he marches them back 10 more from the penalty, and Stonybrook elects to go quickly. Stonybrook making no, certainly they are not hiding the fact that they want to play rugby today.
They're going to hold him up here, Austin. Referee Du letting that go longer than I thought.
And then Tufts, again, steal the ball in contact. Here's the shifty wing, Jordan Barbs for Tufts. And referee Akira Du is going to stop play because we have an injured player for Stonybrook. That is lock number 4, Matt Crusa, who is a senior for Stonybrook. He got a little shaken up there. And why don't you take us back to that play you were talking about on the try line there, Matt? Why is reversing field there not the right option?
Yeah, I was just, it's easy from up here, right?
Yeah.
First of all, but Brian Barrett was going to test the waters on the short side when he had his big boys in the line outside of him. So that some of the pack was outside to his left. He chose to try to infiltrate the inside, test the waters, but they turned the ball over. So in hindsight, I look like a genius. But, it's a whole different animal when you're making the decision down on the pitch. We got a timeout here on the injury.
Matt Crusa is getting treatment from Stonybrook trainer. Got a little shaken up. Looks like he's getting his shoulder attended to.
Yeah, I would say he's going to remain on the pitch. Jerry Muro is looking on right there. He's walking off to the side. Looks like he's going to have a quick word with his boys. But I like the fact that referee Du marched off that 10 meters. You can't talk back to the referee here. The captain can talk to him. That's it, and it's got to be sir.
Setting a precedent very early is referee Akira Du that he will not accept anything but first-class play from both teams. And we'll go, and as we resume play, and Matt Crusoe, his day is done, and out of frustration, looks like that injury's pretty serious.
Yeah, he was trying to coax that shoulder back into place or being in place enough to continue, but he couldn't do it. And it's always wise. Those are tricky injuries, especially when you're growing up.
And so now you have one of your locks, Jared Pike, who's still in the sin bin, and then you have Matt Crusa, whose day is done. So you're going into your bench a little earlier than you expected. And Tufts is going to look to continue to press their one-man advantage. But Stonybrook unyielding in its defense and forced the turnover. And Tufts once again is going to be penalized for talking back.
Wow.
Referee Akira Du is not having any of it. And Stonybrook continuing to go quickly. Reversing field is the scrum half Tito.
And Austin, you notice right away, substitute number 16, Andrew Amon, getting his way in there,
Wasting
right?
no time.
Taking the quick tap.
And here's the reserve lock, number 20, Salama for Stonybrook, making his presence known as well. He's on for the injured Matt Crusa. Scrum half Saharuma directing his troops, trying to get something going for Stonybrook. But Tufts line speed up, and here is the talented 13, Thomas DeFeedy, nicknamed Trey. Samahura, and here is Sean Davis trying to go over the top, but scrum half Nate Ung for Tufts, aware of the effort. Referee Akira has blown the play dead.
Going to have a little conversation right now. Say, gentlemen, this is what you can do and what you can't do, and I'm referee Du. He's giving them the do's and don'ts.
How many puns can we fit at 10
As-
o'clock on a Saturday morning?
As you know what, we're just getting started. God forbid if some coffee gets in this booth anytime soon, we'll have plenty of puns aplenty.
So Matt, help our viewers at home understand what is the point of this conversation that the referee is having with the captains right now?
Well, he's gonna explain. I think on the college level, the referees will be professorial a little bit more than they would. He's explaining things so each guy can go back. What's acceptable? What he didn't like? What he's seeing? It's probably related to the talking to the referee that's been marched off. He's probably had it. And he's probably going to, if that's what this is about, we will have the mic on the ref, we believe, for the second half. But in the meantime, he's probably warning them. The next one, it might result in a card.
And that would just be an unfortunate lapse in mental toughness to be binned for that kind of a mistake.
Yeah.
Especially as both teams are really bringing tons of physicality. They're playing good rugby today.
Yeah, and the other thing about rugby referees is that they are reticent to actually whip out a card. They don't want to blow the whistle. They want the flow of the game to continue. A lot of people might argue that. Some referees are exceptions to the rule, but these guys, they want these guys to play. They want these college players to play, but at the same time, you can't allow anarchy, and you also have to have safety concerns, right?
And now as play resumes, referee explains that Stony Brook was offsides in that kick over the top, and the penalty is awarded to Tufts. And now that both teams have had an opportunity to compose themselves, we will resume play with a line out to Tufts, just about 35 meters away from Stony Brook's try line.
And that was Carney that is kicking for touch for the Jumbos of Tufts. Kicking for touch for Tufts.
And the ball is turned over by Stony Brook, and here is 16, Andrew Amah, who's going to big, and then here now Stony Brook, big number 11, Eli Connors. And here's the fly half for Stony Brook, number 10. That is Stephen Murphy, who's going to put it over the top, and it's going to roll into touch. And Tufts is going to have the line out now right in front of us on there, just shy of the midway field as we approach 6 minutes remaining in this first half, and Tufts still have the one-man advantage.
Chocolate Thunder with the line out toss. Oh, that could be a knock-on right there. Is he going to let that one go? And then a high tackle. All right, so again, the whistle's in the pocket.
There we go. And here's Chocolate Thunder, as so aptly named, barreling ahead, testing Stony Brook defenders. And Stony Brook penalized for not releasing Chocolate Thunder and the tackle.
That's Jam Weaver. Right, we're reading some not so clear handwriting from the respective coaching staff. So we apologize to the folks at home and the players and the families if we get names incorrectly. And we will be making up color commentary as the day goes along.
Although it's pretty easy to decipher a nickname like Chocolate Thunder. That's for sure.
Yeah, but that's why we're defaulting to the nickname column.
And here is Pickles, Andrew Kim, for Tufts with a beautiful line-out throw. Tufts trying to execute a move. The ball does not find hand. That was from the blindside finger, Brian Savage. That's an excellent name for rugby. And now Stony Brook has forced the turnover, and they're going to go to the wide side. Here's the dynamic Thomas DeFeeti Trey attacking the Tufts defenders. And scrum half Saharmura is going to continue to go to that far side, exhaust the space. And now referee and Tufts is able to force the turnover with a beautiful poach. It looks like that was the scrum half. That is Nate Ung, who was able to force the turnover there. And Stony Brook will march back 10. Stony Brook just not able to get anything going today, Matt.
Yeah, the yellow card didn't help, certainly. But they are hanging tough, despite a broken play that resulted in that first try. And now the penalty that they've had to kill off, they're 12 points down. And we've seen the ability for quick strike from all these teams in this tournament so far. Well, I say with the first match, right? But
yep. So Tufts fields the line out. And now here is Connor McAdams bringing it forward for Tufts. This is Ung to Chocolate Thunder. Brought back by a host of Stonybrook defenders. Ung.
All right. Okay.
Bryant, that is Barrett. Ung to his fly half, sidesteps, kick is charged down, so everybody's on sides and we play on. But referee Akira Du is going to go back. To the advantage, the penalty advantage for a high tackle.
All right, so now they're even. So the sin bin, the penalty is over. And for the folks at home that are screaming about the ill-advised kick by Dan McMahon, the fly half, he had a freebie there because the penalty was called. So he could get it like he could take a schoolyard play out of the playbook and see if it works. If it doesn't, they're going back to where the original penalty was called.
And now they've gained some territory from McMahon's kick to touch.
So they're mixing it up on who throws the ball in on the lineouts.
Looks that way.
Just to confuse us. Is this Pickles?
It's still Pickles,
okay.
Yep. Beautiful throw over the top, lifting up big Trent Turner in the back part of the lineout. And here goes Weaver forward.
And that's probably.
Oh, and here's a gap by Tufts. He makes the line break. That's the big number 1, Trent Turner, breaking through Stonybrook. And he's going to dot down the ball for a try. What a beautiful individual effort from the loosehead prop number 1, Trent Turner.
He's also the co-captain along with Griffin Anderson. And Trent Turner is the one that I'm told by Coach Clark will be conferring with the referee. He's had quite a few conferences with the referee, and I guess he listened because he just got a great try.
And that's a pretty emphatic statement, to say the least. Now putting Tufts ahead by 3 scores with a beautiful individual effort off of a line out there. And here is Thomas Coons, nicknamed Coon.
Very creative nickname.
Very creative.
Yeah. Let's make it singular.
Big strike, and that will sail through. Kuhn is 2 for 3 on the day at his conversion kicks. So now Tufts leads 19-0. And Matt, just before half, you're Stonybrook. You still got to play out the rest of this half, but you're down 3 tries. If you're their coach, what are you saying to them at halftime?
You're saying let's eliminate the big play. Big plays have killed them so far. Tufts has 2 tries off of long runs, right? And if you can eliminate that, keep the ball out of their hands, you have a shot.
And here we go right away. Straight back into it is McMahon, who's making a couple of breaks, but Samahura is able to bring him down, helped by the bin player that is number 22, Jake Emerald.
McMahon's lightning to Weaver's thunder right there.
and here's Nate going wide to Pickles, who is out on the edge, looks for his wing, passes a little behind him, which slows his run, and Stonybrook scrambles to defend, but scrum half Ung realigning his Tufts teammates. This is Barrett.
His Tufts teammates.
And this is McAdams. Offloads to Chocolate Thunder, brought down by 3 Stonybrook defenders. And here is Trent Turner looking to spots a gap, trying to make a break. Offloads beautifully in contact. The horn sounds, but we play on until the next stoppage. That's Trey for Stonybrook trying to counter ruck, and he is penalized because he did not come from the gate. And we have an injured player, Stonybrook, for Murphy down. He got walloped, unfortunately. We hope he's okay. But Tufts is going to play on.
Yeah, he's moving around now. I think he got his bell rung a little bit there.
And as the play is away from the injury, referee penalizes Tufts for obstruction, and Stonybrook has the penalty if they want to continue to play on.
Back on his feet, number 10. That's Steve Murphy.
Stephen Murphy.
The senior trotting to the sidelines. that might be the end of his day. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the end of the day. From what I understand, there's no head assessment.
No,
in
not
college.
at this, not
right.
at this level. So
right.
now Stonybrook down 2 starters in the first half, having to dig deep into their bench. But when you're, as you know, when your number's called, you take full advantage of it.
Well, you mentioned the bench. I was talking to Tom Clark, the coach of Tufts, and I'm getting his. We call them finishers. We don't call them subs. We call them finishers. His finishers. There's nobody in the front row. So I said, Coach, are you putting a jersey on, or he goes, well, I might have to.
Well, Trent Turner, Andrew Kim, and Sam Weaver are have a tall task ahead of them, having to go 80 minutes in the front row. And here's Stonybrook with their line out from the penalty advantage. They're going to play on, and they're going to maul off the line out, and Sahamura is going to spin it to his 10, Murphy, but it doesn't find his hand. And referee Akira Du says that is the end of the first half. And referee Akira Du and fly half Stephen Murphy are having a conversation.
Probably something along the lines of, I thought you were out of this match, like the guys in the booth thought you were out of this match, Stephen. And now you're having a conversation with me in the booth.
And you've got the 8-man for Stonybrook, Stephen Kopcho, accompanying that conversation. And the tale of this match for the first half is all Tufts, and it's also, as you said, big plays from individual efforts by the try scorer was Lou Filioli for Tufts, and then it was the big man, number 1, Trent Turner, who had another big barreling run down the first half. And so here we are at halftime, and we are going to take a short break here. This is brought to you by Next Level Rugby. For Matt McCarthy, I'm Austin Ryan. We will be back in a minute.
ABCD.
And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for the second half of Game 2 of the 2018 Liberty Conference Challenge. This is Austin Ryan here with Matt McCarthy, and it is halftime here. Tufts leading Stony Brook 19-0. And Matt, your reflection on the first half so far?
Stony Brook was up against it. Specifically, the pack for Tufts was running downhill the entire first half. You had a couple of big plays. They're testing the defensive wherewithal, if you will, of the Seawolves. That is the Jumbos. The Jumbos are the Tufts Jumbos, like the elephant. And you got the Seawolves in red from Stony Brook.
And if you're Stony Brook, how do you get back into this game?
Well, you can't afford another yellow card. You can't afford any more injuries. That's going to test your depth. They've lost 2 starters, as you've mentioned, in the first half. And take it away, my friend.
And here we go. So the second half kick dropped backwards by Tufts number 8, Brian Barrett. But possession maintained. And here is our Chocolate Thunder, Sam Weaver, barreling forward to get into a host of Stony Brook defenders. And here is Trent Turner, the star try scorer for Tufts. And here is a reverse field. It looks like that is Dan McMahon, the fly half for Tufts, but he is met hard by Stony Brook's 8-man Stephen Kopcho.
McMahon has to north-south instead of east-west, but he's had a couple of big breaks, so that's probably why he was doing that.
And it looks like Stony Brook has forced the turnover here. That is the big number 23, Jose Rodriguez. And now Stony Brook, Sahamahura is going to go on the front foot. He looks to his fly half Murphy, who gets it out to Trey, the outside center, meters away from the try line. Tufts scrambling desperately to defend its end.
It looks like they held him up. Wow. Great defensive play by Tufts, if that's the case.
Referee Akira Du signals that the try is held up, and it will be a scrum to Stony Brook. And Matt, ideal start for Stony Brook here.
Yeah, come out firing, come out and show them that they have a match to play here, that they're not going to go down. And that's a Jerry Miro squad. You know, he's a guy that never quit on the pitch himself.
Now, what do you do here if you're Stony Brook? Do you keep it in the forwards, or do you try and go wide?
You have to maintain possession. They haven't really defined themselves yet with the ball because they haven't had it much.
And unfortunately, they've lost it away here in the scrum as Tufts is able to force the turnover and regain possession just meters away from its own try line. And scrum half Ung for Tufts flings it back. That is the number 12. That is Jimmy Carney, who alleviates pressure. He's been doing most of the kicking in open play all day, but Stony Brook on the counterattack. Beautiful hands by 14, Jason Buckledge, who offloads to Peter Duffy. Tufts questioning the ruck. Sahamura, scrum half for Stony Brook, demanding the ball. Tufts trying to deny it, and still pressuring. That's Trent Turner with the counter, and referee Akira Du has the arm out. And Trent Turner on the counter ruck there just lost it forward in contact, so it will be a Stony Brook scrum here.
Yeah, some nice play that you don't see in the scorebooks by Jared Hudson, the number 7 for Stony Brook, keeping that alive. With a little bit of the dark arts down there in the bottom of the pile.
And what do you see from Tufts as they come out of the gate up 3 tries? What's their halftime message to come out? How do they have to come out here this second half?
Well, Stony Brook came out firing and was about to score a try, and they held him up. You know, that's a big statement right there.
A little bit of a wake-up call there. And now Stony Brook. Referee Akira Du instructing front rower Andrew Kim, nicknamed Pickles, to fix his engagement. So we'll have it again. Scrum half Saharumna for Stony Brook. Able to get the ball away, but Tufts just forcing the issue too much. So they were offsides, and they will be marched back 10 by referee Akira Du. Halfback for Tufts, Nate Ung, just offsides. And here's Murphy, who will look to gain some territory for Stony Brook to have a line out. And that is a beautifully placed kick by Stonybrook. And the lineout will come back 5 meters away from Tufts' try line here. And that is number 18. That is Jack Oon. Here's Stonybrook now, establishing the maul. Ball works its way to the back, and that's Andrew Omaha. Tufts desperately defending its line. Stonybrook working just as desperately to get across for its first score of the day. Referee Akira Du has the arm out for advantage to Stonybrook.
Stonybrook definitely going to get the penalty here. Are they going to? They got to settle things down. Okay, going
And
into the
there
try.
and the ball is taken quickly there by Andrew Amoa, and that is a try for Stonybrook. And Matt, like we said earlier, as about as great of a start as you could want if you're Stonybrook coming into the half.
Yeah, and for Stonybrook, Amoa, and I think that's the pronunciation of his name, coming in off the bench, instant energy. We saw that at the end of the first half, carrying that energy over. He's all over the ball. He's alert. He knows what's going on. I'm saying settle things down. That's why I'm up in the booth. He took the quick tap and poked it right in.
And just like that, with loads of time left, only 5 minutes gone into the second half, we have Sean Davis, nicknamed Carrot Top, kicking a goal for the conversion, just goes to the right, and the score will stay Tufts 19, Stonybrook 5. Again, just as we are over 5 minutes into the second half, the tail of the tape thus far, Tufts dominating the first half, and Stonybrook coming out of the locker room really firing, ready and excited to continue to play rugby. And referee Akira Du and our group, our outstanding team is miking up referee Akira Du, and hopefully we'll be able to hear his calls on the field and get more insight as to what's going on down there.
What, you don't think we have the inside up here? Come on.
Nothing like being right in the thick of it, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here is Jimmy Carney for Tufts, the inside center, kicking off, fielded by the big back rower, Jared Hudson for Stonybrook. Saharumna to his big number 23, Jose Rodriguez, sporting the red scrum cap. Stonybrook building some phase play here. Tufts trying to defend. And here's Murphy. And this is DeGennaro. Murphy to Trey, to the outside. Ball kicked across the field by Sean Davis, the Carrot Top. And ball is giving chase is Jason Buckledge.
Whoa.
Oh, but here is the big fullback,
Whoa.
Thomas Coons, nicknamed Coons, sidestepping, gaining some great territory. Referee Akira Du has advantage out. Stonybrook diving over the top of the ruck out of desperation, and Tufts is awarded the penalty. Excellent counterattack by number 15, Thomas Coons of Tufts.
Great run there. Like a freight train down that far sideline.
And now out the inside center, Jimmy Carney kicks to touch. Tufts will gain some territory, and now as they work deeper into Stonybrook's end, they will attack off of the line out.
Do you know why they call it kicks into touch?
I don't, man.
All right. Well, we'll get to that when we have a break.
Excellent. Tufts going in opting with a 4-man line out.
With Pickles throwing in. Right?
Yep. And then here's Barrett, fakes the jump, and here's the dynamic Trent Turner. Offloads to Ung. And here comes Brian Savage to the middle of the field. Murphy for Stonybrook over the top of the ball and is awarded the penalty.
Okay.
Beautiful poach. And here is
his Amoa.
Amoa. We're gonna work on that one all day.
Let's call him Drew.
Let's go. That's what we're gonna call him.
We're on a first name basis with him because he's been all over the pitch, adding that energy that was lacking a bit for Stonybrook in the first half. Gotta like him, number 16.
Unfortunately, he was isolated, and Tufts counter runs into, but then Tufts is not able to find touch, and now here comes Stony Brook. Carrot Top kicks downfield to the freight train, Thomas Coons, who has an opportunity to attack here. And he is met by Carrot Top. That is Sean Davis, who follows his kick nicely. To Chocolate Thunder, Sam Weaver.
Did well to hold on to that ball, Austin.
And now is directing his troops. Turner, miscommunication here, and now Tufts has to scramble back for the ball. Stonybrook trying to press its advantage, but here is a very shifty center, Jimmy Carney, who is cutting away to gain some territory for Tufts. Ung's going to go to the short side here. The freight train, fullback Coons, testing the short side of Stony Brook's defense. Turner picks off the base, and now Tufts has the advantage.
Okay, playing the knock. Oh, yeah.
So the ball was lost forward. You can hear the excitement and the energy from the far side of the field. This game, both teams badly want this game.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see what was said in the shed during the halftime, because Stony Brook has come out with a renewed energy, and I like the impact that number 23, Jose Rodriguez, has been offering. He's a big fella, red scrum cap. Even when he's got no shot at getting a back, he's chasing him full tilt.
Work rate through the roof for sure for Jose. And now Tufts will have a scrum as Stony Brook knocked the ball on in the contact area. Halfback to put in. He finds McMahon.
Oh, not the kick he wanted.
McMahon kicks not where he wanted to go, and Stony Brook has an excellent attacking opportunity in the middle of the field. Saharumna trying to get the ball out. Oh, and Stony Brook isolated, but still able to recycle, and Saharumna puts it over the top, and giving chase is number 19, Peter Duffy. And there's the freight train Coons, able to gain some ground back.
I don't agree with that play selection, for the record. They'll get the ball back, but you're pressing into their zone. You don't need that kick right there. Hands to those guys. You still have the overload. Use it with hands.
Especially when you're up 2 scores and you've been dominating the front foot ball all day. And now, so Sam Weaver unable to handle Ung's pass, and now we've got a scrum to Stony Brook inside Tufts territory, just behind the 22-meter line.
I was referring to the Stony Brook play selection earlier with the kick.
Referee Akira Du not liking what he's seeing in the scrum, so he's going to look at it, get a different angle of it.
Again, it's a great day here at Fairfield University, Rafferty Stadium, Next Level Rugby.
Tufts pressing the issue. Here's Murphy coming around his center. Big pass. Oh, Duffy unable to handle the pass. Beautiful idea there. Good play drawn up. Unfortunately, nobody straightened off their outside foot there, and the pass was not able to find hand there.
Yeah, Duffy's got to corral that one. That was not a tough pass to hold on to. Probably looking downfield before he had the ball. That's always a mistake of youth. You know, make sure you have the ball before you're going to go forward. You can't do anything without it. I know you say it over and over again, but they learn these things as they go along.
Tufts is going to split its back line. McMahon, fly half closer to us, and then on the far side, Jimmy Carney. Scrum is unstable, and we'll have it again. Well, the sun is certainly coming out now, and the temperature's warming up a bit, but that hasn't affected any of our players, so any of our teams today so far, Matt.
I don't think the sun or the heat will be a factor today after the early low temps that we had and the week of weather that we had. This is the best you could hope for, and it's really nice out here. It's great for rugby.
And Tufts is early on its engagement in the scrum, which means a free kick awarded to Stony Brook. And Murphy, Stephen Murphy for Stony Brook, nicknamed Murph, the senior fly half, is going to elect to kick into the corner, and that is a beauty.
Great kick there. Under, with putting now they're putting Tufts under the gun, but oops,
unfortunately
offside.
not a beauty. It goes into the dead zone,
Ah,
and it will come back to a scrum.
Lines are deceiving here.
Tufts. It's hard to tell with the frost covering the try line and being on the far side of the field. So Tufts elects to have a line out from where the ball was kicked directly into the dead ball area. So Tufts will attack from a line out just outside its own 22-meter line. Big throw to Trent Turner over the back. Ong to his flanker, McAdams.
Stony Brook needs a positive reaction to that play. That could be a downer for them, but they're fighting back up.
And Stony Brook unable to stay on its feet. That is the 8-man Stephen Kopcho, who is penalized by referee Akira Du for not rolling away. What are your thoughts on the tackle and ruck contest in this game so far, Matt? It seems to be a lot. They seem to be doing a lot of commitment to the breakdown.
Yeah, I think specifically you're seeing the upper hand in that department on the part of the light blue jumbo. The jumbos. Tufts' forwards have been winning most of the battles so far, but you're dealing with some replacements in the Stony Brook tight five who have added energy. So it's not as disparate as one might think, according to the scoreboard.
Beautiful line out in by Pickles to the dynamic front rower Trent Turner, and Tufts is on the front foot again. Here's Ung to his 8-man Barrett. Ung gonna continue to the left side, and here's Barrett. No, excuse me, that's McMahon. The McMahon is the fly half. Barrett is the 8-man.
Oh, there's a knock on.
And Sam Weaver, unfortunately, not able to handle the ball. So it'll be a scrum to Stony Brook, and that's Stony Brook can exhale there a little bit because Tufts was on the front foot.
Yeah. Weaver just had, he's been carrying the ball. He's been getting great yards. He's been going forward the entire game. Probably looking to get some more there. He dropped the ball.
We have a substitution at flanker for Stony Brook. This is looks to me number 17, whose name we do not have for Stony Brook. He comes into the game looking to provide some impact to that forward pack.
Little timing difference.
Kopcho and Saharumna were not on the same page there to pick on the weak side there, but they still have the ball. And here's your boy, Jose Rodriguez, trying to go forward, and he's met by Turner and Pickles.
Sounds like a new movie.
Yeah.
Turner and Pickles.
Here's Drew. Somnura under pressure, but able to get the ball away to Murphy. Here's Trey.
Oh.
Pass just does not find hand to Davis. Unfortunate as the space was on and the break was on there for Stony Brook.
Well done by the scrum half to get it out. Well done to get the ball out. Just not long enough are the arms of Carrot Top to corral that pass. But Stony Brook showing some good signs here. Tufts is answering every call, though.
Nate Ung for Tufts, the scrum half, set to put the ball into his pack. Stony Brook pressuring the Tufts pack. And referee Akira Du not happy with the result of that. So we'll have it again.
Little game of catch going on. I don't know if you caught that. That was the fly half. McMahon throwing it to the fly half Murphy, who then threw it to the scrum half.
Just keeping the skills sharp and warm on this beautiful but brisk winter day winter morning on Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University. Game 2 of our Liberty Challenge here. Division 1A USA Collegiate Rugby. Tufts on the attacking scrum. Ball squirts out the back, but Ung jumps right on it, but he is met by Sahamnura. And Stonybrook is looking to pressure the Tufts attack. And here comes barreling in is number 16, Drew Amoa, but he was coming in from an offside position, says referee Akira Du. Comes in from the side, and Tufts is awarded the penalty.
Yeah, they earned it. And you know, their work rate hasn't gone down. And we talked about the Seawolves work rate going up, but Tufts hasn't gone down. So that's a credit to them as well.
Seems to be that all the scoring by Tufts just unable to make that one last pass to get across the try line this half, where in the first half it was full steam ahead. Pickles to Barrett, who Pickles peels around. Beautiful line out play here by Tufts, putting Stonybrook on the back foot, and excellent idea to go back to the short side. This is Filioli. Ung comes back left. This is McAdams. Here's McMahon. Met by his opposite, Murphy. Ung brought down hard by Amon.
There's a nice hard run by number 6.
This is Savage.
Yeah.
Savage loses the ball forward in the contact. That is, so Matt, we've got number 16 for Stonybrook, Andrew Amoa, and we're going to keep saying his name wrong. Hopefully we'll get it right at some point. But Andrew Amoa there was in 3 tackles almost sequentially there.
Yeah, Drew's, again, he's one of these players that you just notice. And it's great. It's a great problem for Jerry Mira to have, getting him to come into the lineup off the bench. But he has been an inspiration, if you will, for Stonybrook.
Now, if Stonybrook can just hold on to the ball, as they've been playing defense for the majority of this game as well as this half, the game has been played in their end. Stonybrook needs to get out of their end, get on the front foot, and put pressure on Tufts and get across the try line before this game ends. And here's Sahamnura, the halfback for Stonybrook, ready to put in the ball. Stonybrook on the attacking scrum. And this is Davis with a booming kick downfield that bounces away from Coons. Coons the freight train. Davis chases, but his tackle's busted. And Coons is met by Trey and Duffy.
And Coons is feeling the effects of that group tackle. And that's what you need to do with a guy like that. You need more than one shirt on him. They had 3 there. Coons is still on his back. Might be that he's winded.
He has every reason to be. He has gained a lot of ground today with the ball. And Stonybrook keeps kicking to him, and he keeps running it back.
Yeah, I think he might have just gotten the wind knocked out of him. He's up. He's talking. And now he's looking at a lower leg.
Tufts still leads 19-5, and fullback Thomas Coons, nicknamed Coon, man who was just shaken up there, is a big reason why. Been putting Tufts in excellent field position with his great counterattacking runs. And then scrum half Nate Ung leading his team around the field, and big runs from guys like Trent Turner, number 1, and Lou Filioli, number 5, are the reason Tufts leads by 2 tries.
And Coons has remained in the match, and that's a big thing because he also kicks for points, which this could end up being a tight match.
And here's Ung under pressure, breaks out of 1 tackle, brought down by Amoa. Here's Pickles off the base, outlets to his number 8, Barrett, brought down by Danny DeGennaro, the junior center. And here's Chocolate Thunder, offloads beautifully to his teammate McAdams, who gains some ground and crosses the midfield. Ung over the top, beautiful ball, just just not able to be brought to hand. But Coons is there to pick it right up. Brought down by Dre. Duffy on the far side. Sorry, that was Eli Connors on the tackle on the far side there. And Tufts continues to press its advantage. This is McMahon to Turner behind. This is Carney, supported by his teammate Griffin Anderson. McMahon, stutter step, spin move. He's been doing that a lot today. Ung. The big lock, Lou Filioli. Tries to offload in contact, and the ball does not find the hand, but referee Akira Du was playing advantage for Stonybrook's offsides, and Tufts will have the penalty right almost at the halfway line. And Matt, the story of the day for Stonybrook's got to be the penalty count.
The penalty count's high. I'm surprised the score doesn't reflect a bigger differential because of that. One thing I would say, though, McMahon, the fly half for Tufts, tends to catch the ball and then decide what he's going to do. A fly half should really have a preconceived notion of what he's going to do with the ball before he gets it. He's stepping side to side. He's doing the spinorama. That allows the defense to come up.
And you as a coach, would you rather have a fly half who attacks or distributes?
Oh, I like him as a fly half. I think he should just make his decision. I'm gonna go with the ball, or I'm gonna pass it, or I'm gonna kick it.
Here's Trey, who is pressured by Griffin Anderson. And now Tufts is penalized for being offsides. Trey wants to go quickly, but he is advised otherwise by his teammate, senior fly half Stephen Murphy. With 15 minutes to go here at Rafferty Stadium for Game 2 of the 2018 Liberty Challenge. This is Division 1A USA Collegiate Rugby. It is Stonybrook trailing Tufts 5-9. And it'll be a line out to Stonybrook right in front of us here.
We haven't had many of those today for some reason, right?
Not at all.
In both games.
Referee Akira Du asking Stonybrook who's in and who's out in the line out, so Tufts can match numbers. Number 18, Jack Uhl, throws in. Tufts steals the ball, and here coming in off his wing is number 14, Alex Sato.
Yeah, Sato did well to collect that. It was a tougher play than it looked like. He fielded it on the ground, ran right into contact.
And that's Ung to Weaver. And here's McMahon. Gives right away to Coons, who comes in off the back. Ung bringing it back to the left side. This is Barrett asking questions of Stonybrook. He is supported well by his teammate, Bernstein, nicknamed Bernie. Weaver getting loads of carries today.
And those wear on the defense. Taking contact from him over and over again, that's got to wear you down.
Carney tries to offload to McMahon, is not able to find the hand, and Stonybrook's pressure forces the knock on. And Stonybrook here now with just over 13 minutes to go. Matt, they've got to do something with this attacking scrum opportunity.
Yeah, Father Time is beckoning right now. They've got to get some points. The defense from Tufts is bent but not broken. You need something from the Seawolves right now.
Stonybrook putting all of its backline attackers to the near side. Saham Nura ready to put it in.
What is a Seawolf? Because we've got them in Seattle in the Major League Rugby setup as well.
You know,
both coasts.
I went into education in English. I'm not a biologist, that is for sure.
It's like a science fiction movie. Arr.
Big pop from Tufts to defend the scrum. Stonybrook. And here goes the big man, Kopcha, who outlets to his weak side wing. That is Eli Connors, who is brought down. And Tufts wins the penalty as Stonybrook's support came in illegally, says referee Akira Du.
We might be able to take this opportunity if he kicks into touch. Why we call it touch?
I am dying to know.
All right, so
this.
when the game started in 1823, when the ball went out of bounds, the first person to get to it was rewarded. So people were killing each other off the field. So they were like, okay, no. So if you were the last one to touch it, it went to the other team. So they called it the touch line.
And I've been around. I've been playing, coaching, refereeing rugby for almost 16 years, and I never knew that. So you learn something new every day. Thanks for that, Matt.
You're welcome.
And here we are, Tufts with its line out. And Stonybrook, what an excellent individual effort by the junior center, Danny DeGennaro, to force the turnover, willing his teammates into this game. Here we go quickly for Stonybrook. And the number 11, Eli Connors, the freshman wing for Stonybrook, forced out of bounds by a host of Tufts defenders.
Or forced into touch.
Oh, forced into
now,
touch.
true or false? Pitchfork-wielding farmers would line the touch line and touch you with their pitchforks if you did go off the pitch into touch with the ball.
Well, I'm going to take a stab and say that's true.
I'm going to leave you. We're going to wait till the next game to give you the answer, folks.
Oh, that's great. We're having fun up here with Next Level Rugby. It's a beautiful day. Excellent game of rugby between Stonybrook and Tufts as we approach the 10-minute mark here. Stonybrook refuses to go quietly into this brisk fall morning here at Fairfield University. Here's Saham Nura, and coming in off the line is Danny DeGennaro, really picking up his work rate. Murphy throws it behind, pass bounces into Trey, and here Trey's got an opportunity to make a break. Steps inside, steps another inside. Coons to beat, and Trey stepping off his right foot, sliding in the snow like a kid out in the backyard. And here we are, folks. Stonybrook, after tireless efforts to break the Tufts defense, finally does that with an outstanding effort by 13 Thomas Tafiti, nicknamed Trey, the senior outside center from Stonybrook. And Matt, how does this inspire Stonybrook with less than 10 minutes to go?
Well, we got ourselves a match here all of a sudden, right? And who would have thunk? Right? Who would have thunk?
With how dominant Tufts was in the first half and their unyielding defense here in the second, Stonybrook finally able to take advantage of it. And here we are now. It is 19-12 with the conversion good from Stonybrook.
Yeah. The scoreboard is catching up. And again, folks, it's not Fairfield versus St. John's. It is Tufts in the light blue and Stonybrook in the red.
And here is Jimmy Carney kicking to Stonybrook, and here's Davis. He's going to straighten an attack. Pickles, met by Pickles.
The Carrot Top and Pickles colliding only in rugby.
That sounds like an appetizer ready to happen. Saham Nura. This is number 20, Salama for Stonybrook.
You got some phases going on.
Here's Murphy. That is the winger, Jason Buckledge. J-Bach, the sophomore wing. Saham Nura to Kopcho. Here's big boy Jose Rodriguez meets Chocolate Thunder. That's a battle we've been waiting to see all day.
Yeah.
Big contest between the boys. Murphy to Trey, the try scorer. Steps inside again. Fends one guy off.
Ooh.
Trey is stepping. He is really bringing forth the effort for Stonybrook, willing them back into this game. And this is Murphy, brought down by Weaver. Weaver releases and goes back for the contest. Here is Salama throwing number 22 out of his way. That is Mike Asiero throwing him out of his way. Big gain for Stonybrook. Saham Nura offloads, ball goes backwards. Number 21, that is Tyler Hickman, nicknamed TJ, who fields it for Stonybrook. And Murphy is going to challenge Coons. Coons is up to the challenge, and they had the advantage, so referee Akira Du is going to go back to it for the penalty. Matt, help us appreciate the feeling of the momentum for Stony Brook. What are they doing now that they didn't do earlier in this game that's giving them the success?
I think they've found their confidence. I think they've found their stride. We talked about earlier, they haven't defined themselves in this match. They're defining themselves right now. They're able to carry the ball. They're able to gain some yards or some meters. The important thing here is for them to hold on to the ball, keep the patient attack going, phase after phase. They are making a difference with their carries. Keep to it. Don't try to do anything too fancy.
And an excellent opportunity here with a line out deep into Tufts territory. They're going to go with a full man line out. Saham Nura willing his teammates, clapping emphatically to get Stony Brook back into this game as they are one score away from tying this up. Stony Brook, line out does not find the hand, but it's fielded by Jose Rodriguez, and referee Akira Du says we play on. The maul is, and Tufts commits the penalty as they came from the side of that maul. So here's Stony Brook.
Luck is where hard work meets opportunity. That seems to be going in the favor of Stony Brook right now. They got lucky on that line out.
A clear momentum shift, absolutely, and a fortuitous bounce. And Saham Nura shouting commands to his teammates. Jose Rodriguez puts his hand up, says, I want the ball.
No consideration for posts.
No, none. They have tries on their mind. And here's Murphy trying to break a very fast-paced defense of Tufts.
I like the decision there by the scrum half to keep the ball.
And here's Stony Brook's forward scrambling to reset the ball. That's number 17. Fortunately, we don't have a name for him, but he bears away. Oh, but what an amazing turnover by the outside center for Tufts, Griffin Anderson.
Salama is not happy with that one.
This has just become a punch and counter punch game now as we get into under 5 minutes remaining. Of course, referee Akira Du has the official time. The scoreboard is as close as we can have it. And Matt, what are we going to see here in these final minutes here?
Well, we've seen Stony Brook come alive. We've seen some doubt come across the faces of Tufts a little bit. You know, not a lot. They're still up by 7 points, right? They're up by a converted try. And that's the key here. Kicking has not been easy today.
Pickles patiently waits to Turner. And this is Mick Adams, who is barreling ahead.
Love that run.
And Mike Asiero is now in at scrum half for Nate Ung for Tufts. McMahon wants to shift directions here, steps inside, and the advantage is being played for offsides by Stony Brook. So McMahon is trying to will Tufts back into this. And this is Pickles stepping. And now here is number 14 down the sideline, Sato, brought down by Amoa. Pickles picks and go. Salama brings him down. Here's the poacher, number 13, Griffin Anderson, to his buddy Barrett. Barrels ahead. And Stony Brook, so the advantage was over by the territory game.
Head up. Head upstairs.
With 3.5 minutes to go.
Here
we go. Yeah. Hold on to your hats. We're in the ninth.
So what an exciting game of a long and outstanding afternoon we have of rugby here at Rafferty Stadium.
Give it to the next ref.
Liberty Conference
right now it's muted when you give it to him. Just make sure
air.
They get
you got
switched.
The sun shining. It's November. You've got rugby matches that mean something. Not that the other ones didn't mean anything up until this point, but these kids are hungry for this.
They get the opportunity to play. Beautiful facility, and now the crowd is really starting to file in here.
I don't know if it's worth it for this game, but for the next game, for the next ref.
Each game, as we go further and further into the day, the capacity, the crowd is getting further and further at capacity. Back to that line out. The ball is not thrown in straight by Stony Brook, so Tufts selects to throw a line out.
You know, they might have gotten away with it if one of the guys, the first jumper, had gotten it. Instead, it was sailed long to our man Drew, and it was obvious that it was not straight.
Sato to McAdams. McAdams to Weaver.
The fridge.
Weaver met emphatically by number 12, Danny DeGennaro, the junior center. And here's McMahon. Steps around Salama. Brought down by Duffy.
McMahon is going forward now. North south now.
Here's Pickles. Slow it down. The big number 4, Jake Bernstein, Tufts. Sato really pressing the issue here in the tempo. McAdams handles the ball again. He's met by 2. Here's Barrett. Salama. Catches him down. This is Turner to Pickles. He is supported by Anderson. Sato to Turner. Tries to step. Pump up.
What Tufts needs to do.
Stonybrook comes through. Referee Akira says the puck was out and the ball was out. So now Stonybrook on the front foot here. And here's Trey. Can't feel the ball and it goes forward.
So the words were coming out of my mouth. This is what Tufts needs to do. Just keep banging the ball forward. Then there's the turnover as soon as I'm about to say it, right?
Less than a minute to go, and it has really been a doozy here with Tufts leading Stonybrook 19-12. It is a tough scrum, just over halfway.
I hate to do this to you, but we're going to have to pick a man of the match.
Oh boy, there's a lot.
There's been a lot. Yeah, there are.
There's a lot to choose from.
All right, give me a back and a forward.
Oh boy,
for both teams.
Well, for Tufts, it's got to be Trent Turner, number 1, with a beautiful try. And then the back has got to be Coons, our fullback. And then, how about, what are your thoughts?
I got Chocolate Thunder.
Chocolate Thunder?
I got Chocolate Thunder, and I got the Freight Train Coons.
Oh, and just as the final horn sounds, and Carey tries to run it out of bounds, Stonybrook is awarded the penalty because Tufts entered the ruck from the side. So this game is at full time. The next stoppage, the next whistle, this game will be over. And Stonybrook is going to tap, and we're going to play on, and we're going to get some extra time rugby here, Matt.
If I'm
and
not
here's Salama, and now we have an advantage for a high tackle on Salama.
Was that a free kick or a penalty?
That was a penalty.
Then why not kick it into touch?
And here's Salama, going to go quick. Excuse me, Sahamurna going quickly.
Why not kick that to touch?
Yeah,
you afraid of losing the line out?
That must be lack of confidence in the set piece. Must not want to risk
the match cannot end on a penalty kicked into touch. You still have the line out.
So here's Murphy, who's going to take it himself. Sahamura, he's going to keep it himself. He sees a gap. No. He's going to take a shot. And he is brought down by Coons. What an amazing tackle. Here's Davis in support, running sideways, now straightens. He is met by 4 Tufts defenders who are trying to hold him up.
And he is held up so far.
The maul is formed. Stonybrook needs to get the ball out of the maul. Otherwise, this ball is going to be awarded to Tufts, and the game is going to end. And referee Akira Du does blow the whistle. Tufts holds on for the win. What a heartbreaker for Stonybrook as they gave everything they had in those final moments to get back into this game. Hats off to them. What an outstanding second match.
So the presence of mind there on both sides. But Tufts, they bent, but they did not break.
And it is an untenable responsibility of ours to award men of the match for this fantastic game. So we agree on Chocolate Thunder. That is Sam Weaver for Tufts for the forward. And then for the back, number 15, the try scorer, Thomas Coons, the fullback for Tufts. And then for Stonybrook, number 16, Andrew Moa. We said his name time and time again, coming in off the bench, making an immediate impact. And I would say for the back for Stonybrook would have to be the halfback, Tito Sahamurna.
I agree with you. good choices across the board.
And what an outstanding second game to this 2018 Liberty Challenge here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University. As you see, both teams shaking hands, showing their class of their respective programs, and it's been well earned. Respect was well earned by both teams today.
Yeah, Tom Clark and Mike Baza over at Tufts, and Jerry Miro of Stonybrook. All good coaches, all good eggs, and good players in their own right in their day.
And this is something that you will see throughout the afternoon here. Is both teams will line up for a brief trophy presentation and tip their caps to the fans who came out here and are braving the cold to salute them for their support and clap them off for the class of rugby that they showed today.
Absolutely.
TC.
This is the great thing about rugby, that the American audience will embrace. Teams just slugged it out on the pitch. Here they are, arm in arm for a little ceremony, at least a little presentation.
Okay. Hey guys, that was outstanding rugby. That really was. It was a great game. Good to see you guys push all the way to the end, Stonybrook. Unlucky. But the bowl goes to Tufts. Tufts, captain, take your trophy. We have t-shirts here. Glad, come here. Come get these t-shirts and hand them out. We're not going to do everything for you, right? Come on. There's only 3 extra larges. Make sure that guy gets one.
More excited than a free t-shirt.
All right, there's only 3 XLs. A lot of meetings.
One less thing you can that's in the laundry bag, right?
We have a man of the match hardware.
A clean shirt.
All right. Congratulations on your win.
And then you turn it inside out after the first week of wearing it, right? Here's Tom Clark. Well-deserved applause.
Get your photo op in.
Job well done. And he said, he went into this match. He had nobody on his depth chart in the front row.
And that front row composed of Trent Turner,
Chocolate Thunder.
Pickles and Chocolate Thunder really gave it their all today.
Yeah.
And so that concludes game 2 of the 2018 Liberty Challenge here at Rafferty Stadium. Folks, don't go anywhere. Up next is game 3 of our afternoon featuring Albany and UConn. For Matt McCarthy, I am Austin Ryan, and this is a Next Level Rugby production. We will be right back to Fairfield University and Rafferty Stadium. Jack, Connolly, what were you saying? He was watching the stream. For who? Connor Sensick? Okay. Hey, Jake. All right, Mike.
We don't have rosters, do we?
No, we do not.
It's Fairfield versus St. John's. We know that.
Yeah, right. Hey, Sean! Sean!
Actually, let's try this right now.
Folks, game 3 of our 2018 Liberty Challenge is a doozy featuring UConn and Albany. I'm Austin Ryan. I'm joined here by Matt McCarthy. Matt, game 3, rugby equality is only getting better each day. What are you expecting from this match today?
Well, I'll tell you what we're not worried about is weather, right? We've said it before in the first 2 matches. You have perfect conditions for rugby. There's not a drop of precipitation on the field. You got a little bit left in the try zone, but if you're in the try zone and you're dealing with it, then you're okay.
Yeah. And the man in the middle today doing his second game of the day will be referee Mark Stepsis. And Matt, UConn is playing with a little extra passion today as they have an alumnus who was just recently diagnosed with lymphoma. And today, after the game, the college and the team and their alumni are going to get together around town and do a fundraiser to support his medical efforts.
Yeah,
he's a big player, a Hartford Wanderer. And if you guys want to help Kyle Powell out, we have a GoFundMe link right underneath the description of the match that's here. Go to the GoFundMe, help Kyle out. He's a great teammate at University of Hartford, great teammate at UConn, and he's struggling with something really hard. So again, we're dedicating this stream in his honor for Kyle. Go help him. Hit up the GoFundMe. The link is right there in the bottom of the description here on the stream.
Thank you for that, Ryan. And obviously, our thoughts and prayers go out to Kyle and his family and loved ones as they all band together through this very difficult time. So when we come back, we'll have game 3 of the 2018 Liberty Challenge featuring UConn and Albany. And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for the 3rd game of the 2018 Liberty Challenge featuring UConn and Albany. I am Austin Ryan. I have the pleasure of being joined today by Matt McCarthy. And Matt, right off the gate from the kickoff, Albany getting in UConn's face, taking away their space.
Yeah, the Great Danes have come out to win something here today, haven't they?
And just as we're saying that, UConn makes a big break down the far sideline, but really chased down in pursuit is coming across his wing is the Albany defender who forces the UConn speedster into touch, and it will be a line out to Albany as play resets. Our referee today, the man in the middle, is referee Mark Stepsis. UConn wearing blue and white stripes, Albany wearing purple and white across the chest. Albany chooses to go short, and referee Mark Stepsis says it was ball. The ball went backwards, so we play on. Albany fly half kicks to clear. Ball does not find touch and bounces favorably to the UConn player, who puts it high in the air, deep into the Albany try-zone. Big bounce sideways and into touch, and it'll be Albany's ball right where it started, 5 meters out from the try line. Well, I think as we began the broadcast earlier, UConn is playing for a lot more than just rugby. They're playing for their alumnus and teammate Kyle, which always adds a little extra grit. But Albany has come out here proving that they want to go toe-to-toe with UConn's physicality. And we will have our first scrum of the day as Albany, as they were trying to alleviate pressure and get out of their own end, knocked it forward, and it will be a scrum to UConn attacking 5 meters from Albany's try line.
Little conference going on with the referee.
Referee Mark Stepsis setting the standard of the scrum right off the bat, so both teams have no choice but to honor it. And here is Shane Palmer, the scrum half, the 19-year-old scrum half for UConn, putting it in, and Albany's pack driving back, and they have been awarded the free kick for, as UConn's bind or push in the scrum was illegal, says referee Mark Stepsis. And that was a free kick that was awarded to Albany, so the kick into touch will go to UConn for their line out.
Big boys up there, up front.
And here's UConn right back on the attack off the line out. That was number 12, Derek Liddy, brought down hard by an Albany defender. UConn picking off the base, attacking with their forwards. Shane Palmer gives to Matt Dennis.
Oh,
makes
big
a
run.
breakthrough, but then finally brought down. UConn now on the front foot. Palmer's going to go to the weak side. Ball does not find the hands of Nashawn Rhodes, who was a speedster from earlier. Ball did not go to his hand. Ball went into touch, and then Albany tried to go quickly, but because the ball did not travel 5 meters, Albany will have to do the line out again.
You know, we've had like one line out, 2 lineouts in 2 matches prior on this side of the field.
All of them to the far side, and they must want to stay in the sun, I guess.
I suppose.
Here's UConn with the turnover. This is Elijah Taishi making a break. Palmer to the 13, Ethan Berry. And here comes Palmer to Tatishi, questioning the defense of Albany. Palmer, beautiful offload in close quarters, but not found a hand. So scrum, referee Mark Stepsis awards the scrum to Albany for the knock-on by UConn. And Matt, UConn has come out here trying to play wide and establish the front football as much as they can.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the history of the 2 teams if they've matched up prior, but you know, one team has to test the other. You have to test the other team to find out what you can get away with. What are your strengths? Go to your strengths. If your strengths is going out wide, go out wide. But you're also sizing up the opposition when you get on the pitch. You're saying, all right, we think he might be able to beat him, and then you can make your strategy on the fly.
And here's Albany now on the attack. Albany scrum half reverses field. The hooker is brought down hard by the UConn defender. Albany flanker looking to offload and finds his buddy, the big front rower. And Palmer for UConn gets in there and forces the turnover, and he's going to take it himself. He's going to try and step around the Albany fullback, and he does. He's able to find somebody who's running into space, and that is a big man running a long way and dotting down a try right in front of the posts. And just like a kid in the backyard, goes, grabs some snow, takes a breather, and then he earned that refreshment there, Matt.
Oh, wow. Great try. Great run by the scrum half. Who's that? Shane Palmer. Yeah. And then the presence of mind to dish it off. Great. Watch him right here. Gets his man on the stride. The big fella, number 4. That's Wojciech Kaiser.
And Shane Palmer was the one who started that. Shane Palmer was the one who started that with forcing the turnover. Elijah Tatishi, the 19-year-old fly half for UConn, lining up the conversion kick. The left-footed fly half kicker puts the conversion through, and just like that,
with
UConn
emphasis,
is up 7-0.
He drilled that one. You gotta like that. We haven't seen a lot of that so far today.
With 8 minutes gone in the first half of Game 3 of the 2018 Liberty Collegiate Men's D1A Championships here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University, it is UConn 7, Albany 0.
Yeah, UConn's in the St. John's column on the scoreboard. Albany is in the Fairfield column on the scoreboard if you're confused at home.
Albany's kick does not travel 10 meters, so referee Mark Stepsis asks UConn their choice, and UConn has elected a scrum at the midfield mark where the ball was kicked from. Shane Palmer puts the ball in for the attacking scrum for UConn. Running sideways, makes the break, looking for help, tries to flip it back inside to his fullback, Kieran Clark, but he is met by an Albany defender. Adam Angelucci takes it himself off the base, and Palmer's now back at halfback, and he's going to kick over the top and attack some space here. Ball is rolling into the try zone, and it is put down by Albany, and it will come back for a 22 dropout to Albany.
I like the thought there. I like the kick. He had a wide open spot, just a little bit long on the roll, but that's an aggressive play and a sure-footed kicker right there. I like that.
Palmer is asserting himself very early on in this game. He's been doing it all. He's been poaching on defense. He's been making breaks. He's been offloading. And now he's showing that he can kick over the top. And that 22 dropout did not go as planned for Albany, and UConn scoops it up in excellent position. And they're going to get right on the front foot here with their forward pack as Palmer directs his traffic.
Some indecisiveness on the part of number 10 for Albany.
This is the big lock, Matt Dennis, going forward, and he is held up by the Albany inside center. Palmer, that is the inside center, Derek Liddy, who is barreling forward just inches from the try line. Albany scrambling to defend its end. Palmer to the big Matt Dennis.
Oh, we might have a tip tackle.
Thundering hit by Albany's defense. Dennis trying to get the ball back to his teammates, and referee Mark Stepsis.
Yeah, we might have a tip tackle and a card here.
Referee Mark Stepsis says that the try was held up, and it will be a scrum to UConn, and the UConn players are not happy with that call.
See, I'm thinking there was a shot at a tip tackle here, right there. No?
Well, it certainly was close. Nonetheless, it was an aggressive tackle and a stingy defense by Albany, and here we are at the scrum with Palmer putting it in 5 meters away from Albany's line. And referee Mark Stepsis awards the penalty to UConn as the Albany front row collapses the scrum, and UConn's going to take it quickly, and they're going to continue to force the issue here as the forwards keep it within themselves. Palmer asking for the advantage. And Palmer took the advantage because Albany was not back on the try line when he took it quickly. So we'll go back to the penalty, and Palmer will settle things down and organize UConn. Here's the big front rower, Kenneth Berkery, going forward. UConn, Albany unyielding in its goal line defense. Here is Tatishi. And now it's Ethan Berry. Palmer to the fullback, Clark. Ball mishandled, scooped up by UConn. Albany's halfback trying to go over the top, unable to do so. Palmer to the 8-man, McLean. Palmer sees a weak side gap, and he's going to take it, and he tries to break through, but he couldn't get past 2 defenders, and he loses the ball forward into contact, and Albany can exhale.
Great tackle on defense there. Tackling the ball carrier. Here it is right here. You can see it on the replay. And the tackle would have stopped the try, but tackling the guy and knocking the ball free. Great play.
Albany playing under pressure all game. Have to get out of their end here with this set piece. And that's exactly what they look to do. Big kick downfield, but it doesn't go out into touch. And but a favorable bounce for Albany, and it is scooped up by the 15, but it goes backwards, and UConn is going to pressure with line speed here. And basically, Albany went across the field and are back where they started. And here is the Albany scrum half who says, enough is enough. We're going to put it into touch, and we're going to regroup here.
Yeah, you can see the flags on the tops of the posts. There's a deceptive breeze. We're not feeling it up here, but there's a definite breeze going into the faces of Albany right now on the pitch. And it's probably keeping those kicks up.
We were getting another look just there at Shane Palmer's attempt to break down the short side, and no avail. And here's UConn's line out. Referee Mark Stepsis awards the free kick to Albany for closing the gap in the line out. So UConn will have to back up 10 meters, and Albany now has another opportunity to get out of their own end. 2 very costly mistakes by UConn walking away, but Albany's going to choose to go quickly here. UConn trying to force the turnover, unable to do so, says referee Mark Stepsis, as not releasing the tackler, the ball carrier, and Albany fly half pumps the ball downfield to gain some more territory. And now Albany really gets to exhale and has an opportunity to finally attack, Matt.
I'm noticing a couple of different things, but one thing I'm liking is the fact that the fly half for Albany had a couple of missed kicks earlier, but he's now seems to be finding his groove. And Albany seems to be finding some footing here, because it looked like they were going to get run out of the house right away.
Things have certainly settled down, And here in Albany trying to throw the ball in, referee Mark Stepsis says not straight, asks UConn the choice, and they are choosing to scrum. And UConn in Albany territory, which is where the game has been played for the 16 minutes thus far, has been in Albany's end, and scrum half Shane Palmer is going to get his scrum going again. Albany forces the turnover in the scrum, and here we go right away as Albany has an attacking opportunity. 12 asking questions of his opposite, beats one, not getting past the second, but will not go down immediately. Albany 9, and referee Mark Stepsis awards the turnover. That is Shane Palmer again with the turnover. And Shane Palmer, scrum half for UConn, asserting himself, making his presence known in this game today.
And referee walking off another 10 meters, it looks like, right?
That's exactly right. Albany giving some back talk to the, not happy with the call from referee Mark Stepsis. Be that as it may, back 10 meters, and Tatishi is going to pump UConn down even farther.
You know, again, these are college players, right? So they have that extra little bit of aggressiveness, maybe a little extra step in their gait, and it's important for the referee to make sure, hey, I'm calling this match. You're not talking to me in a certain tone.
Here is Richards to his buddy Matt Dennis, and UConn forms the maul about 15 meters away from Albany's try line. Palmer, Tatishi, behind to Liddy. Liddy to his fullback, Kieran Clark, who makes a gain. Here comes Dennis barreling in, but he is met hard by an Albany defender. That is Kaiser, the lock from UConn. Palmer goes to the far side. Dennis spots a gap, and he's going to take it in himself.
Oh.
And that is a big-time run from a big boy. So both locks today getting across the try line, Matt.
Yeah, you got to like that. When your big fellas in your engine room, not only just churning away, but scoring tries, that's an added bonus. Here's the replay. And you can just see he just barrels over. Great try. This is no easy kick by any stretch of the imagination with a conversion.
And here it is, and Elijah Tatishi, the 19-year-old fly half for UConn, will attempt to put this across the posts to put UConn up 14-0 as it sits right now. They are up 12-0, scoring their second try of the day. A good strike, but just wide right. And now UConn leads 12-0 over Albany. And is it panic time yet, Matt, for Albany?
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. They did, you know, it looked like out of the gate they might get run out of the building. They held their own, started chip away, nice, hard, straight run by number 12 that unfortunately resulted in a penalty and then getting marched another 10. You know, if you take that penalty away, Albany's got the ball up there, and this is a different sequence. So they know that they can penetrate the line of UConn right now. So we'll see what happens.
And they have an opportunity here as Dennis was not able to field the ball. And so Albany is going to have an attacking scrum about 30 meters away from UConn's end. Honestly, best field position they've had all day, man.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the matchups on the centers. And just from a visual standpoint, I think the 12 and 13 of Albany might have an advantage over the UConn centers. So let's see if they can exploit that.
Albany splits their backs as their scrum is in the middle of the field. And UConn has forced the turnover here. Palmer, outlets. Good hands by Ethan Berry.
Oh, great.
Big bruising hit by the Albany flanker. And in comes the big prop, but Palmer says enough, and he's going to outlet it. Albany fullback fields it. He is chased by Brian Mayer. Albany tries a cute little kick over the top, and the speedster in the Shaw Road says, that is mine. Oh, but here we go. A penalty awarded to Albany, and they're going to go and they're going to attack. And referee Mark Stepsis has the hand out for an advantage of not being 10. And Albany's going to go again quickly. Oh, what a big tackle to save a try. Here's the big boy from Albany, the lock. That big tackle was from, we'll get a number for you in a second, but here, meanwhile, Albany continues to attack, picking off the base with its forwards. They are 6 meters out, just about 5, and they're going to attack with the backs. Ball goes behind to the 13, out to the hooker on the edge, and the outside wing goes across for the try. And just like you said, Matt, being in UConn's end is more favorable to Albany than having to play defense for the whole time.
Yeah, they're building their confidence. They stretch the ball out wide, but a couple of mental mistakes on the part of UConn set that up and not retreating.
And as you can see here, excellent work through the hands. Credit to UConn, though, scraping across. But as you said, it all started with a really beautiful miss pass from Albany's 10, threw it behind the 12, and then it was just hands through the channel and put it down in the corner there.
And a little thing, the little over-the-shoulder catch by the fullback of Albany under pressure and then dishing it out. That was nice.
Counterattack, very good counterattack. And Albany's conversion attempt is short, so Albany trails UConn by a score of 12-5, and as we are approaching 17 minutes left in the first half. And it feels like not too long ago we were worried about Albany being out of it, and now they're right back in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like the match prior. You had Stonybrook, we thought was going to be out of it, right? And they came roaring back, and it took to the final whistle, really, to end that match.
And here's Albany trying to stretch the field, but UConn's defense remaining solid. Albany really getting their feet under them as their big lock barrels ahead, taking 2 defenders to bring him down. Oh, here's a big boy who's going to go for a run. But he is met by Dennis and his teammates.
He's not 16, he's 1 and 6, right?
Albany going to continue to use the far side. Tatiishi with a great tackle by himself. And we got a one-on-one by himself, and he's met by 2 UConn defenders of Albany able to retain possession. And now they're going to bring it back to the far side of the field. UConn's line speed, Matt, suffocating.
Yeah, they are right in the faces of the Great Danes.
Big pass from the Albany halfback to the outside, and here's Dennis and Tatiishi trying to force the turnover, unable to do so. Albany goes back to the right side, hands out, and we've got a one-on-one matchup here, and Rhodes is up to the task against his opposite. Coming back towards us. Big tackles by UConn. And finally, UConn forces the turnover as they have just been stingy on their defense, to say the least, Matt.
They've been stingy on defense, but they're being asked to play a lot of defense, and you've got some big bodies banging on the part of Albany against that. You know, it might wear them down. That could be a strategy here too.
And at what point does the adrenaline and the hype of playing on a beautiful day like this in a gorgeous facility like Rafferty, when does that wear off?
I don't know. For college players, I don't think it does. I think they understand, you know, for some of these guys, specifically seniors, this could be the biggest game that they'll play in rugby, right? So they're not going to let the energy level go down, and they'll keep the other guys going. So I don't know if that's going to be a problem here. But you know, if you get a certain player going out with an injury or a penalty, a yellow card or a red card, that could really impact the mindset of a younger team.
Well, look, thankfully we haven't had any injuries yet. Even though the big front rower for Albany was looked at, but he gets up and he says, I want to play. And Palmer and UConn were awarded the penalty for the turnover. Palmer puts UConn in the corner, and they're going to have a line out 5 meters away from the Albany try line here. This is Richards with the throw in. And UConn forms a big maul, trying to go forward. And referee Mark Sepsis has his arm out. Advantage being played to UConn for Albany collapsing the maul. Albany defending its line. Here is the big lock, looking for his second, and he's got it. That is Wojcik Kaiser, the big lock from UConn, who's got his second of the day. First one, he wasn't close enough to put some snow in his mouth this time.
Yeah, we'll get him a snow cone afterward.
Oh, that is a big double for a big man as the locks, the 4 and 5 for UConn. Here we see on the replay, Palmer finds his man, and he barrels ahead for a beautiful try right in the front there.
Yeah, you know, again, when you have your forwards doing all the work for you, the backs are just hanging out. A, they're getting bored out there, but B, they're going to have some space when and if they get the ball. Because now if you have to consolidate against the forwards of UConn if you're Albany.
And here is Elijah Tatishi, who's going to kick his third conversion of the day. And it sails just right. So UConn now leads 17-5. And it's been Albany, when they've tried to get ahead, UConn answers right back to keep that two-score lead.
Yeah, it's, you know, answering the call. You get punched, you get knocked down, you get back up. They've gotten back up and they've punched back. And the most important result is the scoreboard, which is 17-5 in favor of UConn.
Matt Dennis unable to field the kickoff from Albany. Referee Mark Stepsis is playing the advantage to Albany for the knock-on. And no advantage is gained.
So again, they have an opportunity here to come right back. They capitalized the last time. Let's see if they can do it again.
And the mark is actually very close to where they scored off of last
That's right.
time. So let's
That's
see
right.
what Albany has to. Let's see what Albany will do here. This time they're going to bring all their backs to the near side of the field. They're going to leave their shifty winger. And no, now he's rotating over. And here's Albany. And they are going to, it looks like, they're going to come to the far side. Albany fly half, fakes a dummy. Now he sees a gap. He's going to take it. And that is number 13, Ethan Berry, holding on for dear life.
And still going.
And still going. And here is the Albany 10. And he's able to offload to his halfback. And now Albany is meters away from the try line. Matt Dennis stops the Albany number 8 right in his tracks.
Oh.
And brings him into touch.
Oh.
Very, very strong defense by number 5, Matt Dennis, the 21-year-old lock from UConn.
Yeah, just completely countering the great attack by the fly half from Albany, number 10, who rambled down the field, kept to his feet, kept the ball in play, and then eventually in the second and third phase down in there, Dennis with the great play, take him into touch.
UConn will look to exit here.
And it's stolen.
And now Albany with an excellent opportunity to put one in here. Fly half steps inside. He is met by Derek Liddy.
Great poach of that lineup by number 7 from Albany.
Albany are going to keep it in the forwards here. Big lock steps inside, but he is met by a host of UConn defenders. The double try scorer trying to steal the ball, unable to do so. And now Albany is under the pump as they're going backwards. The big offload here as they try to run sideways here to get back into space. But UConn is up to the task. Big tackle by Adam Angelucci. Albany hooker barrels forward, and he is met by Richards, the hooker for UConn. Big cutout tackle by Jacques Provost. The big boy for Albany shows a dummy and goes left. But UConn is not fooled.
Just need to be patient.
Pressure from UConn. And here referee Mark Stepson says play on as the ball went backwards, but UConn forces a turnover. Here is the hooker Richards going forward for UConn. He is met by the Albany defender. Referee Mark Stepson does not award the poach, and Palmer pumps it down to space, giving chase.
Great
Ball
kick.
rolls into the try zone. Question is, and referee Mark Stepson awards the 22 dropout. And that gives Albany time to recover.
And we'll see if they're going to have somebody else kick that drop. Looks like they will this time because number 10 struggled with the last time.
And the Albany halfback pumps it downfield and fielded by the winger Brian Mayer. And he is not brought out of bounds. He's able to offload it into his buddy. That is the fullback Kieran Clark. Palmer to his 8-man Dan McLean, who cannot field the ball, and it will be a knock-on and a scrum awarded to Albany.
Yeah.
Matt, is it Albany? Is it Albany hanging around, or is it UConn making mistakes?
I think it's kind of a combination of both right now, right? And Albany fortunate to have the score where it is right now, but UConn a little sloppy with ball. You know, a couple of knock-ons. They could be going for the knockout blow in this half at least.
Pass out of the scrum by Albany does not find his mark, but it's fielded by the 12, and he's going to have a go, and he makes a line break. He is in open space, and he is needing support as he is surrounded by UConn defenders. Finally gets it from the shifty far winger. Ball being channeled nicely by the Albany players, and here's the blindside flanker who is met hard by Richards.
And they lost 10 meters on that pass.
They did, and then Albany is going to go to the air. And here is Rhodes, who's going to take it, steps away from one, but not two. This is McLean. Palmer to Dennis. Big tackle by the Albany flanker. Albany forcing the counter ruck. UConn under pressure, but able to retain possession. Here goes McLean, Dan McLean, the number 8, the 21-year-old 8-man. Here's Tatishi. Offload to Richards in contact.
They're banging away now.
Albany refuses to yield in its physicality, but Dennis is equal to the task. Palmer takes a look, and he's going to go to the right. This is Nane. And Albany forces the turnover.
Tataishi is looking for attention.
And referee Mark Stepson awards the scrum to Albany. And we have UConn's fly half, Elijah Tatishi, down. Looks like his day is done.
Now we've said that a couple of times today.
We did.
About players that have been walked up to often to touch or to the sideline, and then 2 seconds later be talking with the referee.
Well, it looks like this time though Tatishi's day is definitely done, as in comes. We'll get a number for you in a second here. That is number 19. That is Marley Cadigan. And moving to fly half is Brian Maher coming off the wing. And now it's Albany scrum attacking out of their own end. Running sideways, trying to spot a gap. UConn not giving one. And the Albany flanker refusing to go down, finally brought down. And here is the mishandled pass by the big man. And now referee Mark Stepsis awards the penalty for a knock-on and an offsides player. And Palmer's going to go quickly. He outlets to McLean.
They've got some numbers if they can get it outside.
Palmer to Nane, who's wearing number 2, and here's Dennis. He's already got 1 try today, looking for a second.
You know, some of the big boys from Albany are walking around the pitch now.
Here's the double try scorer, Codger. But Albany has forced the turnover. Again, desperate defense pays off by Albany as they look to exit out of their own end. And there's the exit. And here is Rhodes, the shifty Rhodes. Steps 1, going to the outside. Got one man to beat, not able to do so, and he's brought into touch by the Albany flanker. Boy, that kid can move, though.
I've got to ask the coach and you, is that a bit of obstruction there? Just because your teammate throws his hands in the air doesn't mean he's not obstructing.
Well, referee Mark Steps has said no obstruction there, so we play on. And it will be an Albany line out about 15 meters away from their try line. Albany needs to get out of its end as they've been playing on their side of the halfway line for 37 minutes. We're going on 37 minutes now.
Yeah, and you know, I just prior I pointed out that some of the big boys for Albany are now starting to walk around the pitch. They're getting gassed.
And here's Albany exiting and finally does. And so what does that mean for UConn as these big boys for Albany are running out of gas?
Well, what's happening is in that last couple of sequences, the last couple of phases of rugby, UConn, with all their pressure, Albany kept consolidating. And what you saw from up here, at least, was numbers on both sides of the field for UConn if they wanted to spin it wide.
Now Albany off their line out.
Because if your big guys can't make the plays, then your backs have to come in and make the plays.
And there was a knock-on in the line out by UConn, and referee Mark Stepsis says no advantage gain, so we'll go back to that mark. And with UConn demonstrating big, talented locks in their forward pack, if their opposites are not able to keep pace with them, what's going to happen?
Yeah, if you're not getting to the breakdown, then if your forwards aren't getting to the breakdown, somebody's got to get there. The backs have to get there. That means nobody's covering the field. So you're going to see UConn with advantages outside on the wing.
Albany's going to attack out of its own end.
Oh,
ball has been stripped by the Albany fly half, and UConn is going to look to go wide here. This is Barry stepping, brought down by 2 Albany defenders. Here's Palmer. Gives it back to the other side. Dennis moving without the ball. Beautiful offload to the reserve, Marley Cadigan, who comes in to make an immediate impact. Palmer to Mar. And that's Nane. And now here is the center, Derek Liddy, throwing Albany defenders off of him. Palmer continuing to go to the far side. Mar. And here's Rhodes trying to break the corner, but brought down by an Albany defender. Ball is out, says referee Steps. Palmer kicks it forward, and it's right into the hands of the Albany defender, who's running sideways. And referee Mark Stepsis is not happy with that tackle.
Might be a card.
By Wojciech Kaiser.
Going to the pocket.
He's going to have a word. And the try scorer, who's got 2 on the day, will have to sit out for the next 10 minutes for a very unacceptable tackle, according to referee Mark Stepsis.
Not sure about Shane Palmer's choice there with the line drive kick with the ball on ground right into the hands of Albany. You know, you're driving. If he doesn't catch the ball, it's going to go through the back into the dead ball area, right? So what was the point of that? A, and B, now after that they've got the penalty with a man in the bin. This is a big moment in this game for Albany.
And here Albany chooses to go quick out of their own end as the first half is coming to a close. Albany making no mistake about the way they want to play this game. And here's Albany cutting back, and referee Mark Stepsis penalizes the Albany lock for obstruction as he ran behind essentially his entire forward pack.
Do you agree with the quick tap there?
No, absolutely not. You're in your own end. It's halftime. You're lucky to be only down 2 tries, and now you're running a risk of being down a third, as Palmer's going to tap quickly, and he's going to find his buddy Matt Dennis, who already has 1 on the day. He can't break the second tackle.
Now, mind you, Albany is up a man here, but you know, you can't afford a lot of points here.
UConn, so the halftime horn is sounded, but we still play on, and UConn is going to keep going, and referee Mark Stepsis puts his hand out for advantage for the high tackle, and UConn's going to keep it in the forwards here, and they're going to continue to force this issue and try and get another try before halftime here.
And again, you see some of the Albany boys, the bigger fellas, just getting into that.
This is Angelucci. Now Palmer goes to the far side, and here's Dennis again. Offloads in contact.
We got a knock on.
The ball does not find hand, but we are going to go back to the referee. Mark Steps is going to go back to the high tackle penalty, which is 5 meters away from the Albany try line. And
Take him post.
Shane
Go for
Palmer
post. Why not?
chooses to take the shot at goal as the halftime horn has sounded, and UConn's going to say, listen, let's get out of here with some points.
Yeah. Again, none of this should have transpired. You know, poor choice with the quick tap. You have to know, as a player, you have to know where and when you are in the match.
And Palmer is going to drop kick this one. And he hooks it left.
Oh.
And at the end of the first half, we got a pretty crazy game on our hands. Not exactly our most conventional game of rugby here, Matt, as it is 17-5 in favor of UConn. And when we come back, we're going to give Matt's going to give us his first half analysis and predictions of the second half. So as UConn opens the second half down a man, this is Austin Ryan with Matt McCarthy coming to you from Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for the 2018 Liberty Challenge. Game 3, UConn leading Albany 17-5. And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for the second half of UConn versus Albany in Game 3 of the 2018 Liberty Challenge. Scrum half for UConn. Palmer kicks off, and the Albany scrum half looking to make a break, but needs support, doesn't find it, and his pass does not find hand, and UConn is right off the bat back on the front foot. Once we get a stoppage here, we'll get first half analysis from my colleague Matt McCarthy, but as UConn continues to attack on the front foot, coming out of the gate firing, this is Palmer to McLean, to his buddy Prevost, and Albany forces the turnover. Again, Albany gets to breathe easily here, Matt.
Yeah, Albany has been very fortunate. It's simple analysis. Albany's got to do more to be in this match, because right now it's been all UConn, and UConn, despite themselves, UConn could be out by a much larger margin if they would just eliminate their own little mental errors. There have been penalties, but there have been some clear decisions with the ball that don't make any sense on both sides. And the fact that we're close means it's anybody's match at this point. There's the most ridiculous analysis you've had of a half ever, right?
Well, it has been a very unconventional game, as a lot of head scratchers and decision making. But as UConn forces the turnover here, they're going to get right away. Derek Little smashed as he offloads the ball, and UConn works the ball to the far side of the field, and Albany poaches the ball on a turnover, but unable to bring it to hand. So UConn now back on the attack. And referee Mark Stepsis says the knock-on was forced by UConn there, and it'll be a scrum to Albany just outside their red zone here. And the tale of the tape continues to be, as you said, UConn having the ball, making the mistake, Albany squeaking out, getting away unscathed.
Yeah, tough pass. Maybe the player in the future uses his foot to handle it rather than try to stop it with his hand. You know, you learn these things.
Here's Albany's attacking scrum. Albany fly-off switches back inside. Beautiful tackle by the Albany defense, or by the UConn defense. And now Albany's going to go back to the far side. That's a big run, and he is met by two tenacious UConn defenders. And referee Mark Stepsis penalizes UConn for not rolling away, and Albany's going to go quickly here.
I don't even think the ref saw where the tap was when he took the ball. He took off with it.
And Rhodes looking to rip down his opposite, and Matt Dennis is there on the steal.
He's
got referee Mark Stepsis says that the tackler was not released, and Albany's going to go right back at it. And that's Palmer tackling his opposite to the ground. Albany Locke's got to step in, and he distributes to his flanker teammate. Runs into two UConn defenders. Good ruck support by Albany, maintains possession, and Albany's going to go wide. Inside ball off the hip, brought down by the UConn defender. Albany's going to bring it back this way, and Albany's on the front foot here, finally knocking on the door of UConn here, Matt.
Yeah, but again, you see 16 and number 1 just walking around the pitch, right? That's got to come back and impact you at some point.
And Albany trying to make a break on the far side of the field. The pass cannot find hand, and it's thrown forward, says referee Mark Stepsis. So we talked about a little bit about that at the first half, Matt. Matt, was what's going to happen when these big boys for Albany run out of steam?
Well, right now it looks like 1 and 16 are playing center, right? They're not at the breakdown. But confounding all logic, Albany is in this match right now. And number 9 for Albany on the quick taps, his players have to be in sync with him for those things to be effective.
And here Albany forces the turnover in the scrum, and they are going to really push the issue here and try and get in for an early second half score. And there's the big number 1 for Albany, digging deep, but UConn has forced the turnover. Palmer outlets to his center, Derek Liddy. And Palmer's going to exit with a box kick, but the kick does not go as far as he planned. And Albany looks to field the kick, but it's lost forward. And Albany unable to capitalize on the miscue by Palmer. And now UConn will have a scrum, and it's deep in its own end.
I've completely stopped keeping track of the knock-ons and everything else. I'm just it's more we have a miscue stat, right, or a bad decision stat, and that's what's going on so far.
Referee Mark Steps is having a word with both scrums.
I was trying to lip read there. I couldn't catch it.
But like you keep saying, Matt, they're college kids. They have opinions.
Yeah.
And Albany is driving UConn back, but Palmer able to outlet. And here comes Liddy. He's going to have a go. And he makes a big line break. And he's going to keep going. And a beautiful offload to Palmer's in support. But he stutters. Big inside ball to his fullback, Kieran Clark. And now UConn is on the offensive, breaking halfway of Albany. Ball recycled, picked by Provost. Palmer back at 9, and he kicks over the top because he sees some space, and there is nobody around him. He needs a favorable bounce, and he gets it. And what a beautiful try by the halfback, Shane Palmer, the 19-year-old scrum half from the University of Connecticut. And just when it looked like Albany was going to get all the momentum in this game, UConn outlets a scrum that's going backwards. And here again, another look at the beautiful individual effort by Palmer. Beautiful try.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me right now. I'm getting a little bit of a feedback in my headset, but a key component in that whole series there was Kieran Clark, the fullback, not passing away after the ball was dumped in his hands, being smart to hold on to it.
And Palmer is going to try and convert his own try here. And Palmer's conversion sails right. So UConn, as we are 8 minutes into the second half here, leads Albany by a score of 22-5. And here we are now where Albany is trying to do everything it can to get back into this game. And and now UConn is back to full strength as the yellow card. Wojciech Kaiser is back into the game. Albany pumps it down deep, fielded by the halfback Palmer. Tries to outlet, but is under pressure. Ball still finds his teammate's hand. This is Maher, and Maher is penalized for obstruction, and Albany has a penalty deep into UConn's territory, and a big chance here to get back to respond to that try. Albany's fly half tries to have a go himself, and he's brought down hard by an opposing UConn player. Oh, what a big hit. What a big hit by Matt Dennis, but referee Mark Steffensen says he's offsides, so Albany's going to go quickly. And he is alone, but is still supported, and he offloads to his teammate, but the ball does not find his hand, and it is a knock-on, calls referee Mark Stepsis, and UConn gets away out of trouble because of Albany miscues. So, Matt, we've had a lot transpire in the last couple seconds here. We had a beautiful individual try, and then Albany trying to come right back, and then not able to convert. And Palmer's going to punt another big kick downfield, and it stays in bounds. Gets another favorable bounce. Look at this. And here goes UConn. Now again on the front foot. And Albany needs to scramble to get back, but Palmer is going to continue to push the issue. And UConn, ball needs to be claimed by somebody. And Albany, big number 10, comes out. Line speed hits. And now referee Mark Stepsis says Albany knocked the ball on in the contact. So UConn will have the ball just at midfield. Folks, we have been trying to catch our breath here, but now, and we're still not going to be able to because UConn is penalized for talking back to the referee. So referee Mark Stepsis marches UConn back 10, and he is going to have a conversation. He is going to have a conversation with UConn and the captain. Albany chooses to go quickly. And here's Albany continuing to be on the front foot, but UConn staunch in its defense. Big number 16 barreling ahead. He is met by Angelucci and Dennis. And the big number 1 from Albany testing UConn. A ball, UConn, an Albany pass doesn't find its hand, and UConn has the advantage. And so now we have a scrum to UConn, 10 meters at their own 10-meter line, and with just under 12 minutes into this first half, Palmer puts it in for the attacking scrum, but Albany is going to push them back. Palmer from his McLean, good hands there by the UConn fullback. That's Clark. Continues down the side. Palmer to Maher, and that's the big number 2, Nene. Palmer settles things down, and he's going to kick over the top again. But this time, Albany halfback is there, but he doesn't field the ball, and it bounces right back into the hands of Palmer. And UConn is back on the front foot. Dennis is there. He picks up the base, and he's going to have a go. He is supported by Derek Liddy. But Albany forces the turnover with the counter ruck, and the Albany halfback gets in there, takes the ball, steps off his outside foot, straightens up, offloads to his teammate. Ball doesn't find hand, and referee Mark Stepsis awards the penalty to Albany for UConn playing the ball on the ground. And referee Mark Stepsis is going to have a conversation, and he is going to yellow card the 21-year-old 8-man, Dan McLean, for repeated infringements by UConn.
And suddenly, Albany has life again.
And they certainly found an opportune time to get it, because it is about almost 15 minutes in, and they are chasing 3 scores here.
Crazier things have happened, right?
And referee Mark Stepsis emphatically asking Matt Dennis, the try scorer, to get back to his team. And the captain, Derek Liddy, the inside center, is receiving instruction from referee Stepsis. And Albany uncharacteristically goes for the quick tap. And the 8-man for Albany finds a gap past Dennis, but he flicks the ball back so he can keep the support. UConn ruck was formed, hands in by UConn, and Albany's going to go quickly again. Here's Albany working the ball to the middle field. The flanker sees a gap. He's going to try to straighten up, but he's brought down hard by Angelucci. Testing the far side. Great tackle by the UConn exterior backs. Albany working it back to the middle of the field. Good line speed by UConn. And it looks like UConn is going to force the turnover here, and they do. And UConn now choosing to go quickly. That is Nene with the big steal and the quick tap. And now Palmer in the middle of the field directing troops. He's going to go back to the far side. Here's Maher trying to pass it to his teammate Provost, but the ball does not find his hand, and it is a knock-on, a scrum awarded to Albany. Matt, not only have we not caught our breath in the last 7 to 10 minutes, both teams have just been trading penalties and mistakes, and somebody's got to take responsibility here to settle things down.
I think the parents need to take responsibility for all these penalties and mistakes. No, but seriously, this is college rugby at a certain level. You know, you make mistakes, you know, and a lot of them are out of aggression and youth. But the team that minimizes them going forward in the rest of this match, and it's cliche again, is going to come out on top, or so we think.
And Albany is good. And Albany has a chance here. So that ball was fielded and touched by UConn in front of the 22. So therefore, it is a 5-meter scrum to Albany because
carried
the
it in.
UConn backline player, number 15, that is the fullback, Kieran Clark, the ball squeaked through his hands. It rolled into the try zone. He was under pressure. So he had no choice but to put it down. But that is a 5-meter scrum awarded to Albany. And once again, Albany has a chance to get back into this game. What do they have to do here, Matt?
They've got to be patient, all right? And these are mistakes out of aggression and trying to do too much at once have to go away. Patience and phases.
Albany scrum half tries to sneak it back inside. They just shy of the try line, and Albany's going to work it out to the wide side. And here goes the number 13. Big tackle by the UConn defender. That is Clark. UConn scrambling for goal line defense, and their line speed drives the Albany forwards back. Albany elects to go wide again, and the ball does not find the hands of the Albany speedster, and it is a line out now to UConn, and UConn squeaks away with no points, being able to defend their own try line.
It's a game of dodging bullets so far, right? And UConn clearly coming up on top in that department. They just need to just settle down. They've got a nice sized lead. Stick to the basic.
And they're still down. They're still down a man from the yellow card and repeated infringements. So, Matt, what does UConn do here? Kick to get out of here, or do they attack?
Yeah, you kick to get out of here. Or attack.
Or they're going to attack, because here they go. And this is a big run by the outside center.
Oh, wow.
What a move and a great offload in support. He has now shed 3 tacklers, couldn't shed a 4th. Not held, so he's going to get to his feet to continue to run on. That is a huge run by Ethan Berry, the 18-year-old outside center. And UConn on the front foot. Albany penalized for not coming through the gate on the ruck. And look at the territorial mistake that was gained by UConn because Albany could not defend the short side. And now with a penalty, UConn is going to knock on Albany's doorstep.
All right, do me a favor. Ask me that question that you asked me before about what to do.
So should UConn
attack? Just attack. Just attack. Get it to 13.
We get to look at this kid. He is 18 years old, Matt, and he is running like he's been doing this his whole life.
He was avoiding the ground like it was on fire. You know, great run. You got to love that. 18 years old with a nose for the ball. Here we got a little bit of a. Are we looking for a TMO here? Is that what he just?
Referee Mark Stepsis says stop play.
Well, we didn't have a ball. So we got the ball back.
And now that we have the ball back, we can play on. Dennis, front lifter. UConn forms a maul. UConn driving. Albany fighting to keep them out. Palmer directing his troops, and now the ball is available. Here's Meyer behind. That's Clark. And that is Cadigan. And UConn and Albany has forced another turnover, and they're going to get out of their end with not conceding any points. A big pump kick downfield, and Marley Cardigan's got to scramble down, and the ball rolls into touch, and UConn chooses to take it quickly. And he is wrapped up. Great individual tackle, but Clark is penalized because he did not let go of the ball because he was tackled by the Albany player. And now Albany is really feeling it, and it's one pass wide.
You got to look.
10 chooses to keep himself, step inside. Had the space out there. And now they go to the speedster, and he extends over for the try. And just as UConn made a massive territorial gain from a mistake from Albany, Albany comes right back, marches down the field, and now with just under 20 minutes to go, momentum clearly in Albany's favor.
Well, it doesn't hurt that they had the man advantage, and they took advantage of that. Now let's see. This is a big kick right here. Then going with the drop kick. 7's influence.
The Albany halfback's going to have somebody hold the ball for him.
Or take the kick for him. Nope. I'm confused. Why is there confusion?
Look at this. After it's all said and done.
Drills it.
After all is said and done, the Albany fullback basically shimmies the ball into the turf as an artificial tee and drills the conversion. And now it is 22-12.
Where was the confusion around all that?
It was a classic example of who's on first with the tee there. But all that being said and done, we have a 10-point deficit, which, as we have said before, shouldn't be here because UConn has been dominating the game in every aspect, but they have just been unable to put the finishing blow in. And credit to Albany for really being able to stick through it.
We're being asked for pens up here in the booth. People just coming in and chatting, In the meantime, 22-12, and it's not St. John's, it's UConn, and it's not Fairfield with 12, it's Albany.
Well, the next game we're actually going to be able to use Fairfield on the scoreboard. And here's Palmer's kick back to Albany, fielded by the big lock. Offloads to his halfback, and Albany's going to look to go wide here. Fly half steps inside, tries to make a break, but he's brought down by 2 UConn defenders. Albany flanker steps in to play 9, and here's the lock. Joined by his flanker, who barrels over a UConn defender, gaining some more ground. And now Albany looking to be on the front foot here. Ball pass though, not fielded by the Albany wing, and UConn is going to play their advantage here for the knock-on. Palmer to Dennis. Big hit by Albany number 18, finally bringing Dennis to the ground. This is number 20 in the game now. This is Finbar Doyle, who makes a step.
I'd venture to guess he's Irish.
One would guess. And that's number 21. That is James Santor. Palmer coming back. Nene unable to field the ball. Albany right there to defend. UConn recycles. And Palmer does his kick over the top again. He's going to give chase to it. And he's able to pressure Albany, but Albany's able to offload the ball and clearance kick away.
Nice kick.
It's a favorable bounce, and now it forces UConn and Kieran Clark, the fullback, to retreat. and number 21 for Albany chasing his kick, but Clark gets away, puts UConn back in the attacking foot. And Albany is able to counter-ruck and force the turnover,
Wow.
and here they go again. Very surprised by that. Going off the base. Albany keeping it in the forwards. There's still over 15 minutes to go. A lot of rugby left to be played, Matt.
Yeah, and you're seeing passion from both sides. No quit.
Unfortunate that ball could not find the hand as the space was on, and the ball was lost forward. So the speedy wing, Nashawn Rhodes for UConn, came up hard just as the Albany player was trying to offload it in contact, and referee Mark Stepsis awards the knock-on to Albany right at about midfield.
Yeah, and Albany not going away. And they've got time left. On the unofficial scoreboard, we got about 14 and a half minutes. Plenty of time to get a couple of tries. Just got to eliminate those mistakes, Coach.
And here we are with Next Level Rugby, bringing you the 2018 Liberty Challenge. This is Game 3, and it is an exciting one between Albany and UConn as UConn counters the defensive scrum. And here's a try scorer, Dennis, to another try scorer, the halfback Palmer, who gets on his horse, cuts back inside, and he is going to put this one almost in the middle of the post, and that is his second on the day. And Matt, backbreaker?
I would say so, yeah. I think that's going to be too much to overcome. It'll be nice to see Albany show some resiliency coming back. Here's your replay. There's Dennis dishing it off, and again, Matt Dennis right in the center of things.
He has certainly made his presence known, and as we get closer to the end of the game, we'll have to decide between him or Shane, or the halfback Shane Palmer for the man of the match. But beautiful step back inside the Albany wing, overcommitting, and Palmer, just looks like first class pro right there with the head first slide in, and really with less than 15 minutes to go here, and we've already pointed out Albany running out of gas earlier on. Is this time for UConn to start pouring it on?
Yeah, and I think maybe if you've got some players to get some playing time, flood some players, because this is an experience that can stay with a kid and make a kid better. These are high-level competitive matches, right, for these guys, and you don't get this opportunity to be on a live stream like you have with Next Level. It'd be great to get some other kids some exposure as well. It's 29-12, right? If I'm not mistaken, I'm just trying to do the math here. And 12 minutes left. I don't think the way Albany's been playing so far, they have the offense to make this up. But two players of class so far are Dennis and Porter, right? No doubt.
UConn, here's a big field.
Could be a high tackle right there, Austin.
Referee Mark Stepsis didn't see that one.
I'm not sure how.
And here's UConn being pressured by Albany, but going to continue to tack out of its own end. What makes rugby unique to a lot of other sports is you never really stop the attack. You keep going. And Mark Stepsis awards the penalty for Albany entering the ruck from the side. So Palmer will look to exit and get back into the Albany end. Big kick. That's a souvenir for the fans coming out here on this beautiful day here in November at the illustrious Rafferty Stadium on Fairfield University's campus. We get to see the home team next game against Colgate, but for now we're still with UConn and Albany, and UConn starting to come away with it here, despite Albany's efforts to stay in this game.
Yeah, I was at the other pitch, the grass pitch, and I thought that was great.
Broward Field here on Fairfield University's campus. Long time, solely rugby, the only rugby dedicated field And Palmer puts another kick over the top of the Albany defense, and he's going to go for it.
Oh.
Beautifully taken by the Albany flanker. Albany halfback outlets to his lock. Here's the Albany 10. He's going to try and look his gap, but Rhodes and Dennis are there to bring him down and force him into touch.
You know, we're not far from Boston, and that over-the-back no-look pass reminded me of Larry Bird. Google him if you don't know him.
I bet Larry Bird would have made a pretty good lock, huh?
Yeah. Well, you can go through NBA stars and NBA rosters and come up with an all-star rugby team.
And UConn, Palmer puts it over the top again. He certainly likes that kick. Albany's going to kick back. And Clark, ball drops backwards, and now he's going to have a go, and he straightens. He splits the defense, not able to break away, but beautiful offload.
Boy.
And here goes Brian Maher on the edge. Palmer, big pass to Nene, but who cannot field it. The numbers were on. The space was there. Unlucky that he wasn't able to catch that ball. We're going to have a scrum right at midfield with less than 10 minutes to go here at the 2018 Liberty Challenge, Game 3, UConn against Albany.
You know what I'm also thinking, because this is such a great site, I'm looking at those houses up top, and I'm like, that could be Wrigleyville right here for rugby. Let's make it happen.
As we're here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University, the field is embedded perfectly into the campus, and we can see some student housing that overlooks the stadium. And when the high school Fairfield Prep plays football, it's a nice little box, skybox seat.
Yeah. We level it. We make it condos, put a Starbucks in. All right, before we get caught short.
And here's an Albany scrum right in front of us here at the booth.
Oh,
Referee Mark Steps has said the ball is out, and that is Connor Sedgwick. He is an alumnus of the high school here, Fairfield Prep, getting some time here for UConn, and he jumps the Albany halfback and forces the pressure, just not able to field the ball cleanly on the tackle and knocks it forward. So we'll have another scrum to Albany here.
Shot out of a cannon off the bench there.
And as you said, they are finishers, and that is what he is in to do, is finish.
So speaking of the finish, we're going to have to talk about a man of the match at some point.
Oh, I think we'll have to circle back at 5 minutes and flip a coin between Matt Dennis and Shane Palmer. Either one of them could very easily win it.
I agree with you. I concur. And I think I called him Porter before, right? Did I instead of Palmer? Sorry, Shane.
That's neither here nor there.
I'll remember the name going forward.
He's too busy kicking over the top and scoring tries to hear how you pronounce his last name.
Get some old guy at a booth.
And UConn will be awarded an attacking scrum just outside the Albany 22-meter line as they pressured the Albany scrum. Great line speed, forced the mistake. And here goes UConn with over 6 minutes to go, with the opportunity to put another one across the line. Palmer gets the offload from his 8-man, cuts back inside. This is number 17, Joseph Olis going forward. Palmer finds Dennis. Takes 3 defenders to bring him down. Palmer going wide again. This is Finbar.
Oh, he's in!
Finbar Doyle takes it himself. What a beautiful individual effort by the reserve coming in. As we look at the replay here, Palmer finds Doyle and just spots the gap, and he just takes it.
They're dancing in Dublin, and it's not just for Ireland versus New Zealand this afternoon. It's for Mr. Doyle. Crossing the whitewash.
And Matt, what was that try a result of just outstanding play, or is that just Albany mistake after mistake and UConn capitalizing?
Well, I think you've got some fresh blood coming in for UConn. They want to show what they're worth, right? There's no quitting them, and taking advantage of maybe a little bit of lax defense. If you're Albany, you're tired. You've been making a lot of tackles. It's late in the game, big margin. Combination of both, probably.
And this is Peter Stokes, the 18-year-old reserve who's going to kick a goal, and it sails wide right. And with that, and 5 minutes to go, UConn leads Albany by a score of 34-12. And at this point, it's time for us to award the man of the match. So, Matt, I'll defer to your expertise. Who's the man of the match for this game?
Well, you got the field general versus the hybrid tight end middle linebacker, right? Field general QB kind of type, although he's out of the scrum half position. He's instead of the fly half, because people would normally equate with a QB. We could split it.
Oh, then that's what we're going to do. So we congratulate Matt Dennis and Shane Palmer from UConn for their man of the match for Game 3 of the 2018 Liberty Challenge between UConn and Albany. Your men of the match are lock Matt Dennis, who had a try on the day and just was all over the field, both defensively and on attack, and Shane Palmer, who had 2 tries on the day. Beautiful command of the team's attack, excellent defense, and very excellent high rugby IQ with kicking over the top and attacking space. But the game's not over yet as UConn looks to get another one in before the final horn. And here's Palmer, and and right on cue, puts one over the top. Albany Fields, and there, right on cue, is Dennis and Palmer forcing the tackle. They must have heard us.
Yeah. Those little kicks constantly putting pressure on the defense of Albany by Palmer. Been very effective.
Here's Albany. He's gonna make a break. The flanker for Albany is gonna make a break on the close side here. And credit to this Albany halfback. He has not yielded in his efforts. He is leading his team around. And here goes number 18. Very physical run. And Albany is not going to go quietly. Cross kick field by the Albany 10. But UConn, Maher, and Clark are there. Got to field it cleanly, though. Steps back across. And now here he goes. Big tackle by the Albany lock.
Looks like we got an injury on the blindside flanker for Albany, number 6. His wheels are bothering him right now a little bit.
UConn's pass out of that last ruck, unable to find hands, so it'll be a scrum to Albany in UConn territory, and Albany has a chance to put some points on the board before this game ends and make this look a little more respectable.
Yeah, Albany had their glimpses, they had their chances, but it was the onslaught of UConn that just wore them down.
Here's the Albany scrum attacking. Here goes the Albany 10 with the switch back inside to that limp flanger. But there is a beautiful steal by UConn. Referee Mark Stepsis goes back to the scrum, calling the UConn flanker offsides, and Albany's going to go quickly. Keeping it in the forwards, attacking, and Albany's attack was held up, says referee Mark Stepsis. And now here comes some fresh legs for Albany. Too little, too late, Matt?
Yeah, too little, too late, but not in terms for these guys getting the experience and banging heads with UConn right now. You live to play. So getting on the pitch, this is a great facility. It's a live stream on Next Level Rugby. It's a win-win.
UConn will have the scrum inside its own end with about approaching 1 minute remaining. Of course, referee Mark Steps has the official time, and the ball's been turned over, and Albany halfback slings it across, doesn't find hand, but UConn continues to pressure with its line speed. Albany composes itself and regains. And here goes that Albany flanker going forward, taking on 2-3 UConn defenders. Palmer in the thick of it, but here goes Albany number 17. Rhodes getting in on the action, offloaded, and here's Palmer trying to drag the speedy wing out from Albany. He doesn't able to do so. So here goes the Albany halfback around, big pass to the outside, looping around his number 19. Tries to straighten up and step forward, but he's met by 2 defenders of UConn. UConn looking to hold up, and there's the final horn. UConn looks to hold, and referee Mark Stepsis awards the penalty to Albany for bringing down the maul, and Albany gets one in just at the final whistle. Well, I think that perfectly personifies Albany's effort today. Even though they're going to come out of this on the losing end of this game, they still played hard, Matt.
They did, and I know a bunch of the Albany State alumni guys. New York Rugby Club was infiltrated by Albany State for years, and they kept us afloat, actually. And one of those guys is John Frosty Olson. And just quickly, for all you Albany State folks out there, Albany people, John Olson's family, the Fanning family, if you go to John Olson GoFundMe and look up the Fanning family, his sister's house got burned down in California. And they lived in Malibu, but they're not like wealthy people. It's just a condo, so they lost everything. So if people could help out, that would be great. That's John Frosty Olson. Most people know him as Frosty.
And with that whistle, that concludes Game 3 of this 2018 Liberty Challenge between UConn and Albany. With your final score, UConn 34, Albany 17. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to go down to the field for trophy presentations with 2 teams.
Hey, watch the cord. Watch the cord. Get out.
Albany, on this line going this way.
Challenge here at Rugby Stadium at Fairfield University. Congratulations to UConn for winning Game 3 over Albany, 34-17. And again, like we said earlier, nothing makes a college kid more excited than a free T-shirt, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. Especially if it says you've accomplished something, right? Other than I'm supposed to be studying, or my mom thinks I'm at college.
And UConn today playing for a little more than just themselves. They have an alumnus and teammate, Kyle, who was just recently diagnosed with lymphoma. And later today, the entire team and its alumni and family and friends are going to get together for a fundraiser to support Kyle through this hard time.
Keep your heads held up high. It was a great day of rugby. The Liberty Bowl, Albany versus UConn, goes to UConn. 12. You're the captain. Here you go. Congratulations.
For the camera.
Yeah, come on.
For the people. Now you got to kiss it. All right.
And man of the match for UConn was Shane Palmer. Come on up here, Shane.
Hey, take a look at the camera.
Right, get your photo up. Get your photo up together here.
This kid's on the team.
Albany, keep doing what you're doing. You'll be here again next year. You'll be on the winning side. Great game, number 9. Great game. All right, guys.
Thank you. Hey, Shane!
And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for Game 4 of the 2018 Liberty Conference Challenge. We have the privilege of getting to call the host team, Fairfield University, donning red or white jerseys with red shorts against Colgate, wearing black with maroon. I am Austin Ryan, and here for the Next Level Rugby broadcast, I am joined by my dear friend and national champion club coach, Dave Lime. Dave, thanks for being with us here with us today.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate you having me.
And Dave, we have the pleasure of commentating on a team we're very familiar with, that and being in Fairfield University. And what can we expect from the home team today?
Oh, look, there's got to be physicality, and they're fit. So they're really going to try and run. I would say run that ball hard and fast and keep Colgate on the back foot, I would imagine.
And Colgate and Fairfield shared the same records this year, being 3-3 in their divisions within the Liberty Conference. As we get farther and farther into the day, the quality of the team is going to only improve.
Yeah.
And here we are in the middle of the with the scrum half, number 9, Joe Vial, kicking off for Fairfield, and away we go.
Something we should mention too, Austin, is that Colgate has 9 freshmen on this team.
So Colgate going to bring in a young but hungry team to this game. And Fairfield University right away showing their fitness with some big line speed. And that's the aggressive winger from Fairfield. That's number 14. That is Charlie Bonaparte pushing the issue. And here's Colgate's halfback reassembling his teammates. That is Sam Whitman. And Colgate alleviates pressure by kicking into touch and getting out of their own end here. So, Dave, no disappointment with Fairfield U starting right away, coming out of the gate firing.
Absolutely not. And Colgate's handling themselves quite well too. They seem to be quite composed, considering they're a young, fresh side. So this should be a good game.
And Fairfield is going to opt with a short man lineout, being 5 men, excuse me. Hooker number 20, Michael Sweetman, nicknamed Sweets, who is a junior, throws in, and Fairfield's going to attack the forward channel right here. Here's your number 13, that is Sal Esposito.
Good boy.
Questioning the Colgate defense. Now number 20, the hooker, Michael Sweetman. Max Steffen, nicknamed Victoria. This is Viali to Handelman, the big lock. Oh, and here comes a big front rower, Brendan McCarthy, nicknamed Hoss. Fairfield gonna go wide. Breaks one tackle. And this is McCarthy, and he breaks through the entire Colgate defense. And that is a very emphatic start for Fairfield University and the home side, and you can hear in the background the crowd roaring in approval of their home team's support. Dave, how does Fairfield start off so strong there?
They used that ball well. They stayed calm during those first few rucks, and then passed it wide. I did not think that was going to be a try, to be quite honest with you. I think it got brought down, but he broke the line. He had an overlap at any rate, and scored between the posts. That was well done.
And here is the junior fullback, Andrew Pearl, nicknamed Pearly Whites, who will kick the conversion attempt to put Fairfield U in front 7-0. And Pearly Whites is true blue through the conversion, and now Fairfield leads 7-0. And Dave, as a coach, what are you hoping your team, being Colgate, says to themselves as they get scored on in such an early fashion?
Look, you're only a few minutes into the game. You're down by 7 already. You just have to look. It's a long game. You've got 80 minutes. You've got 70-something minutes to go. There's plenty of time. Just stay calm. Stick with the plan. Don't try and change anything. Stick with the plan and do what you've been taught and see where you go from there.
Colgate set to kick off back to Fairfield to resume play. Not the best looking kick, but still gets the job done, but fielded well by Fairfield U. It is Viali backwards, and here comes Esposito, puts it over the top, And Colgate's now going to counter. This is Patrick O'Hagan. And he is met stiffly by a host of Fairfield University defenders.
That's a good work by Fairfield.
Trying to attack the short side here is the Colgate 10.
Yep.
But his pass is intercepted. That is number 11, Jack Straught, the junior from Fairfield U. But as he was trying to counterattack, Colgate scrambled back and forced the turnover here. The fly half, this is Adrian Heath, the senior fly half for Colgate, will kick to touch, and he will put Colgate just over Fairfield U's into Fairfield U territory. Dave, tell us a little bit about Fairfield U's coaching staff. It's been Brendan Kelly and Mark Downs. You know them quite well. What do they bring to the table for this group of young men at Fairfield?
Well, look, they both handle things both differently, both Ben and BK, and they're two different coaches that work very well together. Very much aligned with fitness, and then at the other side is a lot of thinking. BK's got a rugby league background as well, so you'll probably find that your defensive line is very straight, comes up together, doesn't create any holes for your opposition, so that's pretty impressive too in itself.
And Fairfield certainly personifying that staunch defense early, as this is Colgate's first opportunity in their end. Beautiful line out taken, and that is the flanker, Darian Washington, the senior, questioning the Fairfield U defense. Big pass from halfback Whiteman, and that is a big hit by Sal Esposito to force the defense back. Sal is nicknamed Tiny, Dave, kind of ironic. And here goes Colgate going forward. That is Jack Johnson, the sophomore prop. Whiteman to his fly half, Heath. Pressured back again by Fairfield U.
Yeah, Fairfield do have that pressure. They have that ability to come up and shut you down. Force a turnover. Nicely done.
That pressure, as you just said, forces the turnover here. All right, Dave, this is the most fun part of the game for you, the scrum.
Absolutely.
And as it being the first scrum of the day, what are you looking for out of the packs?
Look, I would say that Fairfield are going to be pretty strong in this scrum. Low, tight, wanting all 8 to push together, play together as a team. You know, Colgate just need to hold themselves and just, particularly with the first scrum in a game, you just need to get used to each other. So, and you want to, either one team wants to assert their dominance, and that's where I think Fairfield will go with this. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, and Sal Esposito for Fairfield, and here goes Fairfield around the blind side. That's number 8. Taking a break. That's Max Steffen, and he is wrapped up, and now he's able to offload to his teammate, that is Viale at scrum half, and Fairfield U is knocking on the doorstep here. Big tackle by Colgate to force Fairfield U back. Fairfield U remaining composed right in front of the try line.
Nice try.
And Fairfield driving over.
Right, nope.
Referee penalizing Fairfield. Referee penalizing Fairfield for either obstruction.
I'd say obstruction, Austin. I'd say obstruction in that last ruck. That was a clever move off the back of that scrum. First scrum of the day, running an 8-man pick. That's not a normal thing to do. I'd say that was a set decision. Test their blind side. Clearly was open.
And that was Max Steffen, the sophomore 8-man, who is nicknamed Victoria, making that break in the back. Colgate luckily scrambling back to defend and forcing the penalty. And we have a man down for Colgate who is getting assessed right now. It appears to be number 7, Darian Washington, the senior open side flanker. He's got a smile on his face. He looks like he wants to get right back into it. Unfortunately, his coach has made the decision. He's going to pull him off. And Coach David Chapman's going to have to go to his bench earlier than probably he would prefer. And he's going to bring on, it looks like, number 16, Massimo Indolini. That's an Italian boy if it sounds like it. So number 16, Massimo Indolini, is in for number 7, Darian Washington. And Colgate able to gain some ground, but still in their own end. They'll have a line out. They'll have an attacking line out just about 25 meters outside their own try line. What do you do if you're Colgate here? You've been under the pump for the beginning.
Look, I'm watching this at the moment, and they're a little they're confused as to what their line-out calls are going to be already. That's a nice jump. That is nice. Yeah.
Colgate's going to attack. That's big number 4, Mike Levenger, the freshman lock, one of the many, as Dave pointed out earlier.
Hands.
Beautiful hands to the outside.
Right,
tackle though. Here comes tackle's brought down by Chris Chaviello. And the penalty is awarded, and referee not playing it, stopping the advantage for a high tackle by Chaviello will award the penalty to Colgate. Dave, as a coach, how strict are referees with the high tackle?
We've seen this all day. We've seen a number of yellow cards today. They're very strict, and so they should be. Anything above the shoulders has got to be either penalised or yellow carded. If it's it should be adhered to very strictly. Very important.
It certainly set a precedent to all the players that you're going to play this game the right way.
Exactly.
And here's Colgate attacking off its lineout. They go to the back again.
Nice.
This time does not find hand. Instead, it's fielded by Chaviello, the Italian stallion, as he's named. And he's going to barrel ahead and put Fairfield on the front foot. And Fairfield's going to go to the short side. That is number 20. That's Mike Sweetman. And that is the wing, the near wing. That is Charlie Bonaparte, who was forced out by a host of Colgate defenders. Big opportunity there for Fairfield U, who is demonstrating an excellent ability to transition from attack to defense to attack, Dave.
Absolutely. That's not an easy thing to coach, and they're doing that very, very well.
Colgate will have a line out very deep in its own end. And Fairfield has forced the turnover in the lineout, well gathered by Michael Sweetman. And now Vialli is going to go to his forward pack and keep it tight and try and knock on the door of the Colgate defense.
That's a try.
And the try is awarded to Fairfield U. And the try was scored by number 7. That is Luke Heinrich. It is nicknamed Dude, and he is a junior flanker for Fairfield University. So, Dave, now we're 12 and we're 2 quick scores by Fairfield University. Is it panic time yet for Colgate, or is it still early on?
Absolutely not. No. But they do need to calm themselves down. That line out we just had there, you've got to think about these things, and you've got to look at it and go, okay, what do we need to do to secure this ball? It's very tight. We're 5 meters out. If we lose this ball, you can pretty well guarantee they're going to put the points on you. So we needed to slow that line out down, take our time, as in Colgate taking their time to do that, which they didn't do. And that's just the freshness of the team, the youngness of that team, not used to playing together as much as they would have for Fairfield, for example. So they've got a long way to go, and they've got plenty of time.
And Andrew Pearl, his conversion is short. And with that, Fairfield leads Colgate 12-0, and we're probably about 10 minutes or so into the first half here. Colgate will have to kick off back to Fairfield, and Fairfield will look to get right back on the front foot. Taking the kick is number 14, Jabril Diallo, a freshman, another one of the freshmen.
That's not a good start.
And Jabril's kick does not travel the necessary 10 meters, and Fairfield opts to scrum.
They just collectively, Colgate, collectively just need to take a deep breath and and realise that there is a lot of time left and there is time to do what they need to do and just play their game and enjoy themselves, not get too rattled at this stage.
Here is Joe Viale ready to put in the ball to his attacking scrum for Fairfield. Referee not happy with the setup of both teams, so he's going to bring it back. And Fairfield's going to go to the blind side again. Here's Viale, and he puts a kick through. Colgate's there to field it. Gets away from one. Colgate able to maintain possession. Big pass, doesn't find hand. Number 13, Jack Flanagan scrambles, and he's gonna make a bit of a break here. Number 4, Patrick Cairns, FCP as he's called, Finn. Brings him down. And here's Colgate now on the front foot. This is Whiteman. To his fly half Heath. And that is Pratley.
Yep.
And the referee is going back to a penalty advantage for Fairfield being offsides.
No.
Colgate choosing to go quickly here. Viale is there to make the tackle.
We come back to being talking earlier about just staying calm, and a quick tap like that is not staying calm.
Here's Colgate. Here's the switch back inside to Benji Pratley, who is met by 2 Fairfield defenders, and the ball is actually stolen by the big number 5 Nizar Zackley. They call him Big Sack. He is a freshman business major. And that is a big carry forward by Jack McCarthy, number 12. Michael Sweetman, the hooker, has the ball. Viale's going to give it to a big boy, Brendan McCarthy, nicknamed Hoss. And here's Sal Esposito, and it gives it to McCarthy, who makes another break, who it offloads but can't find anybody, but Viale's right there, and that is Chiviello. Ball is fumbled, and it is a forward advantage, and Colgate kicks its advantage away. And after all that, we're going to have a line out to Fairfield, about 30 meters away from Colgate's try line. Dave, maybe a little try-line fever by Fairfield U?
Definitely there, Austin. You know, there was an overlap, a big overlap right from the get-go there, and 9 and 10 were not paying attention to it on the right side, going on the left. The communication needs to lift from Fairfield, and they just need to let the process take place to score the points, not try and force it.
And Sweetman, nicknamed Sweets, is going to get Fairfield going again with a line out. Beautifully taken. And this is the big number 18, Ryan Handelman, who goes forward. But Colgate number 12, that's Benji Pratley. He stuffs Fairfield and steals the ball. And now back is Mike Levenger, the freshman lock for Colgate, reestablishing Colgate on the attacking side. Colgate going through the hands here, but they're met by several defensive players of Fairfield U. Here's Whiteman, and this is Jabril Diallo. Whiteman. Ball isn't handled by Levenger. It's lost forward. And here's Fairfield U going on the advantage. Vial. And now this is Cairns. Vial going to keep going to the open side. Big pass to Sal Esposito. And the ball's picked off the base of the ruck by Luke Heinrich, and he puts it across for Fairfield University's 3rd score of the game. As we look about on the replay here, we get a clips of Heinrich getting across the line for the score. Fairfield U's 3rd score of the day, and Dave, now what's going on in Colgate's mind and what's going on in Fairfield U's mind as we're approaching more than halfway of this first half, and Fairfield use up 3 scores to none.
Well, you know, to me, this is where you start to have issues with both teams. Colgate's getting in their head thinking they can't do anything and getting nervous, and Fairfield's thinking they can do whatever they like. So, and that won't be the case. Fairfield need to remain calm, do what they're doing, play the way they've been taught, and just do and the way that they've started so far. And Colgate just need to continue the way that they know how to. They are young. They've just gotten those 2 points. It's a converted try. They just need to continue moving forward. When they've got ball in hand, they actually don't seem that bad. But possession's obviously been very much in Fairfield's way so far.
And that conversion was made by number 25, Andrew Pearl, the junior from Fairfield University.
Steve! Going right!
He's met by a Colgate defender. This is Heinrich testing Colgate.
Hold out. Leave it alone, White.
Colgate, though, steals the ball in Fairfield University territory. But look at Fairfield's line speed just come right up. Here's Adrian Heath. Nowhere to go.
Get off your hands, White.
By Chaviello. Whiteman. To his 13, Flanagan.
They smother them, don't they?
This is Levenger, who's going to try and straighten the Colgate attack.
Back foot.
Heinrich trying to fight the ball back. Colgate spots an opening, puts it in behind the Fairfield defense. Beautifully taken by Pearl. And here's a dart down the short side. A beautiful offload to the streaking Chaviello, who makes a step off his inside foot, and he's going to try and put it down the middle of the try zone. Dave, what a beautiful try there.
That was a superb try. And as I just pointed a little moment ago, if you watch that Fairfield defence, it smothers the ruck. They clean out that ruck and they come up in a line together. And when they get the chance and they get the ball back, they take off. That was a superb set. Beautiful.
And that try all started with the line speed, as Dave pointed out. Then Joe Vialli, the scrum half, Joey Bag of Donuts, as he's nicknamed. He is a freshman halfback for Fairfield. Took a shot to the short side of the field right in front of us and gave a beautiful offload to Chris Chaviello.
Change the scoreboard to say Colgate.
We haven't changed it all day. It just happens to be Fairfield for this game. Yeah, sorry.
No, for Colgate.
I know, we haven't changed the score.
Ooh. Nice job.
And Andrew Pearl converts the kick at goal, and it is now 26-0 in favor of Fairfield University. Colgate elects to kick deep again.
Going back left, going back left.
This is Sweetman barreling ahead.
Good run.
Well supported.
Roll away, Black.
Yal goes back to the short side. Patrick Cairns with the carry. And it's Ryan Hendelman on the big run ahead. Back to Nizar. Fairfield prodding the Colgate defense, looking for a weakness. finally brought down. Vial's going to go right. This is Esposito, and he steps around one, offloads. Beautiful hands through Fairfield University, and they're going to get a cross for a 5th try. Well, Dave, why don't you take me through that? Take us through that last sequence there.
You know, when a Fairfield attacker has the ball and he's coming in and he's running, he doesn't go to ground immediately. They stay on their feet. That's a very good show of how strong they are, how well trained they are. They hit their opposition and continue to drive their legs until they're brought down. So they're making another 5 to 8 yards before they hit the ground. They have good support, and then they go wide really nicely. They're running on the ball at speed, so they're showing a lot of good team. Fairfield's a good team. Very well done.
This is Andrew Pearl for his 5th kick at goal, or 6th kick at goal today. And it's just off the left post and doesn't go in. So now Fairfield leads Colgate 31-0 as we're approaching the tail end of the first half here. So how does Colgate get back in this game, Dave?
Look, Austin, I don't know if they can. You know, it's they're looking down the barrel of it at the moment, to be honest with you, but they just don't want to give up. Just keep pushing it. This kickoffs are a problem.
And Jack Johnson dribbles one across the line, and it goes 10 meters and out into touch. It'll be a line out. Oh, ball was touched by Fairfield U's front rower. That is Nazir Sackle. So Colgate will have the line out just over Fairfield U territory. Line out does not find hand to Colgate, and it bounces into the hands of Fairfield U, and Vial is back on the attack. And this is Sweetman stepping off his outside foot, barreling ahead to Colgate, committing defenders to him. Vial spots the short side, excellent hands to the wing, stepping off his outside foot, looking for the offload, doesn't find the hand. Esposito. And Fairfield U is awarded the penalty as Colgate is playing from offside. Vial likes to go quickly. Sweetman. Vial directing traffic. And this is Esposito trying to break. Colgate scrambling to get back into defense. Vial. This is Heinrich. And now Jack McCarthy. Held up by 3 Colgate defenders, and yet gets an extra shove from a teammate forward. Vial. Vial gives a dart, shows and goes, and offloads to Max Steffen for an absolutely beautiful try. Dave, what can you tell us about your observations of Fairfield's halfback Joe Vial today?
He is very good. He reads the game well and he controls it beautifully. You know, from here we can't hear whether he talks, but I'm imagining he's got a lot to say on the field. The guys around him play off him very well. That number 8 is also very good for Fairfield.
That is Max Steffen.
Max Steffen, yeah. He's in the right spot all the time.
As we just saw in the replay, Vial gave a dummy, stepped through the gap, beautiful offload. That's the second beautiful assist on the day. First one was to Chris Chiavello, and now this one to Max Steffen, the sophomore number 8 for Fairfield. Here is Andrew Pearl, who's had a busy day at kicking today.
Yeah, he's going to get plenty of practice by the looks of things.
And his kick just does not come around the near post and sails wide. So it is now 36-0 in favor of Fairfield University.
Look, talking with Colgate's coach David Chapman before the game, you know, the idea is to blood as many new guys as you can. If he's got 8 or 9 freshmen in this team, that's fantastic for the future. That's fantastic for next year. You're up against a pretty solid team, a very solid team at Fairfield University. And but Colgate's future will look bright. Today might not work out the way anyone wanted it, but the future will be good.
Colgate sets the kickoff. That's Jack Johnson on the kick deep, fielded by Fairfield U. Vial directing traffic, Sweetman ready to receive it, and this is Sweetman refusing to go down at the first point of contact. Vial's going to go short side. Beautiful no look by Nazir. Unfortunately, referee says it's forward. And now Colgate finally has an attacking opportunity in Fairfield University's end with this scrum.
This is vital for Colgate, this scrum, to get this right. Get in low and tight, hold that ball. No need to try and push, just get that ball back, and let's see what they can do in there in Fairfield's half.
Fairfield, Colgate's front row is comprised of a sophomore loose head, a freshman hooker, and a senior tight head. That senior tight head, as you well know, Dave, the tight head is the anchor of the scrum.
Yeah.
And Fairfield is pushing that anchor back and forces the turnover. And here's Esposito on the counterattack. Hands through the ball. McCarthy finds the space.
Oh.
The no look doesn't find the hand, but still scooped up by Chris Bonaparte. Fairfield looking to attack again. Vial does a dart again. This time he's stopped by the Colgate defense. This is Hadelman. Colgate forces the turnover. Beautiful steal by Adrian Heath, the senior fly half. Colgate looking to go on the counterattack. This is Adrian Heath kicking over the top, fielded beautifully by Luke Heinrich. Sweetman going to the far side. Offloaded to Kearns. Vial bringing it back to the near side. This is Nazir Sackle who barrels ahead forward. Support finally arrives. And now Vial's going to go to the open side.
Hands.
Fairfield going through the hands. Last pass could not find the hands. Scooped up beautifully by Jabril Diallo. Colgate now with the attacking opportunity. Jack Johnson looking to make a break through the would-be tackler Jack McCarthy.
Oh, that's offside.
Whitman. Colgate awarded the penalty for hands in the ruck, and Whitman elects to go quickly, and he's got a gap, and he might take it. Support comes from the fly half, Heath. Big hit by Michael Sweetman. Whitman goes blind. Heath tries to dab through, fielded by Fairfield U. Jack Strout on the coverage. Fairfield regaining possession, slowing things down. Vial directing troops. Sweetman with the pick off the base. Referee says we're going to stop for an injury. Play's getting too close to the injury there. And Dave, you were shaking your head there at that decision by senior flyer for Colgate, Adrian Heath, to kick through there. How come?
The biggest thing was the quick tap on the penalty. I think Colgate should they're not in the position for quick taps. You're playing against a team that will shut you down very quickly. I think you need to look at possession, kick for the sideline, trust your line out. That way you have got on a set piece, you've got your forwards in with their forwards, and it's just back on back. That's the best opportunity that Colgate have at the moment in attacking. I can't see any other way. They're very vulnerable. Fairfield's worked out that Colgate's very vulnerable on the outside, and they're going to take that all day long. So you want to try and keep the forwards out of the game at the set pieces and try and go in that way. Quick taps when you're down by 36 are not going to work for you.
And Colgate's injured player. Looks like he's going to stay in the game. And time is back on, and referee says we're going to have a scrum to Fairfield because of the stoppage of play. Again, folks, here we are at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University for Game 4 of the 2018 Liberty Conference Challenge. The host team, Fairfield University against Colgate, leading by a score of 36-0. And here is the halfback, Joe Vial. Esposito coming around the corner. Big pass to the outside. That's Pearl, the fullback.
Nicely
stolen beautifully by Adrian Heath. And Colgate have numbers. Big pass from the senior Will Picken. And Fairfield, ruck was formed, says the referee. Fairfield's hands were still in it. And Whitman was looking to go quickly but unable to do so. So Colgate will kick to the sideline to set a line out. Heath does it all today, Dave.
Absolutely, he does. He really is in control of everything, isn't he? That's a good kick into the corner. There we are. We're about 10 yards out from the try line for Colgate. That's smart rugby. That's keeping your composure and doing what you should do.
Colgate will look to capitalize on this opportunity being right on Fairfield U's doorstep. And they go to the back pod, beautifully taken. Referee has his arm out for an advantage. Whiteman to Mike Levenger. Whitman going to play the advantage. This is Heath trying to take a gap. Takes 4 men to bring him down. Whiteman continuing to go to the right side. He breaks one tackle, breaks two, and he extends out, and he puts in a beautiful individual try for Colgate.
That was a good try, Austin. Their line out. They got themselves deep into Fairfield's end, 10 yards out from the try line. Beautifully done line out, executed line out. Thought they were going to do the maul, but changed their mind because Fairfield sat back, and then used their back line, backs on backs, and scored a try. Very nice.
And we have a 9-10 combination. 9 for Colgate, Sam Whitman, the junior, and the senior Adrian Heath, fly half. And we talked about Colgate's youth. How vital is it to have veterans at those positions, Dave?
Oh, look, you really do want your senior players or your good rugby players, so to speak, if you want to call that at 9 and 10. They control everything. Nine's got to do a lot of talking. 10 knows where he wants to go, and then the others can play off that, and that's a good position to have. Look, it's 36-7. This is going to be a long day for Colgate, but it should be a learning exercise for them as well, and they should be able to take a lot away from it at the end of the day, I think.
And we certainly have a lot more rugby to play as we near the end of the first half with Colgate trailing Fairfield 36-7, and Joe Vial for Fairfield is going to kick off back to Colgate. And if you're Colgate here now, do you play territory, or do you keep the ball in hand and try and chip away at this lead?
Look, the territory part doesn't work for them. It's really got to be ball in hand. Ball in hand is what wins games.
Colgate looking
backwards,
under pressure from Fairfield. You finally settled down.
Back up. Back up.
Here is Heath. Dumps the kick downfield, doesn't find touch. Fielded by Jack Strout. Looking on the counterattack. This is Pearl. Sheds one defender, can't shed two. Vial there to recycle, and now Salas Posito's on the attack. Big pass to the number 8, Stefan. Already has one try on the day. Excellent offload to Chiavello, who also has one try, and now he's got his second. Beautiful transition of counterattacking by Fairfield University through the hands. Gives from Stefan and finds Chiavello for his second try on the day. Well, Dave, just when Colgate looked like it had a glimmer of hope, Fairfield said, no, sir.
Well, what they did was they kicked it straight away. So they gave possession back to Fairfield. You really don't want to. You want to starve in a game like this. With Fairfield being so strong, you want to starve them of the ball. That's the only way, and it doesn't matter whether you're in your own half. Colgate needs to hang on to that ball. That's pure and simple. Don't give it to Fairfield.
Pearl will look to add the extras here, as we see out on the field. Mark Downs, coach for Fairfield University, instructing his players. Fairfield is not settled and satisfied with this score. They want more, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Mark also hand gesturing to his team to stay calm, don't get carried away with the moment, with the scoreline being at 40, what are we talking, 43-7 now. Don't get carried away with it. The old saying, 0-0, just keep plodding at it, doing what we do best.
And on the other side of that, Colgate still jogging to the mark, still here to play rugby.
They've got their heads up, Austin. They haven't dropped them. Good for them. You know, David Chapman's the coach for Colgate, will take a lot out of today, and these boys will learn a lot from today. That will bode well for them in the future.
And Jack Johnson, the sophomore front rower, will kick off. Pins them deep. Ball goes over Vial's head. If he touches it, that's a Colgate ball. Ball rolls into the snow. Referee decided ball was not touched, and it'll be a scrum back at midfield. Nice to see that crust of snow in the back tri-zone there to the right of our screen has melted away as the day goes on. At the first kickoff this morning, Dave, the entire tri-zone was covered in slush. And then in the last game, it was really funny. A UConn player dove headfirst for a try and took a snowball and ate it as a snow cone after he scored. So good to see the college kids having a lot of fun today.
I'm glad they're having fun. It's a beautiful field too. Gorgeous field, Raffy Stadium here at Fairfield University. Gorgeous place to play rugby.
And Fairfield looks to go Stefan to Vial to Esposito, looking for a break. Finds it. Esposito is away, and he is going to score. Fairfield continuing to exploit the weak side of the scrum. Excellent transfer of hands from Stefan to Vial to Esposito. 8, 9, 10 off of the base of the scrum. Textbook, Dave Lime.
Absolutely. They're doing a great job with that, with the 8-man pick. It really works well for them. They've obviously practiced that a lot to get that to work so well. The Fairfield's hitting that line 9 and 10, 8, 9 and 10 are hitting that line and hard and solid. So they really are opening up Colgate defense.
And we have and Colgate has a freshman, Dylan Vassell, at blindside flanker. And this will certainly be a learning experience for him today.
He won't forget this in a hurry. But the thing, they're making it hard. In fairness to that young man, they're making it hard for him because when the 8 from Fairfield breaks off, he doesn't come up the side of the scrum. He pushes wide. He steps 3 steps to the right first before offloading it, which gives him a lot of time to keep it away from their flanker.
And as that kick sails over the post by Andrew Pearl, that is the half. And with the Fairfield U running away with this one, impressing the home fans with a score of 50-7 over Colgate. This is Next Level Rugby, bringing you Division 1A USA Rugby collegiate action from the Liberty Conference here at the gorgeous Fairfield University Rafferty Stadium. I am Austin Ryan. Alongside me is Dave Lime, and we will be right back after halftime.
every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. The most of this night, come on baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do.
I've just been given the keys to the car, so why don't you walk us through what's happened so far?
Well, we've had it's been an interesting first half. We've got Fairfield 50 points and Colgate is 7. They're having a tough day of it, but they've got a lot of freshmen in it. They're building a program at the moment, rebuilding the program. The future looks bright for them. Fairfield's got a solid team. And really just sort of running all over them and shutting them down very easily.
Yeah, and you can see that right off the bat here after the start of the second half. Fairfield all over. You see the white and the red jerseys of the Stags as opposed to the darker jerseys, the black and we'll call it, what do you call that, maroon?
I think
black
so.
and maroon of the Colgate University team?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, we'll call it that. You've got Andrew Ferrant throwing it in, the hooker. For Colgate. Right now at halftime, you're the Colgate coach. You're Coach Chapman. What are you saying to the boys?
Look, if I was Dave Chapman, I'd be saying to them, look, you just keep playing the game that we've been practicing. Just keep it, tackles are crucial. There's a high tackle. Tackles are crucial. We need to bring that tackle count up. Get some confidence. Have some confidence. Believe in ourselves. That's vital.
And you've got nothing to lose.
You've got absolutely zero to lose, mate. Absolutely zero.
All right, here we go. On attack is Colgate, number 4, Mike Levenger. That's going to be a whistle.
Forward pass.
It's going to be Colgate ball. I beg your pardon. It's going to be Fairfield ball.
They've got a bit of a home field advantage too, don't they, Coach?
They do. They do. They know this field apparently. So not that they play on this one all the time. They're on the grass one down the road. Still, they've got a little crowd here, so that's nice.
Yeah, some of the folks that may have come here might have been lingering by that grass field, thinking, where the point is? Where is everybody?
Apparently, I heard that.
He has to be a real idiot. Probably a guy that you're talking to on the mic.
Exactly.
Anyway, just a little bit too far for number 13 to handle. That was an inadvertent pass, and Sal Esposito could not corral it.
See, Fairfield went away from their normal. Most of the first half they've used the number 8 pick. They avoided it there, and their 13 I think was just a fraction too wide.
So do you run the risk, if you're the Fairfield coach, if you're Ben Kelly, are you running the risk of guys throwing everything out the window and just doing what they want on them?
Absolutely.
Right? And are you encouraging that?
No. You want them to stick within their boundaries and what you've taught them and our game plan and where we're going and how we're doing it. Is a good scrum from Fairfield.
Yeah, big drive from Fairfield and a burst up the middle, and he's going to take it in. That is number 9, Joe Viali, with the try, and just like that, it is now 55-7, just making that hill a little bit steeper to climb.
Yeah, he's a good player, that number 9. He's really controlled the game for Fairfield right from the start. I think he's new to Fairfield this year, from my understanding, from memory. But that does make life very difficult. That was a good scrum from Fairfield.
Now, David, for the folks at home that are just tuning in and maybe trying to place your accent as in southern Boston or Brooklyn, where are you actually from?
A bit further south than that, Australia.
Where in Australia?
Sydney.
Sydney. So you know a little bit about the footy.
I've been playing footy since I was 4.
Okay, so and footy can be categorized as rugby league, rugby, and even Aussie rules football, right?
Yeah, it can be. And
we're not going to mention soccer.
We don't mention soccer, no. But yeah, footy is one of those things. I haven't used that word for a long time, but actually hear Ben Kelly, the coach of Fairfield, use the name footy quite often. He uses that terminology. But it covers a lot of any ball-carrying sport, I think.
And here's where we're using the foot, right here.
That's right.
And he used it well. He just put it right through the uprights. Casually flicks the tee back to the ref. Did he give it to he gave it to his tee caddy. Right? I was watching a documentary, a really cool documentary on the last World Cup in England, and it was Pierre Deschamps, the director, and a couple of the matches where some of the All Blacks were on the bench, like Richie McCaw, for instance, he's out there. He's the tea caddy for Dan Carter.
Well, you've read the book, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
cleaning the sheds.
Yeah, and Carter is saying to him, Richie, stop bending the tee, because he's pushing the tee in his pocket. And you see them trotting off the field, and Carter's like, come on, man. I guess when you get that level, it matters, right?
I guess it does.
And I'm not going to argue with Dan Carter.
No, absolutely
the fact
not.
that he's lecturing Richie McCaw.
Yeah.
And there's a big break into the open.
That's the man on the outside.
Number 20. Taking it to him. That was Michael Sweetman with a Sweets run. Sweets is his nickname, folks. Don't sue me. But alas, Colgate on defense, but the knock on and the ball is turned back over to Fairfield. So how do you make up 50 points, Coach, right now? You're shaking your head no, which means you don't have an answer for me right now. But the pressure. This is what we're under the bright lights. This is why you're getting the big bucks.
This is
come
right.
up with 50 points for me right now.
Have Fairfield. I don't know. You can't. You can't come up with it. But what you want to do is come out with some respect. Although I'm not saying that they don't have any. There's a nice little 8-man pick again.
Fair enough. Joey Bag of Donuts, the scrum half, had put that one in, and now his teammates are following suit. Here he is. Nice feed into Sweets, who is still on his feet. You just want to see a competitive spirit from Colgate, right? At this point,
I want to see them hold their head up and don't lose faith. And so far, I'm not seeing that. They are trying, and just things aren't going to go their way today, and that's how it is. But as we've talked about, there's 8 freshmen in that team, and the future's bright.
In the meantime, Fairfield showing no complacency at all on attack. And there's a battle of the mountains and a try. Try awarded for Fairfield. That's going to make it carry the 7 divided by 2, remainder 6. I think we've got 62 to 7 coming on the board right now. And I think, you know, if the bench hasn't been emptied yet by Ben Kelly, and Mark Downs, a.k.a. Downsy, who I played with at the New York Rugby Club
Really?
many decades ago.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, we were teammates.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I had a full head of hair then. And he really hasn't changed that much, that dirty name.
I know, lucky bugger.
He's the Dorian Gray of rugby. Here's not an easy attempt. And this is, you know, for these guys, this is good experience too, because now he's practicing his conversions because they're scoring tries.
That's right.
Right? And this is a difficult angle. That's a pretty good effort.
That's a great kick. Well done.
And he banged it in. So when things are going your way, they're going your way.
They always do, don't they? They always do. Fairfield just needs to stay composed. Don't get too cocky about the whole thing, and just keep playing the game that they play. On the reverse side, you know, look at Colgate running back. None of them have dropped their heads. They're running into position. They're still ready to go, and full congratulations to them for that.
Yeah, it's a credit to the organization.
Absolutely.
Coach Chapman, Taylor, Rasmussen. And I love the fact that the prop is doing the kicking, Jack Johnson.
You got to love that.
He's got that melodic name, Jack Johnson.
Jack Johnson.
Surfer, singing surfer. Not a prop. Not a kicking prop, right? All right, and he's going to give a penalty to Colgate.
Let's kick it into the corner. Have a line out and score a try.
They heard you, Coach. And you don't have to whisper those comments.
I don't have to whisper.
No, you can say that, because if it's an inner dialogue, it's coming out anyway. So people are like, is he talking to us or not? So,
he's talking to himself.
yeah, get it out there. Because I was wondering if I was reading your mind.
I thought you might be.
That's a different show. All right, here's the hooker. Ferrante.
That's a shame. That didn't work out.
No. I love the fact that the scrum half's Fairfield's nickname is Joey Bag of Donuts.
I know.
Yeah.
Joey Bag of Donuts.
I'm not making it up. Right there, Joey Bag of Donuts. And, you know, we have a slot here that says year or age. And it was meant to be what year in college you are. And they put the age of each guy, not how years old.
Yeah, college, but they're college students.
I don't think, or is it he's in year 22 of college? Then he's got experience, to say the least.
Exactly.
Deja vu all over again with Ferrante with the line out. And they threw the kitchen sink at him and still lost the line out. Taken nicely by Fairfield, but a knock-on, played advantage, and Colgate looking to get past the whitewash, Coach.
That's it. Come on, boys.
Let's see that Colgate smile.
You've been dying to use that, haven't you?
You know I was going to use that. Dallin Stanford jealous someplace.
Yeah, exactly right.
Shut the gate.
Oh, high tackle.
Stolen. But they go back to playing the advantage. They were playing on house money. So the original penalty spot. Are they going to kick to the corner, Coach?
I think, no. Looks like they're going to, doesn't it? I would actually, on this one, I'd be playing it. Oh, no.
They're going for posts.
What are they?
They just
They didn't do that, did they?
Maybe it's a fake.
You can't once the red. What you do
that.
is you point
you
to it,
that.
you tap it and run.
It's a live ball. Catch him
I
napping.
don't think 3 points is going to help them here, but that's fine.
Well, you know what it does? It makes us excited because we have the prop kicking again.
That's right.
Right? This is
you just got to love a proper kick.
You know, and again, it's you've got all these. We've got youth playing rugby now, and they're playing sevens, and they're playing 15s, and you're seeing this is a product. I bet you this guy plays some sevens on the side. Well, that kick wasn't his best effort, but he's made some good kicks, and he's also limping around a little bit. We saw that earlier in the afternoon with, I think it was the Stonybrook.
He doesn't have a tea caddy, by the way, either.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Richie McCaw.
No, he does not.
On his hip. We got a whistle. We're going to go back. (64-7) here at Rafferty Stadium. The home team, Fairfield, on top of Colgate. Colgate University out of Hamilton, New York. David Lai and Matt McCarthy in the booth for Next Level Rugby. A great facility, a great day of rugby, and the weather is not impacting anything.
Weather's beautiful. Perfect day for it.
Who would have thunk after the week that we had?
Right.
Or the week that we had in that one day?
Didn't see that one coming.
Not exactly Sydney weather.
No, it's not. Nice scrum.
All right, there's a nice pass out. Colgate not quitting, on the front foot, striving forward. Looking for some help, number 9, that was Sam Whitman. Controlling the ball. They just need to be patient here, Coach.
That's exactly right. They just need to take their time and don't rush anything, because they're quite lined up quite well at the moment, and they really are having a go at this.
It looks like they're getting more players to the breakdown than they were in the first half. That's a good sign, because you're in the second half. You've got a lopsided score, and you guys are still getting to the breakdown. That's an important note for Coach going forward. So there's a whistle, and they've earned another penalty.
Yep. Taking it.
I'm starting to think that Austin Ryan was a jinx for Colgate in the first half.
I hope he's listening while he's on his way.
He was a homer.
To do his run.
He's a fair, whatever the heck the Fairfield guy.
I know, right?
Right?
This might be the case. Now we've done a nice kick into the corner here. About 3 yards out for a line out to Colgate. This is exciting.
You know, I think Colgate might want to consider you and I as their good luck charms and have us tour with them wherever they go.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah. We'll have our agents.
Exactly.
All right, here's the line.
They don't come cheaply, though.
On the far, no. No, we got class.
That's it, mate.
All right, here's Ferrant, or Ferrante, covering our tracks.
Right, exactly.
Right. You know we're going to upset somebody. Here's the line out, taken by
perfect.
Colgate.
Let's go.
You think he should have dished it, Coach?
He left it a fraction too late, and he's holding onto it was the right move in the end.
Right. And there's a lot of white shirts and stripping the ball in the tackle, forcing the knock on. That's a good, experienced rugger making that play.
Fairfield
right
come up very well. As you know, Ben Kelly's an ex-leaguey. They come up together very well and have that league defense, which really is very hard to break.
I'll translate. He's an ex-leaguey. He's an ex-rugby league guy. This is rugby union. 13 on 13 is rugby league with some downs and mullets.
Yeah, mullets.
Right, you got to have a mullet to play
mullet.
rugby league.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And big biceps.
That's right.
Right? Biceps and mullets in rugby league. Rugby 15. We have rugby union. We have 15 on 15, and a certain je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. All right. There's a nice kick. Albert Fielden. He held on. Fielded it nicely. That was Patrick O'Hagan. He's on the run, trying a little something with his foot. Gets fortunate in his bounce to his teammates who retain it, Coach.
They're doing well. They're really throwing everything they have at them. And that's a knock on to Fairfield, so that means a Colgate scrum on about the 30-yard line, which is great.
We have a new game show. Pick the line. Right?
Exactly.
I can't tell.
How am I? Am I 30?
Pitch,
no, I'm not 30. I think it must be 20. Is it 20? I don't know. I have no idea.
It's somewhere in the Fairfield zone.
Yeah, exactly.
About halfway. I've got an idea for all these field turf fields on how to change the lines each match. Contact me and we'll trademark it and be on Shark Tank, folks.
Perfect.
Stumbling but holding on to the ball. Colgate looking to break the whitewash. There's a nice little gap. Found by the ball carrier. There's O'Hagan. Going east-west, now north-south. He's got help. But the ball is stolen by Bag of Donuts. Joey Bag of Donuts all over the pitch, coach.
He is all over the pitch.
There he is again. How many Joey Bag of Donuts are there out there on the pitch for Fairfield? All right, racing down to get the ball is Colgate. Nice move, but going. Now there's just white and red all over. And that's been a key to this match.
It has. They hunt very well together.
That's the leaguey influence.
Exactly right. That's exactly right.
Getting back to Ben Kelly. Is Ben a funny talker like you?
Yeah, he's a funny talker like me, yeah.
Get away with a knock on there?
They did, yeah.
All right, generosity on the part of this referee.
I don't think it's going to hurt.
Colgate still trying. Jack Johnson taking it to turf. Because he was playing the advantage.
Yeah.
Jack Johnson keeps taking a beating, rolling, getting back up. No quitting these guys. You gotta like that. You know, for a guy like that, he's doing the kicking. He's in the front row. He's painting your house. He's doing whatever it takes, and yet he is still going, and his team is down by more than 10 points at 64-7. Right?
I'm right with you. That is a beautiful line out.
It's a great line out. Nice run forward. Got to get some people to the breakdown. They're a little slow to get there. And we've got a whistle.
Different injury, no?
That was a nice hard run by Mike Levenger.
That was a good run.
And he is a freshman. Because Colgate got the column correct here. They've got sophomore.
Yes, they did. Well, Dave Chapman's very, he knows what he's doing.
But he's got the age.
But Mark hasn't got a clue.
We're handing you a sheet to fill out. It says year for a college. And it's year/major. Are you going to put how old they are or what year in college they're in? Contact Next Level Rugby with your answer. Here's the put-in. Whitman. Being guarded by Joey Bag of Donuts. And getting nailed, perhaps prematurely.
Yep. Releasing too early from the
by Heinrich. Yeah, he released too early, and it was a quick tap. Little pass to the hooker on the wing. Ferrand corralling the ball, turning it over, not releasing. And a penalty with our man, and I'm not making it up, ladies and gentlemen, in the nickname slot, they gave Joe Vialli Joey Bag of Donuts. That's why I'm calling him that. You can be my witness here, Coach. It was all Coach's idea. It's a league thing.
It is a league thing.
Right?
Yeah, nicknames. I don't know why we have nicknames. Why do we have nicknames? Look at this.
Because if you're doing color commentary, you want some.
Oh, that's the idea.
Fun,
oh,
okay. Right? It also says anecdote. Nickname/anecdote. You choose. In the meantime, no anecdote there. That's a great line out by Fairfield. They are on top, 64-7 in this Liberty Bowl series with the Next Level production. And you've got just a little hesitancy on the part of Jack Strout.
He wasn't sure where it was going to go. He's trying to keep himself inside the line, but he should have just committed to that and taken it and saw what happened. Nice little box kick.
That was.
Although I'm not a fan of box kicks.
K9. Kick 9. Yeah. Kick by the 9, K9.
Yeah.
All right, so you've been witness to both halves. If you had to make a call right now, who your man of the match is?
Look, it's got to be the number 9 for Fairfield.
Joey Bag of Donuts.
Joey Bag of Donuts.
And we should give him a donut.
He probably got some.
Yeah. All right. In the meantime, Colgate not paying any attention to us. They keep playing this match as though it's 0-0, and you gotta love that, especially if you're watching at home.
Fantastic. And
you're the coaching staff. You got young players across the board here too, Coach. I'm looking at some of the years that they are in school, and There's an inadvertent knock on and a whistle. But you've got sophomore, freshman, sophomore. I'm looking throughout this lineup. Out of the 15, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 freshmen, 7 freshmen, I beg your pardon. And you've got
plus those 3 there
and
a
yeah,
freshman as well.
your finishers, because we don't call them subs, we call them finishers.
I heard that on a podcast last night.
Yeah. Well, then I'm going to sue because I'm trademarking.
Oh,
Even
you're
though I can make it up, I'm going to sue. Anyway, this is what we do tomorrow.
But the All Blacks call them finishers, don't they?
Yeah, it's a good term.
Yeah, it is.
Whoever came up with it, and as Harry Truman said, it's amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. Right?
Exactly.
He just never spoke to me. And there's a big run from the outside. The number 8, Max Steffen, whose nickname is Victoria. Oh, there's a nice tackle. Oh, bordering on tip, but not. Nice run by Kearns.
Big overlap.
Grabbed by Esposito to get it into the try zone for his teammate. Esposito stretched his fingers a little bit more, number 13, to catch that pass and then dish it off. And there's another try.
That's all stemmed again from an 8-man pick. That really works for Fairfield.
I guess it also goes to the personnel that you have, right? And they seem to have these key positions they have pretty well manned.
Exactly right.
You know, that 8-9 combination is pretty darn good.
It's working.
You know, now these players have the option of getting the eyeballs from Major League Rugby, the MLR, right?
It's a very exciting time for college rugby and for rugby in general.
The sleeping giant.
Absolutely.
Starting to stir a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I believe our Eagles have won again today. Was that correct?
You know what?
You're not supposed to know. I'm sorry.
Do you know what a cup is?
Yeah, I do. I played cricket.
Oh.
Sorry.
There's the conversion attempt. And it's no good, but that's a pretty good effort there. So we have 69-7. We are at the 24-minute mark, according to our time consultant.
There's a long way to go.
Depends on how you look at it.
Glass half
if you're
full.
not looking forward to going home to watch USA versus Romania, because
which you're not anymore,
counterpart in the booth just ruined the score for you in a spoiler alert, because you've arranged for the rest of your day to be buried in obscurity so you didn't hear this. Yeah. All right, but in the meantime, Fairfield on attack. They are still starving for the try line despite having feasted with 69 points against to the 7 of Fairfield, of Colgate, I beg your pardon. The sheets are flying around the booth in here, Coach.
Sorry about that, one.
All right, they're going to. We're getting coffee in the booth here, and it's like I want to. He's like a supermodel. You know, look, we're both staring at you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're a gorgeous, sexy man.
Thank you very much.
All right, here's a line out. We've got somebody. We've got Michael Sweetman throwing it in, wearing number 20 at hooker. They just do that to us.
They just change it up as they go along.
But it's also you'll have a guy in the starting lineup wearing number 20.
I never liked that.
Yeah, it's just to fool the guys in the booth and see if we're paying attention.
It is.
But Sweetman's had quite a day for himself, so we know who he is.
Colgate will not give up.
And we're going to talk to your leaguey buddy, Ben Kelly, after this match, because the jersey numbers as per positions are just completely out of whack. You got number 5 playing loose head, number 20 playing hooker,
running
18 playing lock.
Seriously, who's running the operation?
25 is your fullback. Is there even, what, 32 wasn't available? But there's number 1. Brendan McCarthy. You got to like that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we have no further conversation about who the man of the match is for this one. Brendan McCarthy You are the inside.
You're it.
You're the front runner. And here's another big bruising run from Fairfield. I have to salute Robert Doc Hines.
Oh, he's gone again.
Brendan
McCarthy's gone again. He's
sprints to the try line, solidifying his choice as man of the match. And I bet you Robert Doc Hines, wherever you are, you will go along with that because he is my first cousin, and he's a Fairfield grad. Robert Doc Hines, legendary Robert Doc Hines, who's just past 50, about 14 years, but still playing here in the alumni game every year. I was up here last year for him. Headband. Yeah, high socks.
That's right.
Boxers hanging out of the bottom of his shorts.
Yeah, I remember him from last year.
Yeah. But he'd be very pleased to see Brendan McCarthy rambling forward for another try for Fairfield. I think this makes it 74.
It looks to me like Mark Downs has decided not to bother coming on this time to talk to the boys. I think they've got actually Mark's going up to the.
He's going to go have a smoke.
He's going to go up the top and have a chat to BK, who's standing up the top. They should be pretty happy with themselves. It looks pretty. They've done a good job today.
Andrew Pearl with the conversion. He just sneaks it in. That's a nice kick. None of these kicks are easy. It's a little bit breezier down on the pitch than it might seem on your screens, folks. It's calmed down considerably now. But that is all the same. That's a nice conversion. I think that brings us to 71-7.
Yeah.
Do we have time for a Mark Downs story?
Let's hear it. I'd love to hear it.
We were playing White Plains. Mark Downs was a heck of an 8-man or a wing or a flanker. So was Dave Flemister of the New York Rugby Club, who's just stopped by the booth now coaching with IONA Rugby. David Flemister, you can probably listen to this when we're talking about Mark Downs. We were playing against a guy named Gary Lambert, the Eagles. And they're playing against each other in the lineup. And in the meantime, let's get back to live action. We'll get back to that story. Number 18 rambling forward. Maintaining the ball. There's number 3. Oh, nice Sweetman out into the open. Scrum cap, knees, elbows flying. You don't want to tackle that guy. Oh, number 6 rambling forward.
That's a good run. Still going.
Just one hard runner after the next. And credit these Colgate defenders. They just keep making the tackles.
They do.
Yeah.
They certainly do. They're not giving up at all.
So Mark Downs, over from England, starts to poke Gary Lambert a little bit and, nudge him a little bit.
Right.
A little trash, the modern day, old day trash talk, the precursor for NBA trash talk. And Gary Lambert looks both directions in a lineup, and I'm playing the weak side wing, and I'm telling Mark, you might not want to do that. We have a lead. And Gary Lambert looks around, just decks it. That's it. Dave was there.
Just drops him.
Just dropped it. And it was in the days when the touch judges were a player from each team, so they had no power whatsoever, and they just cheated on all the kicks.
Yeah.
But no cheating going on down here as both of these teams battle it out. The Stags of Fairfield versus Colgate University. We have a 76-7 score. For whatever reason, maybe I'm insane, Coach, maybe you are too, but it doesn't seem like that.
It does not look like that for 1 second. This is very, very impressive Colgate team that they have not dropped their heads for 1 second. They are not giving up, and they're going to finish this game no matter what at absolutely everything they've got, which is fantastic. Full credit to them.
There's number 13 doing a little sidestep and a little action there, trying to get some movement. Sal Esposito, a.k.a. Tiny, which leads me to believe he is anything but. There's Colgate driving forward despite being engulfed by red and white colors. They are battling and battling and battling despite the score or the time in the match. Credit to Chapman, Taylor, and Rasmussen on the coaching side of Colgate.
Absolutely. Oh, Colgate's picked up that ball.
They have.
No. Yeah.
You know, Will Pitkin up front, too, has had his hands full all day with his compadre prop, Jack Johnson, as we mentioned, who handles the kicking duties. We've seen a couple of props today handling kicking duties for their respective schools. And it's going to be Colgate ball and a penalty.
And coming back to the props kicking, which I think is just a wonderful thing, being a prop myself and never being allowed to kick the ball. But do you put that down to a lot of sevens rugby and youth rugby nowadays?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They're developing the skills on in all phases of the game more than they have ever in the United States before. And, you know, I had the pleasure of being at the All Blacks match versus Team USA at Soldier Field, and then the All Blacks match against Ireland at Soldier Field. You know, epic events. And what you see at the captain's run for the All Blacks is you see these guys, the props and the forwards, all drop kicking at posts, you know, on angles. You know, and I'm like, okay, you know, and challenging each other and breaking each other's chops if they miss.
This is right.
And, you know, it makes sense. Everybody should be able to do everything. Not that everybody should be doing it in certain situations, but when you have guys across the board that have these skills, it's great. And what we're seeing now with the development of youth rugby in the United States, finally, you have sevens being played a lot. So you have all these kids playing sevens, male and female. They're all getting familiar with the ball and confident with the ball. And that's a good thing.
That is a great thing. Totally agree.
That's right. Speaking of sevens, David Furnister, wearing his New York Rugby Club jacket, is reminding me that next weekend, as it is always on the Saturday after Thanksgiving, is the New York Rugby Club Sevens Tournament, one of the best sevens tournaments on the planet, in arguably the coolest city on the planet, with a view of Manhattan as your backdrop. So you've got to check out New York Sevens, and you've got to come play.
That's down at Randall's?
That's at Randall's Island, which is no longer the hard rock
I
glass.
love Randall's Island.
Yeah, but now it's all field turf. It's very nice.
Beautiful venue.
We have like 15 because I'm, as with Dave, a member of the New York Rugby Club. We have like 15 fields going on at once. It's spectacular. You got to get there. And look for the New York Old Stars entered in the social division, because that's where he and I will be running out there again. Yes, you are, Dave. You just got recorded on live television. And we are on live television at Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University. The home team, Fairfield, the Stags, on top 76-7 over Colgate, who just doesn't quit, this Colgate team. Matt McCarthy with David Lai, who's a leaguey.
He's not a leaguey.
From Sydney.
He is not a leaguey.
He's not a leaguey. No mullet. Here's Colgate, still coming hard.
That's it.
Look at this. Just no quit, Coach. They just keep coming. They keep coming.
Will not go to bed.
Gotta love that.
Yes, Pearl. Yes, Pearl.
There's Will Pitkin into contact.
All roughed out. Oh, nice clean
out. Let's go, Jake Celeste.
You know, and each one of these ball carriers for Colgate seems to be getting tackled by 5 or 6 guys from Fairfield, yet like the ever-ready bunny, they just keep getting back up and get back into it.
That's exactly right, and they are really just a couple of meters away from that line now. They need a couple more guys.
Still fighting, trying to get
choke
tackle, and it results in a try. Wow, just like that.
Well done. Well done.
Good for them. Yep. Here's the replay. You can see they're fighting for possession of the ball, and it's that man, Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson. With his surfboard and his guitar and his try, and now he's going to probably convert his own try. Right there, he is.
That's
give me 5 Jack Johnsons and a roll of duct tape, and I'll conquer the world.
He won't give up, Jack Johnson. He's not giving up at all.
Look at this.
Full credit to Colgate there. They really are not putting themselves back. They're not giving up on anything. They just keep going forward.
And look, you know, he misses the conversion, but look, absolutely no nonsense around the. It's no Owen Farrell staring at the up and down. Although he makes the kicks. But all right, so we've got to pick a man of the match, and I'm putting all that pressure on you.
Oh, look, I think we've got to go.
Joey Bag of Donuts.
Joey Bag of Donuts.
Yeah, that's
number
9, Joe Viali.
Very, very impressive player.
Depending on where you are from in Italy.
Yeah.
but he had a heck of a match. There was a lot of guys. You know, Sweetman had a great match.
The number 8 was very good. You know, there were some very good players
Brendan
overall.
McCarthy, he gets honorary man of the match.
Any proper scores to try.
Man of the match, 76-7. Fairfield on top of Colgate here at Rafferty Stadium. Liberty Series brought to you by Next Level Rugby. Some more great rugby coming up. But in the meantime, you can see both teams cheering each other, cheering for the referee, cheering for themselves, and both teams should hold their heads high, specifically Colgate, because they kept up.
I totally agree with you. David Chapman and his team at Colgate, they really have. They've learned a lot today. They can take away a lot from this game, and it will only make them better for the future. So congratulations to Colgate. Very impressed with the fact that they took off their head. But also a good job for Fairfield. You know, they were meticulous. They were ruthless. They just stuck to their game plan and did the job. So congratulations to them.
You know, one could argue that the most difficult situation if you're a coach at Fairfield is to say, hey guys, yeah, we won, but
He only put on 26. He only put on 26 points in the second half.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Good.
yeah.
I like that. Thinking like a coach. All right. On that note, we are going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more great rugby here on Next Level Rugby from Rafferty Stadium in Fairfield. Don't go away.
Guys, toe the line. Let's go. Toe the line. Get your ball off it. Drag it moving. Mark. What's the name? I told you, man, the match. Think about it. Guys, congratulations. That was outstanding rugby. Listen, it's not too often that a team can take a beating like that and play with their heart out to the last minute. Let me tell you something right now, Colgate. That was awesome. That was awesome. As I look at you guys, my head is so held up high. I'm so proud. My heart's singing. That's the way to finish the game, with your heads up. Congratulations. Well done. To Fairfield, where's the captain? Where's Michael? The Liberty Bowl, Colgate, Fairfield, goes to Fairfield. Let's go, boys! We have another piece of hardware here. This is the Liberty Bowl. Man of the match, Colgate Fairfield. Same guy. Well earned.
Thanks, boys. Get our pictures.
to Rafferty Stadium here in Fairfield University. David Lime and Matt McCarthy in the booth. We have Fordham University Rams versus the Northeastern University Mad Dogs. Coach, we just started it with a prayer, the Our Father from Fordham, which you don't see every day.
That's a nice way to start the game, actually.
And now they're going to transition into smashing the opponent.
Exactly.
I love that. As a Catholic, I fully understand that.
Exactly.
A little bit of a almost start there. Referee coming over for.
We should be recruiting this fella. He's a big lad.
Yeah. Do we know the referee's name? Sorry about that. Tim Downey, according to our executive producer of Next Level Rugby, Ryan Ginty, who's also got a smooth voice. He'll be in the broadcast booth at times throughout the day. He's wearing about 1,000 hats today. And that's why this product is so darn good. Ryan Ginty, Next Level Rugby.
Very impressed.
And I've already forgotten the officials.
No idea.
Yeah.
Big lad.
Tim Downing, right?
Tim Downing, that's it.
Yes. Referee Downing is giving us the second start of the match. And we are underway. Fordham in the maroon. Northeastern in the black and red. And a little bit burst on of number 5, Josh David, a.k.a. Kangaroos. First kick of the match. Fielded nicely by Fordham and put back into the air. Might have been tipped. We'll have our first line out. It went clean.
Yep.
Coach, any observations this early into the match?
Northeastern are very, they look, we've just done one ruck and what have you, but they're very slow at moving that ball out, so they're just very methodical, obviously. They get themselves set and they won't do it, and they'll play the game at their pace, which is a great way to play a game.
So kind of a deliberate pace so far. One could argue that it allows the defense to come up.
That's the other argument with that, totally. Yeah.
Those danged conundrums.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Damned if you do, damned
Here's our
if you
line
don't.
out, thrown in by Sean McElmany. Taking a turf. Here comes Northeastern. Oh, shoulder nicely into the tackler. Number 13, Alec Duravant on the receiving end of that shoulder, and in the meantime, his team is awarded a penalty. And it's going to be number 10, Finley McCarrick, the junior, kicking it into touch for the line out.
Nice kick.
Not a bad kick, Coach, right? Well, that's where I recognize the coach, the referee. He is a coach. He also wears another hat, coaching IONA. We'll have to do some investigative reporting to find out if he's got a hand in this match. He doesn't. I'm kidding, folks. Anyway, here's the line out.
Great game of rugby. Doesn't allow for that.
Chris Johnson.
Good line out. Go to the ball. Nice ball. Controlling that well at the back.
Oh, there's a burst off the backside. And he's almost into the try zone, not quite. Did Fordham maintain possession? It's a melee in there. And the try. Wow. What seemed to be a match dominated by Northeastern so far is now completely the other way.
It's just turned itself on a dime. That was a very nice line out, very nice maul. And number 2 controlled that ball at the back of that maul beautifully until the maul basically just split in two and he went straight up the middle.
Right, I think that might have been Jack Brennan. We'll check that. That might have been the prop, the loose head prop, Jack Brennan with the try, but we'll check that on the replay. In the meantime, lining up for the conversion
number 10
is McCarrick.
Finley.
Finlay McCarrick. And he's got great hair.
He does have good hair, doesn't he? You got to like the bun, haven't you?
Yeah, if I'm a bald guy, I would be doing all kinds of things with my hair if I could.
So would I.
Great angle right there. Oh, just missed. All right, so we have a different score. It's 5-0 in favor of Fordham. If you're just tuning in, we're at Rafferty Stadium, Fairfield University campus. David Lyme and Matt McCarthy for Next Level Rugby's Liberty Bowl Series production all day long. Great rugby. This one is the Fordham Rams against the Northeastern Mad Dogs. Mad Dogs in red and black. The Rams in their maroon color with the F. And there's the restart. 5-0 in favor of Fordham. The wise play by the Northeastern player not to try to field that, let it go.
It was
but there's a tackle and a knock-on caused, and Fordham is playing the advantage. Nicely done, a little kick by McCarrick. I don't know if the wind took that one back, Coach.
No, it came off the side of his boot.
But he was playing with house money, so let's see. It's going to come back, right?
Yep.
But an offside call?
It appears to be that way, yes. One thing I've noticed today, Matt, is that there is a lot of kicking.
There is.
A lot of kicking.
Yeah. Some of it ill-advised. Growing pains, right?
Yeah, I would say.
But I got to tell you, across the board, I went to the University of Buffalo and played rugby. Their kicking across the board is so much better than it was with us. We had like one guy that could kick. And if you had a funny talker, we didn't even have to see if he could kick. You'd be kicking for us automatically.
Well, I'm a prop too, remember?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's the, you know.
Oh, you're from Sydney? You're kicking.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris Johnson with the throw-in for Fordham. The signal's being called out, nicely taken. And they've got their back line already in motion, led by number 7, Henry Cuniff, the sophomore. Taking it out is D'Amato. You can see Fordham utilizing their flankers in the back line right away. There's a nice stick by Northeastern, getting their sidelines cheering. There's McCarrick with the man bun. Oh, there's a great stick on a tough pass.
That's a penalty.
Parsiak, Alex Parsiak, the number 8, with a great stick. That was a tough pass to have to handle. That was hit, right?
Absolutely. But that number 10 controls for Fordham controls the game very well.
Yeah, there's a nice kick. Now we've been premature in saying nice kick because of the line confusion sometimes. You know, it's like, okay, was that off the rugby? Was it out into the dead zone or out of the dead ball area, or where was it? That was a good kick. That one.
It stayed in, did it?
Yeah. No, I think it went into touch. So.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Fordham line out, far side of the pitch from us. Great shot of the line out. There's number 4. Tony Cuts, the cheese. Not making it up. It's written in the nickname/anecdote column. Fordham looking to build on their 5-0 lead, and a whistle. The Mad Dogs not happy about it. The Rams maintaining possession.
I'd be opting for a scrum here.
Was that an inner dialogue?
Yeah, sorry. I've got, on something like that, these forward moves don't tend to be that good. If you can get like a scrum, that's nice.
Oh, nice move by number 15, the fullback, Aiden Coher, a sophomore. And again, another penalty.
The referee's going to control this game, I think.
A lot of whistles being blown against the Northeastern Mad Dogs so far. You don't want to see a mad dog.
You do not want to see a mad dog, no.
Here's D'Amato. Dishing it off to one of his big men up front. I think that was Jared Smallwood. And oof.
Oh, good Lord.
There's another whistle and another penalty. Here's the replay. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, that looked like a high tackle. It was around the neck.
If he'd let it play, it would have been a try. Is he going to go to his pocket?
There's been a lot of penalties so far against Northeastern, and this is taking momentum out of both teams.
It is taking total momentum out of the teams.
Yeah, he's calling the high tackle, right? And that was definitely a high tackle. So no knock on the call, but
no,
absolutely got to get some discipline.
Oh, nice pass back inside.
Oh.
That was nice.
That looked like a drawn-up play.
That is so a drawn-up play. That's what we call a Gregan.
That's awesome. Okay, so we got, let's see, here's the replay. Here's D'Amato. He's got his crashing.
He's pulled the cameraman.
Number 8, right?
Nice ball. Beautiful ball.
Great, number 5. Great camera work there. I think that was Jack Polito. Or Polillo. Carrick for the conversion. Right now it's 10-0. Favor of Fairfield. I beg your pardon. Favor of Fordham.
Nice kick.
That's 12. 12 zip in favor of Fordham. Here at Rafferty Stadium. Next Level Rugby's production of the Liberty Bowl series. What do you think so far, Coach?
Look, I was just going to say, I think your number 12 for Northeastern at the moment is having a conversation with the referee at the halfway. That's never a good sign. He's getting a little. I think they're getting a little frustrated. They're getting penalised out of their game.
Don't want to let the game get away from you because of penalties.
Absolutely
right?
not. Or lose your composure over it either.
Then what happens is players start to bark at each other.
Yeah, it goes downhill. Yeah.
Here's the restart. Nice, counterattack. Hard run forward. You got to like that. D'Amato. Nice tackle.
Nice tackle.
Number 13.
Oh, referee's got involved again.
That was Ronan Jones. And a knock up. What do we got? Yep, forward pass.
Forward pass, was it?
There's our executive producer, Ryan Ginty, letting us know the call right there. I was looking down to see what the penalty count was. I was hoping we weren't adding to it. Chatter going on.
We've just made a change by looks of things. Number 4 for Northeastern's gone into tight head prop. I don't know.
That's Isaac Christensen,
yeah, I don't know who's
the Danish.
The Danish.
So Was it a swapping of positions?
I think number 2 has gone onto the sideline, but I'm not quite sure. Now number 12's gone to the flank.
That's the versatility of these players. You know,
Yeah.
they can step in and step out of different positions in the back line, into the forwards. And a lot of that has to do with the influence of sevens.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right, now we've got it all sorted. Here's the put in by Northeastern. This is Louis Millette.
Hold it.
Le Poussé is his nickname. He's a junior.
There's an
Nice
overlap.
pass. Northeastern, all of a sudden, they have a shot.
Nice job.
And
Nicely
in the
done.
corner, dotted down for a try.
Good try. That was a very good try.
Through the hands, out to the wing. Very nicely done. And just like that, the Mad Dogs are on the scoreboard, Coach.
That's 12-5, correct?
12-5. Pending this conversion. This will be a difficult conversion, but that gets them on the board. That was Ryan Connolly, a.k.a. Snaggletooth, the sophomore, with the try. But good work by his teammates inside to create that try.
Well, they did. They almost lost it because they did go backwards on the scrum. They had some trouble in the scrum area, but managed to get that ball out and then use that that overlap that they had. Nicely done.
So maybe that's the precursor of what they've got to do going forward. They might be up against it in the scrum, get it out to the backs.
Really quick. Yep.
Attempt. That's a nice
Good
attempt,
kick.
and he nailed it. Wow.
Nicely
That's
done.
a great kick.
Beautiful kick.
Trying to catch his number.
I think that's 12. I think. He was one who went on the flank a moment ago.
Yeah, that might be Darian Chan, the king. And he certainly is the king after making that kick.
Absolutely.
We've got a 12-7 match right now in favor of Fordham.
Go to a scrum in the
Oh,
center.
that's a tough play right there. You've got to make that kick. Not 10, and they're going to take the scrum down. Is that accurate, Coach?
That's exactly how it should go. Always opt for that scrum and center if it doesn't go 10 yards.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can hear it from outside the booth, but we're getting compliments about the coverage in the booth. And we'll just, we'll always.
We'll take it. I take it always.
Share that. In the meantime, speaking of taking it, here's number 8, rambling down. Parsi, the sophomore.
There's no 9 there.
15 wanted that ball weak side. He went to his knees. Niall Carlson begging for it out there. And all of a sudden, we've got some life in Northeastern University. They are on the front foot with some momentum after a try, and now some confidence. And there's a little dish, there's a little contest. Number 12 going into contact. That's Darian Chan, who made that tremendous conversion kick.
Go wide again.
Just a little thing, that pass just made him hesitate and had to catch it at the back of the shoulder. But he maintained possession wisely. That's the thing with these younger players. Patience, right, Coach?
Absolutely. Patience is the key to these games. It really is. It's the key to any game. That's it. That's it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, beautiful hands.
Going down the sideline. Can he get it in? It's
nice try.
Pirantazi, pop-up.
That is a fantastic try. That was a very, very well executed.
Just like that. We have a tie match. Wow.
Beautiful hands by the winger down the sideline to pull that in with one hand.
You know, he simultaneously showed soft hands, nice touch, and then being able to finish.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the king going for the conversion. Chan trying to put his team on top by 2. And it's up, and it is just short. Oh, another great attempt, though, by Chan, and we are knotted at 12. Wow.
Oh, we're going again.
Oh, he's going to get another shot at it?
Is that?
He's going to get another shot at it.
They ran up too early, did they?
Amazing. We're just commenting off camera here. We have seen, this is an unprecedented amount of times that we have seen a second conversion attempt allowed.
Is this the 4th time today?
Yeah.
That's incredible. It's also interesting that we're letting them stay there and not taking them back behind as well. Fordham staying up front.
Here's Chan.
He's pulled that one.
Just did shoot it wide left, but another good attempt. And that could come in. He could be a factor in this match, especially if it's this close and this tight. He's going for posts. They've got a good shot. But in the meantime, it's 12-12. The Northeastern University Mad Dogs in red and black will be receiving the restart here from Fordham in the maroon. Rafferty Stadium, Next Level Rugby. A great day of rugby, and it's all streamed live for free. All right, a little bit of. Here we go. Here's the restart by McCarrick. This time it goes 10. Taken nicely by Isaac Christensen. Oh, a nice, strong, hard run by Alex Parsiak. There's the ball out to the wing. And again, the Mad Dogs on the front foot. Here's a nice run.
There's
Look
a great
at this.
run.
Little stiff arm and a little backwards pass, maybe a little bit too much, Coach.
Yeah, I think so. Trying to be too fancy there. He needed to pass it a fraction earlier or hang on to it himself.
A great run nonetheless.
Yeah.
Meantime, Fordham now trying to counterattack. Putting it up in the air, though.
Got good chases there, too. Good chasing.
Good kick.
Yeah.
Good chase.
Kick's only as good as a chase, so you need good chases on these kicks.
All right. Here's a line out. Taken by the Mad Dogs. 12-12. Is the score. Oh, a nice hard run by Northeastern. There's number 10. The fly half. Oh. Cafferty putting it into space, and it does go into touch. We'll take this moment to let you folks know that this whole stream is dedicated to Kyle Powell. And if you could please go to the Kyle Powell GoFundMe page. The link is in the description here on the feed. It's a great cause, and if you could please check it out, we'd really appreciate it. All right, here's the line out for Fordham. Chris Johnson taken. Is that in straight? I don't.
Not in straight.
Okay.
team, me!
All right, there's another big run by the Mad Dogs. 12-12 match, exciting match of rugby so far, Coach. And there's a penalty. This time it goes to the Mad Dogs. So we've got a bit of a reversal. There's a quick tap.
Quick tap and go.
Christensen, the Danish, trying to poke it through. Oh, and turned over on the penalty.
Just maybe needed some composure there. Just take their time. They were only 10, 15 yards out. Quick tap and resulted in a turnover and a penalty to the other team. So just needed to slow that ball down a little bit.
There's a kick into touch. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is for Kyle Powell. This stream is dedicated to him. And if you could please go to the GoFundMe campaign, the link is in the description. He's come down with lymphoma, and he's a UConn and Hartford Wanderer. And tonight, the Fairfield folks will be having a benefit dinner at Gracie O'Malley.
Gracie O'Malley's in Fairfield.
Yeah, so please donate. It's a great cause, and we're lucky to be here and honored to be able to help out with this kind of a thing on Next Level Rugby. In the meantime, there's Fordham on attack, taking their line out. Crashing into contact is Miranda. But taken back by the Mad Dogs. This is a back and forth battle right now, which we didn't think was going to be that way when it started. And you can hear the impact up here in the booth. These guys are hitting, Coach. They're not hesitating.
They really are hitting hard. They are hitting very hard. There's no love lost
today, and this is one of them. There's Northeastern.
This is very well played by their forwards. They're just taking it inch by inch, taking their time, not getting any over. And there you go. There's a try.
Oh, and they're in for the try. Wow, great work. Great work there. Let's go to the replay. Nicely done. Here's Duggan, and there's number 2, rambling forward, getting it in. Off the base of the ruck, he keeps it. McInerney gets it in. Great try.
You can see McInerney's come around from the open side to the blind side last minute, notified his number 9, told him where he was going. They've switched the play back around to the blind side, and he's gone into the corner. He's seen the gap. He's decided to have a go by himself, and it paid off.
Yeah, I'm saying his name incorrectly. I beg your pardon. It's McElhinney is the name. Sean McElhinney.
McElhinney.
Yeah. And the King, make no mistake about the pronunciation of his name, Chan, is going for the conversion.
Yeah.
And again, every conversion here is big because this is a tight match. 17-12 in favor of Northeastern right now, pending this conversion.
Guys, you got to be in the black line, the dead ball line. Back up. No, the dead ball line. To the post end.
Fordham are pushing themselves back. They're not going to make that mistake twice either. They're not going to come up early. That's a better kick.
And the kick is good. Wow. There's a class kicker right there. And suddenly we have 19 unanswered points from the Northeastern University Mad Dogs after being down 12-0 to Fordham.
They're playing a good game. They're composed and they're casual and they're taking their time. They seem to be enjoying themselves. They're very good around the ruck and very good being organised. So the Fordham are putting up a good fight too. They're not going to give it up.
Wow. I gotta like a kid like Chan making those kicks.
He's a good kicker.
You know, that's you want to talk about rugby in America. We didn't have that. So having kids across the board being able to kick like that. There's the restart. There's the Danish. Christensen getting waffled.
Running sideways.
Contact.
Doesn't work.
There's a great stick.
There's another great tackle. Oh, good driving tackle from Fordham.
Fordham suddenly with a little fire in the belly. There's a whistle. It's going to be Fordham ball.
Well done to Fordham. They put all the pressure on to get that ball back. Now they're about 20 yards out. Perfect opportunity to strike again from the scrum.
And it's number 21 that's come in. And it's Furman Moraes, who has, with the light blue scrum cap, came in and lit up the Danish Christensen on that last tackle.
He's got something to prove.
His teammates loving it on the sidelines.
Absolutely. So who have we lost?
Looks.
Well,
I'm looking for.
Where's our kicker? Where's the King? King's not there.
It looks like Chan is out.
Oh, bad luck.
No, I'm sorry. No. I got that backwards.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Chan's on the other team.
He's on the other team.
Yeah, the King is fine. The
King's alive.
The King's alive and well. Okay, everybody relax. Mr. Chan is fine. He's with the Mad Dogs. So we're trying to figure out.
Northeastern just put on a good scrum there and rattled Fordham and got the ball, so it's back to a scrum to Northeastern.
All right, there's Millette. Feed. You got to like that. The fly half McCarrick trying to hold him up.
Absolutely.
It's a kick. Trying to get some breathing room. Nice little move there.
Oh, nice tackle.
Good tackle. That was Aiden Coher with the carry. Fordham maintaining possession. Here's number 5. Polillo. There's D'Amato. Ball bounces around. There's the King with a no-look dish. All right, we've got some end-to-end ice hockey, old-time hockey here, Coach.
It is going from one end to another. I think the biggest thing at the moment, Northeastern, they need to not protect their lead, and they need to continue to attack, but don't do anything silly. The King's just trying to do some Fijian flick passing. I think he should stick to normal passing. You've got a good winger in your number 11 out here. He can catch the ball, so give it to him and let him go. But give it to him the right way.
Referee had a couple of words with tight head Jared Smallwood of Fordham. And now they're going to do a scrum to Northeastern. Here's Millette. Gets it out to Cafferty. Another big stick. And again, off the bench, Fermin Moriaz has been making an impact wearing that blue scrum cap, the light blue scrum cap. There's a knock on a tough pass. Couldn't be corralled. But Pirantazi, a.k.a. Papa, number 11. So it's going to be a scrum down to Fordham, who trail 17-12 after being up 12-zip. So it's been all Mad Dogs on the scoreboard since, although it's a back and forth battle on the pitch.
It is back and forth, and it's just some simple mistakes are letting both teams down at the moment.
Here's the put in by D'Amato. Switch to the back. Takes it out.
Back to him.
Moraz getting it back. With a little squib.
Oh my! Oh!
Tough play, great execution on the part of Moraz.
Moraz, is that the? That's the new fellow who's come in.
The powder blue scrum cap.
He really is impressive. That fellow.
Yeah, he has been all over the pitch, and with some big hits defensively.
So we've taken out our 13 from Fordham and put 10 to 12. Put Mraz into 10. Okay. That seems to be working quite well.
Yeah.
Good scrum from both teams too, holding their own.
I think the Mad Dogs wanted a high tackle called on that, and I think they got it.
Yeah, they did.
You know, these are tough calls. You know, these high tackles.
You know,
referee these days, the laws are really not helping you on what is a high tackle and what isn't.
No, it makes it very difficult. It's not just black and white.
Right.
And you look at that tackle there. You and I obviously both thought that was all right.
Yeah.
And I thought it's borderline, but it's okay to leave. No one seems to be. There's no ill intent.
Collar, or they're giving him a name or something. When a guy gets you around and it's not dangerous, it's not a clothesline.
No.
But, you know, if you're going to err on the side of safety, that's probably a wise thing.
Exactly right.
There's the line out. Here's the Mad Dogs. Up by 5. Into the open. A big run here, but there's a whistle. It's going to come back. Forward. Penalties going to Fordham.
Obstruction.
It's a small obstruction.
Yep.
Here's Moriaz. I apologize if I'm saying the name incorrectly, but
he's an all-rounder, this fellow.
It
looks like Moriaz.
Fermin Moriaz. Very, very exotic name, a dramatic name. He has lived up to all of that and more so far off the bench.
He really has.
He's doing it all.
He does it all. He's now kicking for touch.
How come he was not in the starting
Why he
lineup?
wasn't in the starting lineup, I don't know.
Am I missing something here?
I don't know. He's not the sort of guy you're going to leave out.
Was he late to the clubhouse?
He could have been. He could have turned up late.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the line out for Fordham. Chris Johnson.
Nice line out. Nice line out.
Almost spoiled.
Right on the fingertips.
Here's an idea. Get it to Moriaz.
Exactly. That's what I'd be doing. Where is he? There he is. He's next. Here he comes.
All right. Fished out to number 13. That's Durivant.
Here he goes.
You got to like the fly half. Well, who was the initial starting fly half, McCarrick, getting right in there in the ruck.
He's not frightened to get involved in contact, that's for sure. This is nice. Nice.
Moriaz with a little chip kick, a little pop kick to the open space. And that's going to be Fordham ball because it went off the foot.
Yeah. It's going to be a knock-on to be scrum over there. Look, I think that, you know.
So he got it with his hands first.
Yeah, he did, I think. Look, I think, you know, he can do a lot of things, this Moriaz, and that's great. This option to kick over the side all the time, when your team's going forward the way you're going.
Just keep going.
Keep going.
Just pass and loop.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Your forwards are playing a big impact in this game, so just keep them working.
A keen observation by my astute colleague. There's a scrum down. D'Amato. Team trails by 5, 17-12. About 4 minutes and change left in this half. That's not official time. Could be a little bit more. But a great battle so far. Very entertaining rugby here on Next Level Rugby at Rafferty Stadium. And again, we'll remind you that this whole day is dedicated to Kyle Powell, who has been down with lymphoma. And you can go to the GoFundMe page to help out. The link is in the description on the feed. And he's a UConn and Hartford Wanderer. UConn grad and a Hartford Wanderer. And tonight at Gracie
O'Malley's.
In
Fairfield.
Fairfield folks will be helping out.
Yeah, it's really needs some support, so it'd be great to get behind that.
As Moriaz crashing in and keeping it with McCarrick. McCarrick, though, inadvertently passes to the wrong guy. And now it's kicked through the back of the try zone. And we will have, or the dead ball area. And we will have a scrum down to Fordham. Entertaining a drop goal here at all?
Well, I mean, look, he's positioning himself. Our friend Moriarty, is it Moriarty? Moriaz. He's positioning himself perfectly. If he wanted to have a crack at it, he could.
Right here.
Right there.
But he's probably thinking, I could put it in from here. Just ram myself in, right?
Just run, yeah.
All right, here's D'Amato to our man Moriaz.
Yep,
and he chooses to go.
Oh.
Pushes it back inside to D'Amato.
Oh,
and there you have it. Wow, what a try. Wow, that was something right there, Coach. Here's the replay.
He has a real toolbox, doesn't he?
You want to see this one, folks. Here's the pass. He takes on a couple of tacklers and gives it right back to D'Amato, who dots it down. And now Fordham has knotted it up with a chance to take the lead. That was great. That looked like a design play.
That has to. They've practiced that before for sure.
I say it kiddingly because, you know, we never had drawn up plays in college. You know, it was just, okay, guys, let's do this.
You just go and do it.
These guys have drawn up plays. They
do.
can kick. They can pass.
Yeah. But that's obviously nice kick.
And just like that, Fordham back on top in this topsy-turvy battle. Wait a minute, I'm confused. I think it's knotted at 19. Right?
I thought it was 1917.
We're going to double check that.
19
all. Okay. 19 all. So there's still a little bit left up here.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
With a minute or so to go, give or take.
Here's the restart. Here's, nice take by
number 10.
Carrick. Now the time is winding down in the half. You don't want to do anything inadvertent here. Nothing foolish, right, Coach?
No, just play it out. That's all we need to do.
That was not an easy pass to catch. Right there, and that was a big reception there. Here's D'Amato. Here's Moriaz. He's been a magician so far. Putting another man into the open. A great defensive play.
Well done, number 11.
Number 11 on a comeback play there defensively. That's Papa. He took it into touch, so will be a line out awarded to Fordham. If you tuned in earlier today, you learned why it's called touch.
Kicking into touch?
Yeah.
Or touch?
Yeah.
I heard that when I was in the car and then I broke out, so I didn't hear you finish the answer.
Well, then you're going to have to tune in later. No, there was mass chaos when the game first started in 1823 with people killing themselves trying to get the ball when it went off the pitch. So they said, okay, we can't do that. So it's the last person. If you're the last one to touch it before it goes out, it's the other team's ball.
Is that right?
Yeah. And they had pitchfork-wielding farmers standing there touching you with the pitchforks if it did go out. Some of that may be true.
Some of it.
All right. In the meantime, what's true is we've got a dandy match. That's going to be a high tackle along the far side and possibly a card here right at the hooter.
A little bit of pushing and shoving going on over there.
Yeah.
I would say,
Here's the replay. Okay. Inadvertent replay call there. Pardon me, folks. But on the far side, we have a little kerfuffle being sorted out. There's captain of Fordham.
Just one of those things.
Jared Smallwood speaking with the referee. I'm wondering if this is going to be a card.
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be.
Here's the replay. Taken nicely on that. That looks like a high tackle. Going to the card. It's going to be a yellow. It's a yellow card. Yep, we'll see if it's going to be a penalty try as well, perhaps.
I think it's too far out for that, isn't it?
Might be. Okay, so there's a dramatic turn of events at a 19-19. Basically, at the end of the half, we have a yellow card being issued to Northeastern, and despite some excellent kicking so far, they're not going to go for posts. They're going to go for the try.
I think that's the right thing to do. I think they have a very good. Fordham has a very good maul off their line out. This is perfect positioning for it.
All right, here's Johnson with the throw-in. Taken nicely by Cuts. The Cheese, his nickname. Fordham going for the try. It's been an up and down match. They were up 12 zip. They were down 17. They were down. There's a great play.
That worked.
And a try. Wow. Wow, and they are going rightfully berserk on the Fordham bench right now. This is an unbelievable play.
We've really got to find out who this guy is and why he didn't start.
I don't know, but look, here's the kick. Moriaz, perfectly placed, and just a great finish with a man draped around his neck. That was with the try. I believe that was Ray Miranda with the try. Yep. Great camera work there,
It is
too.
terrific camera work.
And again, you got a guy around his neck.
Yep.
Right? I mean, you can't call everything.
No, you can't.
All right, here's the conversion by McCarrick.
It is a contact sport.
It is a contact sport. Well, not when I played. None of my teammates would say that I thought it was contact sport. 24-19. And he nailed it. Wow. 26-19 and a dramatic end to our first half. A yellow card in a tie match as time expired in the half. Now capitalizing on that sin bin call is Fordham. They're up 26-19. An excellent half of rugby to come.
Very good half of rugby to come, but it's a shame for Northeastern to go into the half like that. That's going to be difficult for them, but at least it is the halftime now, and they can come back out, regroup themselves, come back out in the second half. They're only down by a few points. It's not a big deal.
All right, don't go anywhere, folks. Rafferty Stadium, Fairfield University, Liberty Cup Series, Liberty Bowl Series, I beg your pardon, with Next Level Rugby. Stay with us.
we're back. Starting the second half. Got Fordham winning the ball up. It's been a really close game. Fordham was trying to take control early on, but then we had Northeastern fighting back. That's a loose ball.
Here's a penalty to Fordham. It has been a very tight first half. 26-19 to Fordham.
Fordham's ahead at 26, and Northeastern's got 19.
Yeah.
It's really been a back and forth game. You don't know who's going to pull it out until the fitness starts to come in. And now they're kicking for touch, trying to get some field position.
We've got a line out to Fordham, about 15 yards out.
Oh, we got a not straight call. Looks like Northeastern likes to take their own line out. See what they can do here.
Didn't look straight either.
Not very straight either, so let's see what we do here. We'll have a scrum.
Scrum to Fordham.
This stadium's starting to fill up. I'm not exactly sure who's here for who.
Who's the pot roast?
Oh, somebody's here for the pot roast. So we got a scrum down to Fordham. Serves breaking it up. Not really sure about if he's looking steady or not.
Good solid scrum from Fordham.
Ball out. Just a little too much for him. And he's fighting through. Northeastern's taking it in. Fighting through a couple tackles. They're just going to run big boy ball here. Till they swing it, maybe. Oh, and a great ankle tackle.
Good tackle. Good run.
This 8-man is trying to dominate this game. Northeastern's just looking to grind this one out. Let the big boys do all the work. Oh, nice move, but still gets caught in the tackle.
There's a penalty. Northeastern.
Penalty to Northeastern. He wants to go quick here.
He's gone on his own.
Great offload there. Fordham's wrapping them up. But Northeastern is just marching down the field.
Just nice and steady is what they're doing. They're playing a good game, using their forwards when they need to.
Number
Nothing
8-man Farsi.
Oh, he's still
21. He's inching towards that try zone, but he loses it. Now we're waiting on the touch judge to tell us who it goes to.
I think it's got to go to Northeastern.
So I have a line out to Northeastern. Trying to punch it in, just inside the 5, I believe. And then looks like they're Northeastern's still holding on to the ball. One thing about this game is ball possession. If they can just march down the field and wear this Fordham team out, they might be able to take control again. So Fordham runs the Northeastern guys out, but
it's a penalty, and they've gone for a quick tap.
They kept advantage. Northeastern's just meters away from the try zone, and they got it in.
Did a good job.
Set their tight head Sully.
Yep.
Number 3.
Yep.
All right, so Northeastern's fighting back. Now we have 24-26.
Yeah, Northeastern did a good job to come back there. They've just itched their way all the way down the field, bit by bit, nice and steady and calmly, and ball retention.
Right, they let the big boys do all the work.
Exactly.
Great rucking, protecting that ball. Didn't even let Fordham get a touch on it. And number 12, Darren Chan, he has been a key part of this game, just making these great kicks from the corner. And that's honestly a difference maker in some of these close games.
This is, I think, I think having looked at this game, it's going to come down to kicking.
It will.
And this young man, he's a very, very good kicker.
Right. Now, if only his team can make those kicks a little bit easier for him.
Exactly.
He wouldn't be stressed out all the time.
Exactly right.
This guy's got his wheels.
Maybe that's why they call him the king. Just hold him up.
It wasn't even the same guy.
That's a good kick.
Oh, that's tough. Just got another one.
Man.
Just inside.
No problems whatsoever.
I mean, if you ask me, he might be an early favorite for man of the match. He's keeping this team together, making every single try and kick count.
He is. And
So
if that's what it's going to come down to, that's exactly right.
Right. Now we're tied up again, this time at 26-26. Fordham will try to take momentum back in their hands.
Nice kick. Nice height there. Look at that.
Great way to field it on Northeastern side.
But the referee's going to listen. The referee's going to listen to the sideline, and he's going to go for being tackled in the air. And he's not going for his pocket.
2 goals, 3 goals, 2 goals, 3 goals. Where'd you go? Where would I go?
Bringing the captains in for
you
a
answer
chat.
the phone? What if that was you? You'd be calling me 100 times. Where's your fucking phone?
I believe we've already had one yellow card.
We have, and I think we're still waiting for that. Yeah, we have. There's one on there now. There's one on the sideline now.
So maybe that was a key factor on this last drive. They were playing it with a man down. Guys are pretty gassed. And as a referee, you don't want to let this game get too out of hand. You got to keep control, keep these boys on the same page.
You really do. It's especially in a game like this.
Yeah.
Where one wrong call, one wrong move will
it can be all the difference.
All the difference.
It really is.
Yeah.
Especially when you have that drive going down there, that ball comes the other way for some mistake.
Come back, okay?
Kills momentum. But we've got a good game on our hands, so I trust that he's going to keep it together.
I think he will.
So we have a line out to Northeastern here. Right down the middle. It's a great throw. And now we're finally going to see some back play.
That's good. There you go.
Swings it out to the wing. Number 21. Snaggletooth.
Snaggletooth.
Oh, but Fordham takes it back. The Sir wants to stop it for a minute for a knock. So Fordham will take the scrum, see if they can take control of this game.
Here on the scrum. I wouldn't say that there was enough territory gained to clear the advantage, so we'll have the scrum to red. Yeah, you guys are full strength now. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
We've seen a fair amount of scrums in this game.
They're evenly matched, the two teams in the scrum. No one's sort of getting away with either of it.
Right. And I do believe that will come into play later on in this game. The big boys are going to be a little bit gassed, and you got to depend on the reserves to come in fresh.
Exactly right.
Got the 9 taking it out. And we've got a boot downfield.
They've got some good chases coming in there.
And we're going to punt it right back. And we've got a line out at about midfield. Oh.
Is he outside?
Actually.
Outside his 22, and he kicked that ball. Gone out on the full. Take it back to where it was kicked from.
So we've got a line out to Fordham here. Oh, deep line out, but they lose it. Northeastern's looking to run it back up the field.
Good run by the number 4. Want to use that ball, they got an overlap.
Got a nice overload, but he loses it.
Messed that up.
Just an unlucky happening. And another scrum down. Make these big boys work in the scrums and let the flashy kids do all the scoring.
That's exactly right. That's how it works, isn't it? That's a nice pass. Look at that.
Pass from the fly half.
Look for the man.
And an unlucky offload goes to the other way. And 13 just trying to barrel through some guys. 8-man loses a couple tackles. And great rucking by Northeastern, honestly. They send a few guys in there, but they always have support on the back end.
There's an overlap here. They need to use it.
Have to. There's a lot of room out there. Oh, and the offload. He just saw it too late. Just a second too late. And the ball goes out of bounds. Or into touch.
I think you find that they're trying to... Northeastern looks like they'd like to go into contact, bring the ball around the tackler, and make that one-handed offload. They seem to do that a lot.
Right.
It's obviously something they practice. In a situation like that, you need to get the ball. So there's obviously their rationale behind that is you're drawing the man. You've committed the man, obviously. I think that in these situations, they're losing the opportunities. That's a nice line. There he goes, that move again. He needs to cut that man out.
Nice little loop there. But it doesn't seem to work for them every time they try it. And a great chase from Northeastern. They're trying to get this ball while it's on their opposite end. Got a quick little kick to get out of the territory.
Nicely done.
Nice little tap, hot potato.
Look, just go. Just put your heads back.
Another try from Northeastern. Trying to take over. And that was number 21, Snaggletooth, Ryan Connolly. The one lone sophomore on this squad. you know, another very wide kick for this 12 to make.
That was a good try. That was a good offload very quickly, as you can see from the replay. Very quickly offloaded, and Snagglepuss got the ball and just went, put his ears back. Got to be careful with that one-headed putting the ball down in the try zone.
Right,
That can you don't want to lose that. No. A little bit more ball protection when it comes to that, but.
So here we have Darren Chan lining up another kick. This guy can hit from pretty much anywhere he wants.
He's very, very good. It's got a full short. He missed that one.
So now we're at 31-26 Northeastern.
There's still a lot of rugby to go. We're looking at around about 13, 12 and a half minutes, thereabouts. And with the way this game is seesawed, there's plenty of time.
Yeah. But like we said earlier, that fitness and those kicks are going to come into play.
Absolutely.
Right down. So if Fordham can come back and get a better placement on that try, we might be seeing a different game. And Northeastern just shredding through a hole. That was their 8-man Parsi. Oh, the ref wants it to go the other way.
Is he going to his pocket? He's going to his pocket.
Does not like the way these boys from Fordham are playing.
Yellow card to number 4 from Fordham. Tony Kutz.
Tony Kutz, the cheese. Well, he got that yellow card. He's feeling real cheesy on that sideline.
Absolutely.
Here's a penalty kick, trying to get some field position. Just marching right down. And you can't have mistakes like that. The penalty will really just take your whole team out of it.
Yeah, that's not going to make life easy for Fordham at all. Oh, no one knows where it's going.
A great chase from Fordham that makes that ball hard to catch. And they're not letting up. They want to take that ball back. And they do. So we got a boot and a chaser. The ball's in. And Fordham's catching it at midfield. Trying to take over. We have a penalty. Offsides, all the men weren't back.
Still not back.
Yeah, he wasn't back 10, so the sir's going to keep him walking. Yeah, and that's a mistake they can't make because now they're just giving up field position.
Kick it into the corner, take a line out.
All right, and now they're knocking just inside the 22. So Fordham here looking to take control. They're only down a try with just under 10 minutes left. Now let's watch this line out just right over the hooker's shoulder.
Oh, nicely done.
Northeastern takes the ball back.
That option wasn't a smart one, but
oh, a hard stiffy from the fly half. They lose it in touch.
Neither team's giving an inch here.
No. Fordham does not want to let up.
No.
Northeastern is just trying to keep the gas on the pedal.
Fordham's making some changes.
You know, I really did love that over the hooker's shoulder shot in that lineout. Just one of the great things that new Next Level Rugby is doing.
It was fantastic. Their photography's terrific.
Yes. You've got guys that have played the game and they know the angles that they want to see when they're on the field. And there's Fordham.
Definitely offside through the line out there.
Offsides, yeah. So Northeastern's looking to get some better field position here. And a great boot.
Not bad at all. Yep.
So we're just under 10, only separated by 5 points. What do you think we can do here?
I think, you know, I think your kicking and your yellow cards are going to come down to how this finishes out.
Right. Fordham's got to stop making the penalty mistakes and maintain the ball and not give up field position.
Totally agree. I don't think you can afford to now at all kick the ball away.
No.
Got to maintain it. Hands, hands, you've got numbers,
Yes,
hands,
and
hands.
Northeastern's got an overload and he just turns the corner on plenty.
Look back inside. Oh, good tackle.
Had a hard tackle in the touch.
That was a great tackle.
Look at this replay.
By
Yes, they're fly half. He's been all over the field.
Yeah, Furman Marinas. He's a very good player.
Yes, and Fordham wins the line out. Oh, but they lose it in the tackle.
They lost it down on the ground.
Northeastern trying to punch it in right here. Sending a big old gang to the rucks. And their prop number 3, Eric Sullivan, taking it in.
That looks like a try.
Looks like a try. They snuck another one in there. They love that left corner.
They do. It works well for them.
And I wonder if they know that that's where their kicker can kick it best. Because he's been hitting a lot from that angle.
He's just stretching out his legs at the moment. He's hobbling a little bit, our kicker.
Yeah.
The King, is it the King?
Yeah, the King, Darren Chan. Been on point most of the day. Look at this replay. Got our try scored by number 4, Isaac Christensen, the Danish, a freshman here. Putting the team on his back.
He's a good player, this kid.
And there's another guy who's been putting the team on his back today. Or really on his leg. That might just be it, but I don't want to call this one over yet. Let's see how this kick goes. Oh, what a great kick.
He's
but
pushed
just
it.
wide to the right. He's had the distance.
what
So
we
what do
look.
you think? Who do you think on these sides was the difference maker of this game?
Oh, definitely the King.
Yes.
Number 12, and I would say, and definitely number 10 for who's not number 10 but 21 for
21
for Fordham.
Yes.
You know, he is
Flying over the field, making some great tackles.
yeah,
and
just
trying to
terrific.
facilitate on offense.
Yeah, he came on and changed the game for Fordham.
And that's what you need in your reserves. Someone to give you the fresh energy and also keep that pace moving.
Yeah.
And we didn't see it lost in Fordham. They just made too many mistakes. And that's what was probably their downfall. The penalties, getting marched down the field. And also, as you could see, Northeastern having mistakes of their own.
Yeah, Northeastern are getting, you know, they're attacking to me in the right channels. They're going the right way, but it's the final execution that's letting them down at the moment.
You've got everybody ready for that ball once it comes out of the ruck, and they're hitting the line great.
Yeah.
So they're never catching the ball flat for Fordham all in their face. Looks like we got a 5-man line out to Fordham. Let's see if they can make a difference here.
Good line out.
All right. And they're trying to stack it to the left up the field. But if only that scrummy can get the ball out. Oh, and a crap pass.
Good driving tackle.
Pushing him back. They want that ball back just to close it out. Got some and goes from Fordham, letting the big boys do some work. And they had a bit of an overload, but it looks like the ball came out a little too late.
We've got one Fordham guy out. No, he's okay. Number 9.
The ref wants to have a chat again. He doesn't like what he's seeing.
He's going to his pocket again.
I do believe we had that yellow.
Oh,
come
he's
back
gone to
on,
red.
but-
He's gone to red for the number 2.
Whoa. That's a big move. Number 2, Sean McElney.
McElney.
Also
he's-
known as Mac. You ever watch It's Always Sunny?
Yes.
It's a yellow, actually, not a red. So we just had Cheese come back on, and now we're sending Mac off. Huh. Isn't Thanksgiving just next week?
Yeah, that's a shame. It's going to be difficult for Fordham to, what are they, down by 6 at the moment? Near on 0 time left.
No.
A very
This'll be it for
entertaining game. This will be the last phase.
Well, there's the horn, but we're not quite done yet until the ref says. But got to say congrats to Northeastern for pulling it out. And we'll have a line out here to Fordham. Just trying to see if they can put some more points on the board, make the score not look so bad. And Northeastern is just not letting up.
They're not going to let them in. They're going to do their darndest to stop it.
And there's their fly half again, just trying to make something out of nothing.
Yeah. Good numbers out wide.
Right. Oh. The sir wants to send it to Northeastern.
He's going to his pocket again.
And you know, honestly, I believe it was just that opening drive
Oh,
at the start of the second half that was a real difference maker. It put Northeastern ahead. Well, actually, no, it tied them up. And
He's going to
Just
call out another yellow card.
Brought up some momentum. Yeah, we got another yellow.
Fordham will be down to minimum numbers shortly.
And I'm not sure when the ref's going to let this one just blow by. He's giving out a lot of cards, though. Not letting too much fly.
No, he's pretty well controlled the game from the get-go, so...
Right. But you also hate to see that when it depends on the penalties and the yellow cards, when you want to just keep everybody on the field, but
I don't like
you can't afford to make the mistakes, and
No.
sometimes it's 16 against 15.
But the laws are the laws, but still.
Right.
Oh. Nicely set back. This Northeastern side is just not going to stop. They're very...
They have no intention to stop. Got quite the chase and a favorable bounce. Oh. We've got a knock.
Which has been a deliberate knock, which clarifies as a penalty.
Yes. Now we've got our fly half looking to maybe get some better field position.
Oops.
Keeps it in. We've got the chase. Running through arm tackles is Northeastern number 13. And that's Snaggletooth trying to make something happen on his own. Oh, just bulldozing through.
Here we go again.
Getting a bit chippy over there. And that's what the ref was trying to avoid here.
We must be pretty well out of time. I would imagine we must be almost gone.
I would. I believe the little horn sounded a few minutes ago, but we're not sure what time the serve is on. He has a different clock from ours, but this has to be the last play coming.
They're going to kick it into the corner. Try and have a line out.
Actually, I guess we must have had our time wrong. I've just been told we may have 24 minutes. Well, somebody's got to talk to that timekeeper on the scoreboard. It's easy to lose track of time. So maybe we might have a totally different game than we thought.
Good line out. Northeastern, well done.
Legs, boys.
And Northeastern just swings it out to their backs. That ball's out. Anybody's game. Plus judge is not lifting his flag up yet. Letting them play.
It's a nice deep kick. Good chases coming up.
Just running across the field. Taking a lot of space.
Look at the way he holds that ball.
He'll take the field if he can. Oh, some hard hits there from Fordham.
That's a nice
Great
run.
Passing.
Good run.
The ankle tackle, but not held. He's going to keep going. Big number one. I believe it's Brett Bergal. And he's in the try zone looking for another one. So Northeastern punches their third, I believe their third try of the half.
Yep. It looks like Fordham's in trouble. They've just Marinez has gone down injured trying to tackle that first prop.
Oh, we've got a man down on Fordham side. Hate to see that.
He tried to tackle that prop as he was coming through.
Oh, we've got another one down in the try zone. Never mind, let's just get some water. So are there any other games we're looking forward to later on tonight?
I think every game everyone's looking forward to, right?
Every game. Every game. It's been a great day of rugby, honestly.
It's been a terrific day of rugby.
I've been here since 8 a.m. and these young guys just showed up to play. No matter what the score was, they wanted to make those every play count.
Look, there's been some wonderful games of rugby, and whether it's been one-sided or not, you know, it's been a terrific day. And I'll go back to Colgate, who didn't fare terribly well, but as I said during the commentary, they had 8 freshmen on that team, and that shows that they did not put their head down once.
No.
And that's a wonderful thing to see.
Yes, especially from your young guys, because that's the future.
That's
of
the
team.
future of that club.
Future of the club.
Absolutely. Long way to go.
Played their heart out. Got some highlights out of it too.
Absolutely, they did. I learned a lot.
And just want to thank everyone for watching the stream on YouTube. Looks like that one sailed to the right a bit. But if you are watching on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Maybe subscribe to Next Level Rugby. Keep an eye out on us on Instagram, also at Next Level Rugby.
(41-26).
Yes, 41-26, I believe the score is. And the ref has called it.
That is full time. And Northeastern are very, very excited about the result. And so they should be. That was a very important, don't drop your head. That was a great game of rugby by both teams. Back and forward the whole way. 43-26, it actually doesn't sound sounds a little bit worse than it should.
Right.
It certainly wasn't the result watching the game. Terrific game by both teams.
Yes. And Northeastern just made a huge difference. I'm not sure exactly what happened at the halftime speech, but they turned it on and they kept it together just a bit more than Fordham. A little bit too many mistakes and penalties. But this was a great match to watch.
And Fordham ended up with a number of yellow cards, which was a little unfortunate.
Right.
Just a little discipline let them down at certain times during that second half. And that's how the end result worked out. So.
Well, so who are we thinking of man of the match? I believe it was their Northeastern's number 12.
Yes.
Darren Chan.
The King.
The King.
The King.
The junior. And even though he missed a few kicks, he was still great to see on the field.
Look, he rallied his troops a lot, particularly in the second half. Pushed them along. You could hear him from up here. Doing a lot of talking to his guys, getting them to stay focused and committed and get low, etc. So well done to him. Good game of rugby.
Again, I want to remind you guys about what this event is for. We're just supporting one of our own from the rugby family, player at UConn and also a player at Hartford Wanderers. And if you know anything about rugby, the family isn't just limited to teams. It's every time you put your socks on and your boots on and that mouth guard in your mouth. So we want to just send some love out to Kyle Powell. He's a great player. I've had the chance to play with him quite a bit.
You have you?
Yes. I played a bit with him in Hartford.
Oh, fantastic. Good. yeah, please get out and support him. Go to the GoFundMe.
Yes, the
And,
GoFundMe, I believe, is in the link on our YouTube stream. So do what you can. I know they were selling some T-shirts not long ago, but I'm not sure if that's still available for everyone. But just support your loved ones. And, handing out some T-shirts to the winning side.
First of all, thank you all for being here. What a fantastic game from both sides. Fordham, awesome game. Hard fought, excellent job. And Northeastern to y'all. Gentlemen, we also have the match.
For me, thank you. Guys, awesome performance today. Ton of guts today. There's so many names that we want to mention today about who man of the match, but for us, for the coaches, Parsiak.
Nice, new cheese and Parsiak. Hip hip and the dogs. Oh yeah.
Welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for Game 6 of our 2018 Liberty Challenge. I am Austin Ryan. I have the pleasure of being joined by Brad Dufek. Brad, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Austin. This is your fifth of the day?
This is fourth of the day, yes.
Fourth of the day. This is my first, so just getting warmed up as the temperatures drop.
And we've got and I'll tell you what something else that has warmed up has certainly been the atmosphere. We have a full house right in front of us here. The grandstands in front of the press box side is packed for this seems to be colossal matchup again between St. Bonaventure and Iona.
Yeah, so it's not the Liberty Championship tonight, but this matchup is you know, between two high-level teams here, so we're in for a treat. St. Bonaventure preparing to kick off here. Just a minute. Wearing the slick Harlequin style Adidas kit. Referee Miles. Ready to start this thing off. Picks up. Iona 15. Cuts up middle of the field. Iona playing in their half a little bit here, deciding to keep the ball in play.
Big line speed pressure by St. Bonaventure to start out the game here, Brad.
Yeah, keeping Iona step back, and they may have turned it over here. Iona hanging on to the ball, not forward.
And that's what line speed does, Brad, especially when you're in your opponent's end, you're putting them on the back foot. All it takes is a matter of time if you have a solid defensive line to force an error, and that's exactly what St. Bonaventure did to start this game.
Absolutely, that additional pressure, you really start to feel it down there. So Bonaventure wins the ball back. They're going to be marching into Iona's 22 here. Great height of the scrum. Line plays it off the back. Simple switch, knocked forward by the Bonnies. Knock-on advantage being played by Iona here. Penalty to Iona.
So St. Bonaventure there killed the advantage that Iona had from the knock-on, and referee Miles awarding the penalty to Iona here. And this is a great opportunity for Iona to exit out of their territory as they started the game under the pump, as we say, with a deep kickoff into their territory and a stout, stingy Iona defensive line. I'm excited to see what Iona does with the ball in an attacking position.
Absolutely. Good clearance by number 12 there for Iona. Excuse us, we actually don't have the team sheets out in front of us for this one, so we're going to do our best to identify players on the pitch tonight.
There's a stolen line out there.
Iona snaps back, or excuse me, the Bonnie snap back to the blind side there. Playing very quick ball.
That's a big boy right there, Brad.
Takes a few with him. Little chip over top from the Bonnie 12, and Iona goes to find touch. And they are indeed successful. Mark called. Line out to St. Bonaventure.
Bonnies have come out here with clear intent on the style that they want to play today. They want to play fast, they want to play wide ball, and they're not afraid of contact, and they're going to commit men to the breakdown.
And for those that might not know Tui Osborne, I think that's what you might want to expect watching a team coached by him. Quick ball, dynamic, getting over the line and using the ball. A little chip by 10. Knocked on by Iona. Ref says play on. Ball is into touch.
Not sure if, I think that one could have gone either way. I'm glad referee Miles chose to play on. It's you know, in this kind of game, in this kind of atmosphere, those 50-50s, let the boys play, I say.
Yeah, and I think that he's going to, you know, promote a faster style of play as well. So it should be a great show for everybody. Bonaventure comes down into the maul. Still together there. See if they can pull it out. Up, pick and go. Approaching the line. Coming in from the side there a bit.
Oh, big tackle there.
Down by
big tackle, number
inside
16.
Center for Iona. Great job by them to get off the line. The group work by St. Bonaventure.
Wow, what a try.
And they'll be adding the first points to the scoreboard tonight.
Boy, Brad, I got to tell you, we may be in Fairfield, Connecticut, but it sure doesn't sound like it. The St. Bonnie's crowd traveled in style and in greater numbers. As we look at the replay here, just patient, well-cohesive, drilled St. Bonnie truck and trailer, and just pure grit to get across the line for the try there.
Yeah, let's talk about the way that the forwards came together there at the goal line. Man.
Well,
great, great effort of the team.
Especially as a group, a unit like that, when you force a turnover like that and you get that close and you're sniffing that try line, it's full steam ahead.
Absolutely. Everybody on the same page, and it pays off.
And we're about 5-6 minutes into this game, and this is quite a unique approach to kicking at goal. Everyone has their style, though. And it's effective, clearly.
As long as it works. 7-0 St. Bonaventure. Like Austin said, about 6 minutes in. And they'll get the ball back.
This is a great opportunity here, Brad, for Iona to put it deep, put the kickoff deep into Bonnie's territory and force Bonnie to make a decision to play out of their own end or kick it back to them to gain some territory. And it'll be great to see what Iona can do with the ball, as they've been starved of it by the Bonnies for this first 7 minutes now.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything has been played on that half of the field thus far. See if they can turn it around.
Good look at our try scorer there. Number 1 for the Bonnies.
Kick up.
That's a big tackle by the number 13 for Iona.
Box kick up, and it's charged down. Straight to touch. We'll have a line out to St. Bonaventure.
Good response from Iona to bring some line speed of their own here as they continue to put the pressure on the Bonnies in response to the try.
Doing their best to stay on this half. Throw's not straight, but ref's going to play on. Bonnie, number 3, does a good job to stay forward. 9 straight back to the fly half.
That's a great open field stop right there by the Bonnies.
Iona does a good job to gather, transition directly into their attack shape. Oh, St. Bonaventure does get on top of the ball, and it's a steal by number 5.
That's a big boy in open field there.
I'll tell you, it says something about a team when you're able to transition from attack to defense and vice versa. I mean, it's such a difference maker when you're able to pull the ball away from the breakdown.
And once you get on that front foot, you're hard to stop, absolutely.
There you go, great hands by St. Bonaventure. Line break by 15, offloads back inside. And they're able to play the ball knocked forward, advantage on. And we'll come back to the scrum.
And Iona can exhale a little bit there, because if that ball found its hand, it'd be very difficult to stop that boy who had a full head of steam there. And Iona doesn't have to panic. It's still very early on in the game, but you can feel the momentum majorly in the favor of the Bonnies. But if Iona just continues to arch their back and match punch for punch, they'll be in this game towards the end. We have still a long way to go.
Absolutely. Great push forward by St. Bonaventure, but a little bit of a wheel there. Iona number 12 looking to find touch. Short kick, but he's sure to get it out. Line out goes quick, straight off the top. 13's looking to carry hard. Forwards get around the edge fast.
That's a good line from the 12 there. Oh, very nice hands there.
Flick of the wrist, support player. We may have a quick steal there.
Wasn't able to survive the contest. Bonnie's number 2 there.
Great work through the hands by 12. And the referee's also going to promote a fast style of play here. A little chatter by St. Bonaventure, and he's going to give an extra 10.
And that's what you come to expect from a first-class referee like Miles, setting the standard early and often. And these two teams coming out demonstrating high level of skill and intensity. And the last thing you want is for it to be tainted by back talk and niggle stuff that, quite frankly, is not important to the skill level here. And now really Iona has to capitalize. They have to come away from this trip in Bonnie's End with some points just to start getting the momentum back in their favor.
Iona looking to get up in the air quick. Into the line out. Going to the back. Straight into the maul. And off to the races. Able to produce ball off the back, straight to 13. 13 carries hard. Quick through the hands, little screen.
Good step back inside.
By 15.
That's a good steal by the Bonnies there.
Bonnies are able to steal back. Great box check.
Great take by number 11 of Iona. Way to move that ball.
Clearance. Great step to the outside by 13. Show and go. And they're right into their attack.
You brought it up earlier, Brad, transitioning from attack to defense, and Iona demonstrating that skill as well here. If both teams can keep this work rate up, we are in for a treat of a match.
100%.
Oh, that should be a turnover there for the Bonnies. Referee Miles determined that number 3 didn't hold his weight long enough.
Got an inside center there taking crash balls off the 9. And
nice
number
take.
8 gets into the open. Look at the long strides by the Iona number 8, and it's try time.
And that right there that's a well-deserved try by Iona, rewarded for all their efforts and their response. And you can see the 15 for Iona pumping up the crowd. And Iona didn't travel light either in fan support. Fairfield pretty well located between Iona and St. Bonnie, so kind of a nice midway point. Nice little weekend drive for the New York-based teams.
And as you can see on the screen there, the fans are very much into it.
Boy, that's just a healthy-looking run from the number 8 there. Long strides, good fend, sees the gap, takes it, no doubt. Pins his ears back, steps to the last man. Good pursuit by the Bonnies not to give up.
He's fired up, as he should be. Able to dot it down in the center, and he's looking to add 2 extra points himself as well. We're tied up, 7-all. 26 left in the first half, about 14 minutes in.
For those experienced rugby fans at home, Rafferty Stadium, as beautiful as it is not designed for rugby. It's primarily a lacrosse facility and alternates as a high school football facility. So the try lines are in front of the posts, which can sometimes be deceiving to teams like Bonnies and Iona, who play on regulation line fields.
Yeah, both schools very fortunate to have support by their respective departments and great facilities on campus and draw great crowds to their games. So
and it's
a lot of similarities between the two teams.
And and it shows in their style of play. They both want to play fast and hard, and that's great.
Deep kick by St. Bonaventure. Iona goes to look for touch.
Favorable bounce.
Still in play. Great gathering by the Iona winger, and they're right into attack.
That's a good option there.
And another great chase by the wing. We're from the side, but St. Bonaventure is able to pull it out of there. Looking to slow the ball down just a bit to regather.
That's good composure there from the Bonnies. Under the pump a little bit. Let's settle down and let's play some rugby. And then as a result, they earn the penalty.
Absolutely. Austin, you mentioned it earlier. I mean, it's a game of momentum. So, whichever team decides that they're going to hang on to the ball and keep it on their side, I think is going to find themselves on top. But so far, it's been quite back and forth.
It has been a punch for punch, and there's an old saying when you have the ball and they don't, it's good things. So both teams treasuring the ball like gold as it is in this sport, and with Bonnie's now kicking to the corner, getting back in Iona's end and going to put the pressure back on Iona, and it's certainly a trading of blows here.
Lineouts full on both sides. St. Bonaventure decides to go to the back.
Way to bring around number 4 there.
Got number 4 coming around the edge. Looking to play quick to the backs. Screen pass. Number 12 goes body to body there. Little show and go by the St. Bonaventure number 8. And they snap back to the blind side. Number 12 carrying low again.
That's a good staunch tackle there by the Iona midfielder.
Look to throw the skip. Squeaks through. Number 6 trying to keep his feet in, and Iona is ball still in play. Outstanding work by St. Bonaventure there. However,
good
Iona
turnover.
gets over the top of the ball and wins it back. That's huge.
That's number 15, the fullback for Iona, and that boy is pumped up. That is a desperate turnover at a very opportune time as the Bonnies were knocking on the doorstep.
Great job by Iona.
Brad, as I'm watching the alignment of the teams away from the ball, you can tell that their class is very high as you have loose forwards hanging intermixing with the backs. So the skill level for both teams is at a master class tonight.
Yeah, when you have players that are able to do everything you ask of them, it makes for a pretty seamless attack scheme. A little miscommunication in the line out there by Iona, I believe. Ball on the ground. And I believe we have some obstruction. Few St. Bonaventure forwards there crossing each other's paths.
Well, 10 minutes ago, we were talking about how this seemed like Bonnie's home stadium, and now 10 minutes later, Iona says, no, 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 we're here too.
Great clearance by Iona to get themselves back on the Bonnie half. Here we go, 5-man line out to the front for Iona, straight off the top. Looking to carry right from the get-go.
Oh.
Iona number 13. He does carry hard. Forwards around the edge. Looking to snap back here. Nope, back into the open. Little chip over the top. Strong chase.
Oh, miscommunication.
And some miscommunication leads to some contact in the air by St. Bonaventure. Iona able to gather and get the ball back in their hands. Starting to go forward. Numbers outside, a little tip on to the forward, number 3. Same direction. Dummy pass, offload.
Great offload. Good to see that winger who went up for that contest is up and okay. He's back in the game.
They're both back in. Great sign.
Referee Miles awarding the advantage, so the Iona halfback looked as if it was a knock-on, but referee Miles saying it was because the Bonnie player was laying on the ball and offside.
And that little, I think that little lapse in time resulted in St. Bonaventure getting over the line and drew the offside call for the penalty, and it looks like Iona's choosing to go for points. Looking to take the lead about 20 minutes in here at Rafferty Stadium on Fairfield University's campus.
And this is a great option by Iona. It shows high rugby IQ and knowledge. It's with a game that is so high tempo, points are going to matter. And even if he doesn't convert this, you're showing your opponent, you commit penalties, we're going to make you pay.
And the kick is good. And Austin, you said it. I mean, some people don't understand a decision to be made like that, but really the value of those 3 points, I mean, they really start to add up and they make a difference toward the end of the game.
And now Iona has an opportunity to catch their breath and get a fresh slate as they work back down the field and to attack. And for St. Bonnie's, this, no harm done. Better to give up the 3 than the 7, and now they're going to look to get right back into their game plan as well.
Bonnie's elect to go deep again, straight into the hands of the Iona number 8.
That's a great contest in the air.
It looks like
that's Iona ball.
There's still a fight. Yeah, squeaks out of the back of the breakdown for Iona. And they're off to the races. We have a not releasing call on St. Bonaventure. Penalty to Iona.
St. Bonnie's needs to be a little careful here. Their aggression is getting the better of them a little bit. That's 2 penalties in a row committed off sides. And referee Miles, as we said earlier, he sets a high standard, and sooner or later those penalties are going to start adding up, and referee Miles is going to have to assert a little more punishment than just a penalty.
Yeah, let's hope that he doesn't have to reach to the pocket too early. Straight in the maul for Iona, 5-man. Looking to keep it together going forward. Looks like they're going to play it off the back. Iona sending a few one-off runners. Very simplistic style of play. Looking to
That's a great ball.
Skip pass out to number 15. Looking to do something with it. Lost forward, straight into the hands. St. Bonaventure. Playing scrum advantage.
They have the numbers if they want it.
Gap opens up. Number 10 looking to be outside. 15.
Pin your ears back.
The winger. Battle of body height on the far outside. St. Bonaventure retains possession, and they're coming back to the middle of the field.
This is great
Number
front
5
football.
runs off 10. Ball scoots loose, but St. Bonaventure's able to gather.
Great front football by the Bonnies here.
Great way to find space out in front of number 7 there. Through the hands. Offloads. Inching towards the try line. And it's over.
Boy, Brad, we are in for a treat tonight. This game is just masterful. Back and forth. 2 high-quality teams going at it. As we look at the replay here, number 7 making the defender commit. Once he turns his shoulders right to the 8-man. Another nice offload to the lock. He's able to barrel over and extend across for the try, letting his momentum carry forward. And that try was all made possible because of the turnover forced in Bonnie's end, having the confidence to play within their own end with the ball in hand, use the space and the numbers. Credit to Iona, though. Scramble defense, didn't let them in easily, and Bonnie's earned every ounce of that try.
Yeah, I was a little worried we were losing the skills that we saw in the first 10 minutes there. Gameplay changed a little bit, and looks like we're back to where we started. Getting the ball through the hands, high tempo. St. Bonaventure able to put it over the line. Just left with the kick. So St. Bonaventure still able to take the lead, 12 points to 10. Roughly 14 minutes left in the half.
This 8-man for Iona, he does it all. Kicks at goal, kicks off, and scores tries.
Very skilled player. Great work on the ground there by St. Bonaventure, number 5. Allows a clean ball.
Great cutout pass there.
Find space again. Referee says play on. St. Bonaventure looking to relieve a little pressure. Kick toward the center of the field. We'll see if Iona's able to counter. 15, hangs onto it, carries into contact. Long skip pass by the Iona number 9. Knocked on, advantage being played by St. Bonaventure.
I think
high tackle
Miles
advantage.
is playing high tackle advantage here.
Little inside outside step.
Oh, great offloading contact. Neither team giving an inch. Each team on attack is earning every meter they are gaining. That's a nice show and go.
Able to look to the outside there. Decides not to use the support to the outside of him. We got the big boy number 3 carrying forward there. A little bit of confusion there in the breakdown, trying to get the ball out. Loses it backward. Ref says play on. Iona doing their best to contest in the breakdown there, trying to win the ball back. And St. Bonaventure number 3 still working hard to get over the line. Elects to go to the forward game. You see that big unit working together again. latching onto each other there. Quick pick and go game. Number 9 looks to pull it out. Striker runner, chopped down early. Doing their best to get around the edge, skip to the corner.
Wow, great scramble defense there by Iona.
And they were able to pull St. Bonaventure out of bounds. They escape again. And St. Bonaventure comes knocking. Iona finds a way to fight on the goal line.
And that's where, if you're the Bonnies, you have to stick with what's working. Their first try of the game was scored by composed, cohesive truck and trailer ball off the base of the ruck. No need to go wide there. Just keep it in the forwards.
Incredible individual effort after the stolen lineup. Can't wait to see the replay on that one, but quick little spin move, and he's able to reach across the line and got it down. How incredible is it to have the fans like this, though? I mean, this place is rumbling.
Well, as we see on the replay here, it looks like the 8-man for the Bonnies steals the line out and just takes it in himself. And to your point, Brad, this may not be the grand final of the evening, but it sure feels like it.
The unconventional style of the St. Bonaventure number 11 here. Going to get another shot at goal. Approaches, strikes, and it's through.
If you're Iona here, you've got just under 10 minutes to go. You're down 2 scores. There's no reason to panic. You just have to get back to your game plan. You have to continue your staunch defense and force Bonnies to turn the ball over and give it back to you. But there's no need to abandon ship, no need the wheels aren't falling off. We still have a lot of rugby left to play.
There does still seem to be a certain amount of composure out there, so I wouldn't be surprised if Iona was able to pull something together here. Bonnies are straight away back into attack. And great width by both teams. They're able to stretch the defense, utilizing the entire width of this football/lacrosse stadium. And it's really opening up some gaps. Forward runners off 10. Big number 3 looking to offload. Looks like we had a substitution somewhere in there. New front rower in number 17. Knocked forward. Iona looking to play the advantage. Pick and go game by the number 13. Produces quick ball. 16 works it through the hands.
Great turnover ball there by the Bonnies. Number 12 for Iona. Excuse me, for St. Bonaventure.
Couple quick fends by the Iona deep 3 there. Austin, you might know better than anybody, but when you elect to go to a box kick or a clearance, ideally you don't go to the center of the field there. It allows Iona to get into a counter game quite quickly into the open field.
And the box kick there was not the best option. Clearly, it makes me look like an expert from up here, but it's different when you're down there on the field. But you're absolutely right. That kick's got to go to the sideline, and it has to be higher and give your supporting teammates time to run onto it to contest the ball. But full credit to Iona's 15 there, giving a nice little goose step and fending the ball.
Iona decides to do the same thing.
And that's
not playable for the winger, but they're able to take advantage of a little field position here and pin St. Bonaventure back in their own end.
And that is an excellent use of the box kick, because you have some momentum going off of some big runs by your teammates, and now you're forcing St. Bonnie's to make a decision to either play in their own end or give you the ball back as they kick for space.
And under a little bit of pressure, St. Bonaventure knocks it forward, and Iona gets the ball right back.
And if you're Iona here, you have to come away with points. It's just under 7 minutes left. You're down 2 scores. At least a kick at goal here is a win for you.
And it'll bring them into one-score territory.
But definitely want to come away here with a try. I'm sure we're going to see the 8-man for Iona here featured in a play off the base of the scrum.
That's a great call, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of the 2 hard-running centers for Iona comes directly off, and they run a little screen line. Precisely that. Looking to get into the wide channel here. 15. Great inside-outside step. Knocked forward by Iona. Forward pass. And we're going to come back to a scrum to St. Bonaventure.
Well, while the 15 was making his step to ask questions of his opposite, the wing was just a little too flat, and it was a low percentage pass for the 15 and thrown forward. But really great to see Iona's wings coming across the field, moving without the ball and attacking overloads. Just unfortunate the ball didn't find the hand there.
Yeah, Iona number 15 slapping himself in the head there. Missed opportunity, but again, field position still in their favor. St. Bonaventure comes off the back of the scrum. Works to number 10. Kick goes up, looking to clear. Iona number 14. Scrum half goes in.
Big tackle by the number 5, St. Bonnie.
The Gales do a great job of clearing out there. Able to get quick ball again. Get over the line. Clearance goes. Snapping back to the blind side. Playing off of 10. I'll tell you, these centers for Iona, they
Both
run like
them,
forwards off of 10.
They are asking questions of their opposites, and the defense needs to step up and dig in there.
Iona looking back to the middle of the field. Looking for something that's playable. Sending a runner off 9. 12 works a little lateral. Decides to carry. And we have
Referee Miles is going to ask. Referee Miles is going to ask the touch judge if the grounding of the ball was good or if it was knocked on in the tackle contest.
St. Bonaventure thinks that it was knocked forward, and that's not the case. Hand goes up, and the try is awarded. And they continue the back and forth battle. So 5 more points for the Gales. Brings it within 4. Kick to come still.
Less than 4 minutes to go here in the first half. 2 teams just trading punches and trading tries. As we look at the replay here,
great coverage.
Big. That from here to me, that looks like downward pressure good before the ball. From here, from my point of view, that looks like downward pressure is there, and then the ball rolls forward out of his hands after he grounds it. So try looks good to me. I agree with referee Miles' call.
Great work by the cameraman to get an angle there. Obviously, head ref consults the touch judge, and it looks like they made the right call. Kick goes just left. So the score will stay at 19-15, St. Bonaventure. 2.5 minutes to play. And your guess is as good as mine. What's about to happen next.
And the best part is we have a whole nother half to go.
Bonaventure is able to gather their own kick. Number 5 carries hard.
Good patience there by the Bonnie's 9.
Good. Great line speed by the Gales. A little bit broken. The St. Bonaventure number 15 is able to break it through the middle. stay on his feet, fight, wait for support. And the Bonnies are going to gather and go right into that forward game that they've been showing the entire half. And they got it down.
What an outstanding individual effort by the number 15. As you can see from our lovely work by our cameramen, we have very passionate fans here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University.
Things can happen quickly. I'll tell you, everybody gets on the same page. Everybody heads to the breakdown, work and support, and they transition right into that forward game before the Gales are able to get back in defense. Allowing for a relatively easy kick by the Bonnies number 11 here, looking to add to their lead, 24-15.
As we go into the half here, if I'm Iona, I'm saying to my boys, anytime the Bonnies are in our red zone, we have to scramble and play tough defense because their forward pack is dominating in that area.
Yeah, they're going to have to definitely flood the breakdown. Easy kick through the center. Looks like we're going to have at least the kickoff here before the half closes out. 26-15 St. Bonaventure. They're hungry and they're ready to go again. If I'm Iona, I elect to go deep here, and they do. Bonnie's number 8 carries the middle of the field. 9 goes right to 10. St. Bonaventure puts one off the scoreboard, sends us into the half. 26-15, Bonnies.
And this is that concludes the first half of Game 6 here in the 2018 Liberty Conference Challenge between Iona and St. Bonaventure. This is brought to you by Next Level Rugby, and we'll be back with first half analysis in the second half after a short break.
us too, or are you going to come to dinner with us?
I'll come to dinner. I might go back.
That's fine.
I know I'll definitely want to see AIC. I don't know about
You're gonna miss the Binghamton Syracuse game if you come here. No.
My friend Ben got it in Syracuse. He played rugby there.
Really? He's still there?
He's actually doing a gap year, but he got in.
But stay away from the camera.
Don't run over the camera.
Man, that's the last thing we need to do.
Need the pipe. Camera.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought it'd be totally impartial. Oh, awesome. That's really nice. Yeah, I know. I would just, I think
I know. I'm also going straight from here.
Oh, fuck, I can't see that. This is all that matters.
Let's go, dig it! That's just a given.
Ready to rock and roll?
And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University. As the lights are on, the air is crisp,
all right, guys.
and we are set for what should be a fantastic second half of rugby between IONA and St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure leads IONA 26 to 15. Brad, your analysis of the first half.
Here we go, guys.
Yeah, so like we talked about, incredibly back and forth battle between these two sides. Similar styles of play. And as most know, it's just a game of momentum. So each team has done a very good job of working the ball back in their favor. We've got a flag up as the ref signals the Iona winger stepped out of bounds. Play continues, but we're going to come back to the place where step down.
As the referee did not see the flag come up, the referee Miles is going to talk to the touch judge.
Okay. So it's going to be a taken out over by Iona. Great throw.
This is
on the line here.
Intense of a game.
This is the line. This is the splitter here, guys. Oh, sorry. Right here.
Decisions like this, huh?
And they are hearing it from the crowd. Each side making a case for their own, and it looks like the two of them sorted it out. Worked
Go with the line out to the back and peel around the front row. Ronnie's 10 goes over and then brings
commentary about it.
Iona there.
16.
The tackle. Referee Miles penalizes Iona for offside.
Playing the off his feet. 16.
Playing the ball off the feet.
16.
And Bonnies will have a kick to the corner, just shy of the halfway line. And Brad, if you're the coach of Iona, what are you saying to them in the changing room?
Well, I think you talk about how the first half ended. So St. Bonaventure was able to put points on the board just as the first half closed out, And I'm sure, just as we've said, it's Iona's game just as much as it's the Bonnies. And
that's St. Bonnie's just between the 10 and 22 meter line of Iona. Choose to go to the middle pot here for a maul. Strong carry by number 5, barreling through Iona defenders. Iona strips the ball, but it fortuitously bounces in the hands of a St. Bonnie supporter, and Bonnie is over for the try to start the second half. Brad, probably the worst way Iona would want to start it, and certainly the best way the Bonnies would want to start the second half.
Yeah, what a string of events there. They're able to piece a few things together. Incredible job by number 5 to keep his feet, barreling through defenders there. Ball actually got ripped out, but directly back into the hands of St. Bonaventure there, and they're able to keep it going, moving forward, and put it down over the line.
And as the Bonnie's number 11 lines up the conversion attempt, you can hear the Bonaventure faithful, which are right in front of us, chanting passionately for their boys to continue this attacking onslaught. And the conversion by Bonnie's number 11 is no good, so the score will be 31-15 in favor of the Bonnies.
As they look to pull away.
And here's Iona's 8-man set to kick off and get the game going again. Bonnie's 13 Fields attacks the middle of the field, spins out of 1 tackle, spins out of a 2nd, but not a 3rd. Bonnie quick recycle here. Thrown behind some forwards. Fly half chooses to go wide. Far side of the field as they work it back to the middle. Going through the phase ball. Iona number 3 can't withstand the drive, and Bonnie will continue. Here's the 12, stepping off his outside foot. Stopped in his tracks by Iona 2, but he breaks out of the tackle. Ball squirts out of the back of the Bonnie line out, and that's a turnover for Iona, and they quickly transition to the attack. Here's the hard-running center for Iona, trying to set the front foot attack for Iona. Ball squirts out. Aware, number 11, picks it up for Iona. Desperate kick under duress by the 9. Bonnie fields 15 for number 15 for the Bonnies, fields it. Iona winger.
Tensions are rising, Austin.
Iona winger steps off his outside foot, trying for the box kick. Ball is charged down and field into the hands of the big Bonnie number 3, who gets a beautiful offload to the 15. He's breaking down the far sideline. He is corralled by 4 Iona players. Bonnie's there in support, working it back to number 3 in the middle of the field. Here's the 10 to the 8 behind a screen. Here's the 13, and that's mishandled by the flanker who was spread out for the Bonnies. Referee Miles blows the advantage dead, and it'll be a scrum to Iona for the knock-on. Brad, that was too close for comfort for Iona there.
Yeah, listen, I talked to St. Bonaventure's coach, Tui Osborne, a little bit before the game. I saw him underneath the stadium, and he talked about the amount of new players that they have playing in this game, and looking at this performance by the Bonnies, they're not skipping a beat.
Fine. Sit.
Iona's attacking scrum, bringing in the weak side wing off the back, brought down hard by the Bonnie scrum half. Iona able to recycle, big wide pass to the Iona wing, makes 1 step, gets around 1 defender, can't get around the 2nd. Iona there in support, cycling through the forwards, spinning out. Oh, and the big Bonnie number 3 strips the ball, pushes 1 defender off, offloads to a teammate running hard, and here is Bonnie back on the front foot inside Iona territory.
Sucking the life out of the Gales' attack.
No. You're off your feet.
Iona desperately
You're off your feet. You
trying,
don't play the ball. You're out of the game.
desperately trying to force a turnover ball there, unable to do so. Referee Miles penalizing Iona for not releasing the ball in the ruck area. And what do you think of the choice here, Brad, to go for points?
You know, keeping control of the game. I think any way that St. Bonaventure can add to their lead, they're going to do it. And especially when Iona's struggling to win the ball back, St. Bonaventure sees an opportunity to put points on the board, and they're going to take it.
And for those of us at home not familiar with the game of rugby, this kick is a live ball once it leaves the foot of the St. Bonnie's number 11. Kick is about 25 meters out. And the kick sails off the post, and now, as we said, it is a live ball, and Iona awareingly picks it back up, and we play on here.
You called it, Austin. Right off the left post.
Here's Iona, big step inside. I think that's the number 13 running hard, and it certainly is. And he has been giving Bonaventure fits all night and continues to do so. Front foot ball for Iona here. The 15 gives a dummy, now gives it to the 12 who has a step outside, gets around one tackler. Now two, finally brought down, supported by his hooker. Ball forced out of the ruck by the Bonaventure defender. Iona seems to have won it back and will continue on the front foot. No, referee Miles stops it.
Okay, White was moving forward. We've got players all off their feet, hands in.
Referee Miles saying ball was going forward and it was trapped, and he will award the scrum to Iona as they were on the front foot there.
Moving forward.
The Iona number 15 was able to work himself into the ball carrier there. You might be able to see it on your screen. Get his hands on it and actually rip it back to his half.
Here is a great replay of the powerful, thunderous running number 13, fending away 2, 3, 4 Iona defenders. And St. Bonnie's drives early in the scrum, and therefore Iona gets the free kick and back right in the hands of the 13, who's going to barrel ahead and ask questions of the Bonaventure defenders. Wide ball to the 16, playing fly half. Ball misses its mark, scooped up quickly though by the Iona prop. Going to the far side of the left.
Ruck! No!
Continuing on the short side here, number 16 standing in at the fly half position, kicks through, fielded nicely by the Bonaventure 15. Gives a dummy, cuts back inside off his inside foot. And the Bonaventure 9 relieves pressure with a box kick.
Put a great jolt into that kick.
And the Iona 10 is going to kick back into the field, right into the hands of the Bonnie's 10, and he's got front foot advantage here, chooses to kick through, and the ball goes off an Iona player, and it will be a line out to the Bonnies just shy of the halfway mark. Brad, your thoughts on the kicking game that's starting to develop here?
Yeah, I mean, that can be a complete game changer. So if Iona decides that they need to resort to that style of play, it can definitely work in their favor if they're able to pin St. Bonaventure a little more often.
Big line out over the top, beautifully taken by the Bonnie number 8. Little miscommunication between the fly half and the center as a move was on. Ball was passed flat-footed, and Iona is up to the task. Big barreling run by the number 5 for the Bonnies. Iona trying to force the turnover, unable to do so. Here comes the 13 to the close side of the field. Great cut back inside by the Bonaventure wing. Still pressuring the Iona, and the Bonnie's 9 goes over the top. Referee Miles says the ball was off the foot. Iona 15 stepping and evading would-be tacklers. Back into the hands of the Iona 13. And Iona's ball in their own end, looking to get back on the attack. Big tackle by the Bonnie number 5 on the Iona 1. 13 back in the ball, back in his hands. Good platform ahead by Iona. Referee Miles awarding an advantage for offsides on the Bonnies. And here's the big number 8 man going outside. Iona playing with an advantage for a penalty offside by Bonaventure. working the ball back across the width of the field, trying to cut through but unable to do so is the Iona front rower.
Still advantage.
And 15 loses the ball forward, and back go to the penalty goes referee Miles.
Number 8. Right here, mate.
Little signs of life here from Iona, Brad.
Yeah, doing their best to just find a gap somewhere in that St. Bonaventure defensive line, but it just doesn't seem to be presenting itself the way they'd like it to. So as long as they're able to keep the ball in their hands, I'm sure a gap's going to open up shortly here.
And how big is this? How big is this trip into Bonaventure territory here for Iona coming off the set piece?
Yeah, the clock keeps ticking. So any chance they get to close that gap on St. Bonaventure lead, they have to capitalize.
Iona goes to the back pod. Halfback takes a dart, and he's through.
He's
got one man to beat. He's not able to, but he's up to his feet because he's not held. And referee Miles awards the try. Excellent individual effort by the Iona scrum half. Great presence of mind to know that he wasn't held, gets quickly to his feet and darts across the try line. And just like that, Iona is back in this game, Brad.
Yeah, incredible effort there. You said it, Austin. And we just got done talking about Iona capitalizing on the opportunities here, closing in on that Bonaventure lead. And they have the chance to bring it within 2 scores here.
The Iona halfback, as we watch the replay here, he is focused and set up. He is determined to command his troops back into this game. The conversion by the 8-man for Iona is good, and Iona cuts the deficit down to 11. St. Bonaventure leads 31-20. 31-22, so the deficit is 9, excuse me.
.26 minutes to go here in the half. See if we can find ourselves back into a back and forth battle here.
Big kick deep by the Bonnies, fielded by the Iona 8-man under immediate pressure. This is the Iona front rower testing the Bonaventure defense.
All right, last foot.
Iona's 9 chooses to go to the air. The Iona wing unable to field the aerial attack, and it'll be a line out to the Bonnies just inside the Iona half.
Iona number 11 really does do a great job of providing a blindside chase on those box kicks.
What's your try?
Putting St. Bonaventure under a little bit of pressure, giving his team a chance to get the ball back on their side.
In your opinion, still enough time to test the aerial battle there for Iona?
Absolutely. I think 9 points. They have the ability to take a few chances.
And that's a very intricate move there by the Bonnies off the line out, but stuffed by Iona. And the Bonnies 10 chooses to go to the air, right into the hands of the Iona 15. Big step away, but number 12 says, no, you're not going anywhere.
Tackle!
Tackle is called by referee Miles, and Iona will play on with its front foot attack. A little dummy by the lock. And here we are, Iona still on the front foot. Fielded by the 13. Unable, wisely pulls the ball back inside. Now he gives an offload to the 8-man, and here we go, Iona breaking through. Tackled by 2 Bonnie defenders. Iona halfback continuing the front foot pressure. Gets the ball out to the speedy wing. Back inside to the number 13. Number 8 for Iona, questioning the Bonaventure defense. The Bonnies answering the call. Ball squirts through the legs of the outside center for Iona, scooped up wisely by the number 11, who darts through the defense, resetting the platform for the Iona attack.
Bonnies have gone a little quiet here in the last few minutes. Things going Iona's way.
Iona a little flat-footed on its attack. 8-man straightens it up, trying to get that momentum going back. Bonaventure's looked to have forced the turnover there, but they were unable to do so. A little show and go of the ball by the 12. Offload in contact, working to the far side of the field. Bonnie's trying to drive him out. Ball's offloaded back inside, and a high tackle advantage being played by referee Miles. Iona has a free play with the high tackle advantage, and they are less than 10 meters away from the Bonaventure try line. Referee Miles determines no advantage is being gained, and he will go back to the penalty for the high tackle. Iona chooses to tap quickly and gives it to their hard-running 13, who is cut down immediately. Referee Miles awarding advantage. I believe it was offsides. 13 setting the platform. Iona continuing to work the short side, and he's got a breakthrough, and that is a try for Iona. 2 unanswered scores back into the Bonaventure area, and just like that, we have a 1-score game here, Brad.
Yeah, we've said it over and over. St. Bonaventure gone a little bit flat in the last few minutes here. Iona really applying a lot of pressure to that defensive line. And we talked about those gaps that hadn't been opening up before. Well, they've opened up now twice there in the last 5 minutes. And we'll have Iona looking to pull this game within 2.
And just as the game continues to get into it, so do the fans and the faithful of both Iona and St. Bonaventure, Brad.
You know that they enjoy to give the referee a little bit of a hard time, regardless of the play call that he's making out there. In my opinion, he's doing an outstanding job, but the fans might not agree.
And that is a big-time conversion by Iona's number 8. Which brings the score 31-29 in favor of Bonaventure.
Yeah, I got you repeated, yeah. Okay, no worries.
And it is 31-29 in favor of the Bonnies. Just about 20 minutes left in this game, Brad. As a coach, Brad, what do you tell your players in a situation like this? How do you prepare for it?
From St. Bonaventure's side, you got to do anything you can to win the ball back and apply the pressure to Iona.
Just right on cue, Brad. Bonnies force a turnover. Excellent poach by the Bonaventure defender here. And now if you're the Bonnies, what do you do here?
Well, it looks like they're going to find touch, which seems to be the right option here. Look to the corner, apply more pressure to Iona, get themselves as close to that try line as they can.
Yeah, that's it.
They have to remember they are still in the lead. So as much as they can control, they have to.
And this line and the kick to touch will put the Bonnies just inside the 22-meter line of Iona. Throw to the front pot is disrupted by the Iona jumper, but the Bonnies retain possession.
I can't see what's going on. We've got players, both teams, laying on the ball.
Referee Miles
I'm not going to referee pile-up.
saying the tunnel collapsed in the line out, and he will award the scrum to the Bonnies as they were going forward.
Just unplayable. 8 players laying on the ball.
Is there enough room on that far side, Brad, to go blind, or do the do the Bonnies have to come back to the open field here?
Yeah, it looks pretty tight over there. It looks like they're going to come directly to number 10. Blindside winger might insert himself into the attack there. And it looks to be exactly that. They go right to the winger.
And the ball is lost into the and bounces fortuitously into the hands of the Iona 12, and the Iona 9 gets the front foot back, giving a goose step is number 15, and he's going to make a break. He's got to beat one man to beat, and he passes back inside to the 9, who is perfectly supporting. What a great angle. Dives forward for the professional try. What a tremendous transition from defense to attack here, Brad.
And that's just flawless. So much energy from Iona right now, able to move the ball into the width, technical in their passing, work the ball to the center, great support lines, and the number 9's able to finish.
And as we look at the replay here, what a goose step through the line by the 15. Full composure. 9 running an excellent line. And as we look at this replay here,
calling for the ball there.
Pass look good to you, Brad?
Definitely close, but I think the decision was made that it was behind, and I think that's the right call there.
And the Iona number 9 has his second try on the day. And the Iona 8 puts the conversion through. And with that,
three unanswered scores.
3 unanswered scores. And with that conversion, Iona leads 36-31 with just under 17 minutes left to go. Oh boy, Brad, buckle up. We're in for a doozy.
Clock keeps ticking. We talked about it, but St. Bonaventure has to find a way. Has to find a way to get the ball back into their hands.
And as Bonaventure kicks deep into the Iona territory, we want to remind you that this broadcast brought to you by Next Level Rugby is in support and honor of Kyle, a Hartford Wanderer and UConn alum rugby player who has been diagnosed with lymphoma. There is information streaming on our site. We hope we can count on your support for Kyle and his family during this very difficult time. For those of us in the rugby community, we know our brotherhood and our camaraderie extends far beyond the rugby field, and we appreciate all your support that you are able to lend to Kyle as he fights his battle with lymphoma. And as we continue play here, the Bonnies gaining the ball back, working to get back into the Iona try zone. Little miscommunication by the Iona 13. Iona not able to withstand the ruck. Bonnies number 1 and 2 front row players in the middle of the field attacking, continuing to go with the width of the field. Bonnies fly half, puts the ball through. Iona unable to field it, and referee Miles signals the knock-on, and the Bonnies get a scrum just outside the 22-meter line.
If you can. Dude, bro, you could be cool.
And last time the Bonnies were down here and they tried to run a scrum, they tried to run a play off the scrum, it fell into the hands of Iona, and Iona went coast to coast. So what do the Bonnies do here, Brad?
Well, they took a chance on a little squib kick there that paid off. I imagine they'll play it a little more safe here.
I know.
This time around, looking to keep the ball in hand. Maybe test the wide channel there a little bit into the 15.
And referee Miles stops play for a brief moment as front rower for the Bonnies needs some addressing to some blood, and gives both teams a minute to catch their breath and compose themselves. And it looks like the Bonnies are going to make some changes here at wing. They're going to bring in the number 14's day is done. He was the one who went for that high impact aerial contest earlier, and it was good to see him get up after that.
Yep, looks like the Bonnies are looking to find a way to give themselves a little more energy into the final 15 minutes here, any way possible.
And here's St. Bonaventure's attacking scrum, about 25 meters away from Iona's line, and they go blind. The 8-man's able to fend one and finally is brought down by 2 Iona defenders. Keeping on the front foot is the big number 3 for the Bonnies. And Iona has stood him up, and the push is on. The Bonnie push is on. And the maul was held up, ball unplayable, brought forward by the Bonnies, and Iona able to stand firm, Brad.
Just like they did early in that first half, a few strong stands at the goal line, really something they pride themselves on here. Able to hold up the ball, the maul was called, they were able to lay on it, and the ball is going to come back into their hands.
And it'll be an Iona scrum attacking very deep in their own territory. And Brad, no question, they're going to kick to get out of here, correct?
If you ask me, that's what I'd be doing.
Oh, but the drive from the Bonnies is on, and it forces the 8-man back just in front of his own goal line. Iona able to recover, and the box kick from the 9 is mishandled, unlucky.
Tough luck, tough luck.
The Bonnie wing, number 11, tried everything he could to field that and counterattack, just unable to do so, and now Iona has an attacking line out at midfield. Just flat out unlucky, Brad.
Absolutely. The Iona number 8 there was able to do some work on the ground off the back of the scrum. Incredible box kick by the number 9, relieve a little pressure. And
big line out throw to the back pod by Iona. Able to move the ball away from the set piece, and now the attack is on. The hard running 13 able to set the platform, and here comes another box kick by Iona, well read by the Bonnies and covered, and now the counterattack. Smothered by 2 Iona defenders. Support is there though, and now the Bonnies can move the ball. 12 bouncing off defenders. Ball moves wide to the 13. Here's the replacement, number 21 coming in, making an immediate impact. But he is swallowed up by the 13, able to get the ball away, but it is recovered by the Iona flanker, and he makes a break. But his offload is met by a firm defensive stand by the Bonnies. 13 has the ball back in his hands, and he's going to fight forward for as many inches as he can get.
Careful.
And now the Iona attack resumes. 3 for Bonaventure, strips the ball out of the Iona scrum half, and now transition from defense to attack for Iona. For Bonnies, big number 17 going forward. And Bonnies have numbers right.
I'll tell you, number 3, he's been something special today.
Big number 5, shedding 1 tackler. Offloads to his mate, support is there, and here comes the number 3 bat with a beautiful pass, and one more to the outside, number 8, but a big hit by Iona's number 13.
No.
And Iona off their feet in the tackle contest, and the Bonnies choose to go quickly. And here's your number 3, Brad, fighting for the try line, and he scores. Brad, he must have heard you.
He can do it all. Provided a little energy with the tip-on pass there. Got right back up to his feet, wanted the ball again, demanded the ball again, and got himself over the try line.
Boy, for a big boy, his work rate is certainly high. And as we look at the replay here, Bonnie's 9 goes quickly and looks right for the support. Number 3 on a hard line, gets barrels right across the try line. And now we really have a contest here, Brad.
100%. So that score brings us to a tie game at 36-all. St. Bonaventure looks to take the lead here. We just surpassed the 70th minute. And we've got a ball game.
And Brad, as a rugby player and a coach, you know as well as anyone, this is where the money is made in these final 10 minutes.
It's whoever can keep their cool, keep the ball in their hand, and manage the game the best.
And that is a clutch conversion by the unique approach of the 11 for the Bonnies. And now we have a score of 38-36 in favor of St. Bonaventure. How does Iona respond here?
They're going to have to do what they did early in the second half here to get the ball in their hands. Create a gap and and get that momentum to swing back in their direction.
Iona kicks deep into the St. Bonnie's territory, and Bonnie's kick right back, challenging the counter. Fielded well by the Iona fullback, gives that another step. Hard line from 16 playing at fly half, and he's got a gap. He's running across the field. He needs help. He is met by 3 Bonnie defenders, but the support is there. The Iona 12 unable to handle the ball. 15 is there to scoop it right up, and the platform is reset for Iona. Bonnie scrambling to realign their defense, and they do. 13 continuing to ask questions of Bonaventure's defense. Number 1 swallowing his opposite.
Hold. They're all offside back
Big
there, okay?
pass to number 12, who is met hard by his opposite number.
Good.
We have an injured player on the near side here, number 11 for Iona. We hope he's okay. But as play continues, here's the 8-man for Iona trying to step. He is met by a try score from a moment ago.
Release.
And a penalty is awarded and taken quickly by Iona. Penalty was for not releasing, and the Iona halfback is looking for his hat trick, and he is meters away from the try line. Ball is picked up by the big number 3 for Iona, but it is held up. Desperate measures taken by the Bonnies, and we will have a scrum to Iona, 5 meters from the St. Bonaventure line. Brad, we got to catch our breath here, but we're not going to have any time to.
I'll tell you, the Iona number 9 sure does know how to find a way to provide a little energy for his team's attack. Whenever he sees that gap open up, he definitely knows when to take it.
I'll do the same for your team.
And finally, referee Miles stops play, so the Iona coach is able to look at his injured winger, number 11.
I think we might just have a muscle cramp there.
Well, we hope he's all right. He certainly has played a first-class game today. He's given everything he's had for his teammates and his coaches.
Time back on.
And immediately, number 21 comes in to replace him. And here we go with Iona's attacking scrum. Less than 7 minutes to go. 5 meters outside of Bonaventure's try line here at Rafferty Stadium, under the lights at Fairfield University, for the 2018 Liberty Conference Tournament. Brought to you by Next Level Rugby.
I'd expect to see an 8-man pick off the back here.
And here's a big shove by the Bonnies, but picked as Brad called. And now here's the 12 stepping off his outside foot, trying to get to the line. And that is a beautiful, hard-fought try by the Iona forward.
Man, I can't stress the importance of that try being toward the center of the pitch there. It's going to allow Iona.
And as we look at the replay here, you can see desperate defense from Iona.
Yeah, you got to be under
the
the
halfback,
sticks, guys.
beautiful
I've already
pass,
told you.
great step off the inside foot, and just refusing to go down. Extends his arms for the try. Nothing but guts there, Brad.
Yeah, really showing a lot of fight, great leg drive, great extension toward the end there, and he's able to finish.
Well, even though we didn't charge admission today, Brad, we are getting our money's worth here.
Absolutely, very fortunate to be here seeing this performance on the field from both sides.
And the extras are added by Iona's kicker number 8. And just like that, with 5 minutes to go here at Rafferty Stadium, it is 43 now that the extras are added to 38. Continues to be a back and forth, one-score affair here under the lights at Rafferty Stadium of Fairfield University.
Hey, I need a score check. I don't have that score. Who's got the score over here? I don't have that score.
Referee Miles stopping the game for a moment.
I believe we might be having a score check here.
43-38.
But that should be correct.
Thank you. So we're going to have 5 minutes. There's 5 minutes left.
Referee Miles informing everyone that there are 5 minutes left in the game. There are 5 minutes left in the game, folks. Remember, the official has the time on the field. Our scoreboard is as close as we can keep it. So there are 5 minutes remaining in the game. Here's Iona responding to Bonaventure's kickoff, attacking out of their own end. Box kick by number 9. Big contest in the air.
It's off Bonnie. Is it knocked on into touch?
Referee Miles says it was knocked forward.
Oh, no, it was knocked on.
Into touch, I believe.
But then it went off the right player?
So I believe they have the option of choosing the scrum or the lineout. I'm going to go with the scrum.
Right player knocked it forward into touch. It went off the touch.
With about 4 minutes remaining now in the game, Iona has an attacking scrum inside their own half. Bonaventure defense not going to go quietly into the night. Big shove is on in the scrum.
I'm not sure that Iona knows that it's their ball.
And here goes Iona on the attack. Bonaventure line speed has certainly ramped up in the last couple of minutes, fighting desperately to get that ball back. Iona refusing to give it to them. And there's the counter ruck.
Ruck!
Both teams exchanging blows here. Big hard run by the number 8, but he is met by 2 Bonnie tacklers. And the turnover is won by the Bonaventure defense.
Unbelievable effort to get themselves over the ball there, Austin. And that's what they needed as we close in on 3 minutes.
And Bonnies are going to go for the corner here, work off the line out, and try and get across the Iona try line. That's a big kick, perfectly placed, just about 12, 13 meters away from the Iona try line.
What do you think here, Austin? Go to the mall?
Well, it would certainly be, it's certainly where Bonnie's strength has been all day. Get the ball in the hands of that big number 3 to get across the line.
I couldn't agree more.
Hold.
Big line out taken by the 8-man for the Bonnies.
Here's the first man.
Iona, incredible job to lock themselves out, make sure the ball doesn't go anywhere.
And the Bonnies go short side, but Iona was ready for it. Advantage, referee Miles playing advantage for Iona trying to kill the ball. Big tackle, but the ball's away, and here's Bonnie's right outside the goal line. Referee Miles goes back to the penalty for Iona trying to kill the ball. And the big number 3 for the Bonnies tries to get across. Is he in? No, he's not. Ball's worked back. Bonaventure going to its forwards again. 1 meter away. Desperate defense by Iona. The stretch is out, but no, the ball is not across yet. Ball still in by the Bonnies' possession here. 9 digging for the ball. Referee Miles penalizing Iona for coming in the side, and he has determined that is a cynical foul, and the yellow card is awarded. And for the rest of the game, which is not much, the Bonnies will play a man up.
No, you got to wait for them to see.
Iona's fortunate that the referee didn't decide to award a penalty there. Penalty try, excuse me.
And the tap is taken quickly. And there is the try. And who else, Brad, but number 3 for the Bonnies.
1 minute.
What a day by that young man.
You're going to have a kickoff.
Well, as time is expiring here, we have to determine a man of the match. And Brad, I'm going to defer to your expertise. Win or lose, who are you going with?
I think we've said it more than once tonight. The St. Bonaventure number 3 has had himself a day. And kick pending here. That could have been the winning try by that young man here tonight.
And it's always great to see front rowers get the recognition they deserve because they do all the hard stuff and not a whole lot of glory. As we see the replay here, look at him just barrel through several Iona tacklers. And the Bonnie kicker puts it over. And it looks like we will have the kickoff. Referee Miles says we will have at least the kickoff.
There's no time.
It is 45-43 in favor of the Bonnies as Iona looks to kick off here. Referee Miles instructing both teams that the time on the scoreboard is incorrect. He has a little more time left on his watch, so we get a little extra rugby here, Brad.
I'll tell you, Iona's got to come up with something big here. Get a high ball somewhere toward that 10-meter line, give themselves a chance to win it back.
And that is a high ball, and it's going to be a contest in the air, and the Bonnies have won it. Ball is kicked out, and the Bonnies kick it out of the back. And just like that, a classic rugby game between two Northeast powerhouses comes to an end. Hats off to Iona, and congratulations to St. Bonaventure on what was a classic, Brad.
I'll tell you, probably. I'll tell you, Austin. I believe, Iona definitely a ranked team in the D1A rankings. St. Bonaventure knocking on that door. This is a huge win for that program. Exactly what I'm sure Coach Osborne was hoping for out of the match tonight.
And just to clarify, our man of the match for this game is the front rower number 3 for St. Bonaventure. And as you hear the Bonaventure faithful chanting their boys off, both teams showing their class, shaking hands as there what was an amazing match here in Game 6 of the 2018 Liberty Conference Championships here at Rafferty Stadium under the lights at Fairfield University. Don't go anywhere, folks. We have the consolation game for the conference and the championship. Up next is Syracuse against Binghamton, but before that we will have a presentation to both Iona and St. Bonaventure, and we will stay right here for that.
The best game we've had all day. Thank y'all so much for everybody coming out. Hell of a game by IONA, hell of a game by Bonaventure. And winners of the cup for tonight, St. Bonaventure.
Every single touchdown. Boys, that's been 4 very long years of working and improving. All right, thank you, seniors. law in the jungle, as old as true as the sky. The wolf that keeps it will prosper, but the wolf who breaks it will die. As the creature that curls the tree trunk, this law goes forward and back. The strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
And welcome back to Rafferty Stadium here at Fairfield University for the consolation game championship of the Liberty Conference Challenge here under the lights at Fairfield University. I'm Austin Ryan here with Brad Dufek, and this is Game 7, Binghamton against Syracuse. Binghamton kicking off, going left to right on your screen, wearing green and white stripes. Syracuse receiving the ball in their orange and blue stripes. And right away, Syracuse looking to attack out of their own end, and Binghamton setting a staunch defensive line.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Austin. These are the 2 losers of last week's semifinals.
That is correct. So this is the third, fourth place game for the conference here. Syracuse working the width of the field, attacking the main area. Now looking to go wide, a dummy switch by the 10 and a kick through to pin Binghamton in their own end. So Binghamton and Syracuse. Syracuse finished 6-1. Binghamton finished 5-2 in the division. And these two are from the Empire division of the Liberty Conference, or men's D1A collegiate rugby in the United States. Line out to Binghamton, mishandled but recovered. And Binghamton looks to get on the front foot for the first time in this game. Ball misfires, but recovered, and the platform is reset. Binghamton pumps a high ball looking to go to the aerial attack, fielded by the Syracuse wing, but he is met by 2 Binghamton defenders. Referee going back to the penalty advantage for the high tackle, and Binghamton will have the opportunity to gain some territory here with a kick to touch to get out of their own end.
Syracuse also has 2 of the top point scorers from the regular season in Samuel Lowe and Jean-Eric Vander Elst. 60 and 63 points there. Dynamic playmakers.
And we'll look forward to seeing what they bring to the table here, as these 2 teams have had to wait around for quite a while to finally get on the field, Brad, and they have a high bar to reach, as we have seen some quality rugby here today.
Yeah, it'll be real tough to match that last one between the Bonnies and IONA, but I'm sure we're going to be in for another treat here.
Big pass using the width of the field by Binghamton. Excellent use of the hands. Fullback sees a gap, but he is chopped down by his opposite. And Syracuse looks to counter, keeping its feet in the ruck. And Syracuse has won the turnover ball. .16 for Syracuse. Fumbles the ball as he barrels forward, and Binghamton has won the turnover. Excellent poach by the number 2, making the tackle, showing the clear release, and going right back for the ball. Textbook, Brad.
Yeah, just a little delay in support coming there to the breakdown, and Binghamton did a nice job of showing a little bit of air there, getting back over the ball, finishing the steal.
And Binghamton opting with a 5-man line out just inside the 22-meter line of Syracuse. Going to the back pod. Ball's to the outside shoulder. Referee says the ball is not straight, and Syracuse will have the choice between a scrum or a line out. Missed opportunity there, Brad.
Yeah, just like you said, hit the outside shoulder there, marching into Syracuse territory. They'll have a chance to relieve a little pressure. I believe they're just outside of the 22 still, so might have to hang on to the ball.
Attacking scrum for Syracuse inside their own end. Big shove. Referee says ball is out. And the Binghamton scrum half jumps right on it.
Want it back.
Keeping into the forwards is Binghamton. Setting the defensive platform is Syracuse. Little fumble on both sides there. First one by Syracuse. So it'll be a Binghamton scrum right at the previous mark where Syracuse had it.
Another opportunity here to capitalize for Binghamton.
So, Brad, as a coach of at the collegiate level, what is it like for players to play at a facility like this under the lights on a Saturday night?
I'll tell you, it's a special experience, especially when you have the crowd that we had in our last match. You get to see some teams you might not have seen during the regular season, and it's really just a great way to finish off what tends to be a pretty long fall for these teams.
And the ball squeaks out of the side of the scrum, and it was picked up by Syracuse, but driving over the ball off their feet, obstructing Binghamton's attempt at the steal. Referee awards the penalty to Binghamton, and the fly half looks to gain some territory back into Syracuse. Binghamton with a 5-man line out again. Just outside, just about 25 meters from the Syracuse try line.
Seems like we've been stuck in this spot for a little while here. And we're going to come back to another scrum.
Is the cold a big factor tonight, Brad?
You know, both teams are playing under the similar conditions. And to be honest, for what we've been having here in the Northeast over the last few days and weeks, today the players should be happy with the conditions that they've got here tonight.
So this it seems to be just early game jitters by both teams, excited by the moment.
I think that might be it.
And here's a big shove by the Syracuse scrum. Ball comes out. Binghamton's 8 offloads the fly half, who looks to go wide again. Good set of skills there by the Binghamton fly half. But Syracuse there pressing the issue as the defender. A little sidestep and dummy offload. Here is the wing for Binghamton coming away from the far side, getting himself involved. And as Binghamton realigns, Syracuse is pressing the issue. Binghamton able to continue to attack. Referee playing advantage for a Syracuse player not rolling away, and Binghamton's 10 looks to take advantage of it. No advantage gained, so the referee will go back to the penalty for the Syracuse defender not rolling away. And decision time here for Binghamton.
Yeah, still early in the game. Not sure what they have, as a kicker on Binghamton's side, but they do elect to go for the points here, and I think that's the right call.
And we're going to find out how well-footed our number 10 is for Binghamton as he chooses to go for goal here. Is there any moral victory here for Syracuse with Binghamton choosing to go for 3 instead of the corner?
Yeah, like I said, I think they probably know that early points on the board are vital in these types of games, and if it were up to Syracuse, they would probably do the same on the other end.
Here's a beautiful shot of the kick at goal attempt from our camera crew for the number 10 at Binghamton, brought to you by Next Level Rugby. And that kick is beautifully struck, and it is through. And Binghamton takes an early 3-0 lead.
Just over 8 minutes in here.
That is a hard line of Syracuse defenders attacking deep into the Binghamton territory, and their line speed has paid off as it forces a fumble by Binghamton. Syracuse has recovered the ball, pass thrown behind the Syracuse 10, and now Binghamton has recovered, but the referee has signaled a knock-on by Syracuse, and it awards a scrum to Binghamton. Missed opportunity there by Syracuse.
Yeah, you called it. That's not something you see every day with that line speed coming off the kickoff, and the timing that Syracuse had on that kick chase was something that is, as you can tell, extremely effective in putting Binghamton under pressure.
And Syracuse has, in the first couple scrums here, has really been putting Binghamton on the back foot. Let's see if they put the pressure on here in their own end. Binghamton's 8, and the Syracuse really committing to the counter ruck in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one back. Starting to identify some of Binghamton's weaknesses, whether it's from this game or a matchup from earlier in the season.
And Syracuse is going to keep it in the forwards and work the short side of the field here. Binghamton up to the task. Ball is able to be removed. Binghamton's 14 comes in there and steals the ball for his team, and now Binghamton is back on the attacking foot. Through the hands to the fly half, one more pass, trying to shake defenders, but to no avail. Still attacking out of their own end, and here's an opportunity here for Binghamton on the far side. Excellent tackle on the edge by the outside back of Syracuse, and Binghamton brings it back to the middle of the field here. Line speed of Syracuse, just unyielding, Brad.
Yeah, Binghamton finding themselves under a bit of pressure, struggling to work through the hands to the outside channels. Looks like the referee's going to have a brief discussion with Syracuse in the breakdown.
Binghamton able to catch their breath after the repeated infringement in the tackle contest by Syracuse. So with the sure foot of the 10 here for Binghamton, they'll gain some territory here and have an attacking line out right at midfield.
Syracuse doing their best to keep the ball in play there, but not quite able to work it backward.
Those kinds of efforts are coin flips. I've seen those. I'm sure you have as well. And either very, very well or very, very badly.
Yeah, it's always something difficult to pull off. When they do, it looks great, but when they don't,
it is certainly one of those Hail Mary kind of plays. And because of Syracuse's effort and the knock-on into touch, Binghamton is able to choose the scrum, which they do. Interesting choice since they're under a lot of pressure from the Syracuse pack.
Yeah, especially from that last scrum. Syracuse applying a little bit of pressure, but they're going to stick to their guns. Have a little faith in their front row.
And the shove is on again from Syracuse. This time Binghamton able to hold steady. Here's the 10, throws a miss pass to the 13, to the 12, 15, out to the wing, and he's going to put on the gas. He's going to step back inside to his hub. He's going to cut across the field. He's surrounded by Syracuse defenders, but he has plenty of support. Binghamton getting on the front foot here. 10 reversing field, brings it to his big front rower who's going to take a barrel into the opposite. Mishandled by Binghamton in the Syracuse end. Forces a turnover. Referee says no advantage being gained by Syracuse, and Syracuse will have a scrum just about 5 meters in front of their 22 in their own end. And as we approach 14, 15 minutes into this game, Brad, what do you see out of both teams thus far?
You know, we haven't played too deep into each of the team's 22-meter lines. The game has stayed relatively into the center of the field, so we're just waiting for one of these two teams to really break this game open.
Tough pass handled well by the Syracuse fly half. And the referee, as the ball was since the ball was thrown back into the 22 of Syracuse, and they kicked it directly into touch, Binghamton will have the line out where the kick was taken from.
Yeah, tough luck there for Syracuse, giving Binghamton a chance to gather themselves, collect the ball, and hopefully try to punch one in here.
Binghamton continues to opt with the 5-man line out. Front pod, Syracuse disrupts and is able to turn over the ball and get right back on the attacking foot. They're going to choose to attack out of their own end here. Through the hands here. Stiffs one defender.
Works himself back to the outside there.
And here's some speed on the end, but he is able to be tracked down. And now Syracuse is going to work it back towards the interior of the field. And they have space. Inside ball, able to fend away. And now here's a break. Big run. 14 of Binghamton, able to slow him down, but not yet bring him down. And now the ball is lost forward into contact by Syracuse. And here comes Binghamton back on the attacking foot. The 8-man bringing forward, and here comes the 9 to the 2 going forward, but 16 of Syracuse says, stop where you're going. Binghamton still under immense pressure from the Syracuse line speed. So advantage was over from the knock-on, and the referee has awarded a penalty to Syracuse for Binghamton holding on. This kick does not find touch, and Binghamton is going to attack out of their own end here. Big contest, big tackle contest by Syracuse between the Syracuse and Binghamton player. Hopefully both are all right. We heard that hit from up here.
Yeah, great chase on that kick, not quite able to find touch.
And Syracuse is calling off sides. No advantage being gained, and the referee is going to penalize them for being off sides. And Binghamton's going to get an opportunity to get out of their own end here. There's a good look at Binghamton's number 10 as he puts it into touch, works his team just shy of the 50-meter line. And Binghamton will have an attacking line out and can look to continue to attack the width of the field and try and prod the Syracuse defense for space.
Yeah, we've had a couple of big plays here, Austin. We're just waiting for someone to finish. And Binghamton might have it here on this starter play.
Oh, excellent hands there. Unfortunately not there. Just seems that one last pass is not going to hand, Brad.
Yeah, tough luck. They might have had the numbers to the outside there, and one extra pass might have been able to put the winger away there.
And now Syracuse has an attacking scrum in Binghamton's half. And what should Syracuse go with here?
Yeah, I think they keep it safe. If you had to pick one of the two sides that have had more opportunities here in the first 20 minutes, you'd probably go with Syracuse. So I think if they stick to their guns, something's going to open up for them.
Eight-man picks off the back, and 10 switches back inside to his 12, and he's able to find some space, but no, referee says that's obstruction, so Binghamton will get the ball right at midfield. And the number 10 wisely chooses to slow things down and play the territory game. And that's a beautiful kick to get Binghamton into Syracuse territory here. And now, like you pointed out, Binghamton has been down here enough times and they've only come away with 3 points. They have to come away with something here since they've made so many visits.
Absolutely. We'll see what they can pull out of this line out, whether they elect to go to the maul or straight into the starters, but it looks like 10's ready to receive the ball.
Beautiful line out taken, but Syracuse comes right away with pressure. 10 shows a dummy in the inside center, cutting across, and here's the 14. He makes a break. He steps 1, but not 2. Syracuse strong on the outside defense, and Binghamton scrambles to retain the ball and continuing to attack the short side. Working it all the way to the far side of the field. Now bringing it back to the middle of the field is Binghamton. Line speed from Syracuse continuing to be high, but Binghamton finally putting them on the back foot. and they've turned the ball over, Syracuse. And here we go, back on the counterattack. And they're going to attack out of their own end here. And Syracuse fly half pumps the ball downfield, but Binghamton's in position. Ball was played backwards, and so we play on here. Looking to attack the short side. That far Syracuse winger, number 11, he's a scrappy player. He's been around the field all day making tackles, Brad.
Yeah, he's able to turn it over again here. 14, both sides of the ball, making plays.
And now Syracuse on the front foot in midfield. Passes can't find the hand, but do end up fortuitously into the supporting player. But Binghamton has the drive on. Referee going back to the advantage that Syracuse had for a high tackle.
20 minutes in, if you had to say in terms of possession, who's had the ball more often, what would you say there, Austin?
I think you could split it right down the middle, honestly, Brad.
Absolutely.
And you made it an excellent point earlier that this game has been played between the 22s for about 18 of the 20 minutes, and the only time either team has crossed the 22 has been Binghamton, and they've come away with 3 points.
Absolutely. So if we had to look at, things that need to be executed, definitely got to work the ball deeper into territory to come away with some points.
It seems that both teams have a very similar style, and it's just that neither of them can get that last pass to hand to make that break. As Syracuse throws the ball over their own lineup and Binghamton scoops it up, and they begin barreling forward through Syracuse defenders. Inside ball off the 10 to a forward running through. Here comes Binghamton. Continuing to work the short side, and the 10 is going to put the kick over in the little bit of space. Bouncing off of a Syracuse player, and Binghamton recovers it, but Syracuse, nope, not able to counter, so Binghamton retains the ball. Binghamton has space to the left, and they're going to use it through the hands. Nicely done, and now the attack is on. Excellent offload in contact, but Syracuse scrambles to be there for defense.
Crunch time.
Referee penalizing Syracuse for going off their feet, killing the advantage, and now Binghamton is inside, deep inside Syracuse territory.
Actually a little surprised here that they decided to slow it down, Austin. Looks like they had things going their way there. Syracuse on their back foot. And now they've gone to the corner for the line out.
And now the line out being vital for Binghamton to execute this. It's been a coin flip thus far into the game for both teams off the line out. As we'll see how that factors in as we get into the later stages of this game. Binghamton chooses a full man line out. Ball is not secured, but still ends up in Binghamton hands, and the ruck is on. Keeping in the forwards is Binghamton. Syracuse trying desperately to keep them out of their own try line. And now they go a one-off runner. Syracuse's line speed continuing to pressure Binghamton. Going to work that short side is the Binghamton flanker. And referee has determined that the ball is held up by Syracuse, so it will be a scrum to Binghamton here.
They're certainly getting their chances down here.
Well, for one thing, Syracuse is not giving an inch defensively. Every meter that Binghamton has gained, they've gained from sheer will and grit, because Syracuse is coming up hard. And Syracuse forcing the Binghamton scrum back.
Trying to dig it out. Flirting with the sideline there.
And the Binghamton 8-man picks the ball out of the scrum to continue play. And it looks, is Syracuse turned it over? No, Binghamton's still in possession, fighting for the try line. Binghamton inches away from the try line, and a big shove from the Syracuse defender to force the Binghamton hooker back into the ruck. And now Binghamton goes wide to the 10, using it outside, shows a dummy. Here's the fullback, and he is met by his opposite end, the 13 of Syracuse. And the relentless pressure by Syracuse forces the turnover. Binghamton once again coming up empty. And here's the kick to relieve pressure with Syracuse, but it doesn't find touch. Counterattacking opportunity for Binghamton, fielded by the 14, the wing. Gives a stutter step, but is corralled. Offloads to his fullback. Binghamton pressured again, unable to get anything going on the front foot. Still going to attack the short side. The 10 tries a stutter step, but he is corralled by the opposite 7. Again, Syracuse swarming in defense. Binghamton does a show. Syracuse thought they had the turnover, did not. And Binghamton's 10 puts it to the air. 14 giving a chase. It's a great bounce for Binghamton. Oh, the Binghamton fullback smashed as he was trying to come down with the ball, and Syracuse turns it over, and they're going to attack the short side. 10 stepping off his outside foot to stay in bounds, and he offloads to the 9, and he pumps one downfield, but it's directly into touch, and it'll go back to where he kicked it from.
Yeah, Binghamton was knocking there, but the decision to go wide not only cost them meters, but it cost them the ball. We find ourselves back into the middle of the field here.
Is this tempo of defense something Syracuse can sustain for 80 minutes, Brad?
I think so. And, 3-0 game, 25 minutes in, something that can be done.
And as they steal the ball, here's a break by the flanker for Syracuse. He rambles into the Binghamton wing.
Stolen
and
again.
Binghamton has stolen it, and now they're going to go on the attack. Big pass to the 10, to the 12, 13 through the hands, and now there's a gap, but Syracuse is there quickly to shut it down. Referee playing advantage to Binghamton. And 10's going to reverse field and use the short side. Referee determining no more advantage is being made. So he's going to go back to the penalty for offsides by Syracuse. Syracuse in this season had a 167 point differential, only allowing 168 points the whole season, the lowest in their division, and we're seeing that stingy defense here tonight.
Absolutely, and we don't have the result in front of us, but I imagine these two squared off earlier in the year, and Syracuse came out on top of that battle.
And Syracuse finishing 6-1, Binghamton finishing 5-2, and Binghamton 1 game, 5 points in the standings behind Syracuse, as Brad mentioned just a moment ago. And here's Binghamton's line out at midfield after the penalty by being offsides by Syracuse. 10 steps inside, gives a dummy, looking for space, wrapped up by a host of Syracuse defenders. Here's the Binghamton 10 looking to go wide. Binghamton's 8 pressuring Syracuse's defense. 9 bringing it back inside. Oh, and there is an intercept by the Syracuse flanker. And he goes all the way. Brad, that's what defense does.
Absolutely, and that's the play that we needed here tonight, Austin. Somebody had to make a big play, and that's the man that decided to do it. And he's gassed.
And rightfully so, as we see the replay here, catching the tail end of the intercept. Binghamton's 10 playing a wide game all day, but Syracuse's blindside flanker says, I'll take that, and he goes 50-plus meters and dots it down for a try, the first try of today's game, and Syracuse takes the lead 5-3 with the conversion attempt coming. Just about 10 minutes remaining in this first half of Game 7 of this Liberty Conference Championship consolation here at Rafferty Stadium of Fairfield University. And as Syracuse lines up to take its conversion, we want to remind you that Next Level Rugby is broadcasting tonight's championships in honor of Kyle Powell, and there is a GoFundMe page in support of him as he was recently diagnosed with lymphoma. Kyle is a dear and beloved friend of the rugby community of UConn, Hartford, Fairfield Yankees, and Brad, as you know, rugby is a sport that extends its camaraderie well beyond the field.
Absolutely, and obviously we hope that Kyle's out there fighting and he's got the support of everybody here today.
And his alma mater, UConn, won a very convincing game earlier today as they defeated Albany while the sun was shining and the frost was still covering the tri-zone of the right side of our field. And as we resume play, Binghamton will kick off to Syracuse as it looks as though the conversion went wide right, and Syracuse leads 5-3 over Binghamton with 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in this first half. Big run by 16 of Syracuse, choosing to go to the short side, and that's a tough run by the front rower of Syracuse, and he refuses to go down. Still working the short side, offload in contact, and now 14 is going to get an opportunity to show what he can do, and he cuts through 3 defenders. One off pass from the 10. Excellent ruck by the Syracuse forwards. And the fly half's going to take it himself, but his opposite is able to be there. And then the Syracuse center cutting across field, fending off defenders, and he's got one man to beat, and he has help from the wing, and he comes back inside, and he is going to score. And just like that, Syracuse is now scored its second try in less than 4 minutes, Brad.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, Austin. Not too much space opening up on either side of the ball. We expected and hoped that wouldn't be the case all game, and Syracuse decided that they were going to exploit a few of those gaps first. Great offload by number 12 there.
What a great step to cut across field by number 12, and an excellent support line angle by number 14, who was able to score the ball almost in front of the posts.
Might lose the tip of my finger, but you know. Okay, don't shoot. Because you lost me. All you need to do is try.
And if you're Binghamton, Brad, you're almost at halftime and you've given up 2 quick scores. How do you respond?
All comes down to momentum. So Syracuse has now scored 2 times in the last 5 minutes. Binghamton's got to come back, get a ball that they can hopefully contest off a kick. Do what they can to get the ball back in their hands.
All right.
Slotted by the Syracuse number 10 there.
And now Syracuse takes a 12-3 lead with less than 6 minutes to go in the first half. Binghamton set to kick off to Syracuse. Fielded by number 16, big front rower. Binghamton pressuring the ruck, and they have and conceding the penalty advantage for coming from the side of the ruck. Syracuse looks to play through the advantage. Referee determines no advantage gained, going back to the penalty for Binghamton coming along the side of the ruck. Starting to feel like Syracuse is getting their feet under them, and just as I say that, this kick doesn't find touch, and Binghamton is able to attack. Brought down by the winger, the try scorer.
I was just about to say the same thing, Austin. Seems like Syracuse is finding their stride. Binghamton's going to do what they can to counter and get things back in their favor.
And here's Binghamton continuing to play the wide game. Syracuse continuing to pressure the ruck contest, and now they're penalized from coming into the side. Brad, both teams seem like they want to contest every ruck defensively.
Yeah, it comes down to getting the ball in your own hands, and when you're the team that doesn't have it, you want it, and vice versa. When you have it, you want to keep it. So it'd be nice to see a little stronger support coming from the team with the ball in their hand. Maybe that's an adjustment they'll make at halftime.
A big kick downfield by the Binghamton fly half puts a line out for Binghamton just outside or just inside the Syracuse 10-meter line. Binghamton opting to go with a 5-man line out. A lot of width being used by Binghamton in their backline attack. Ball thrown over the top beautifully. Well executed line out, but the pressure from Syracuse continues to pour on here as the Binghamton fly half is unable to do anything with the ball. Here's a barreling run by a Binghamton forward. Hard run by the Binghamton 12, finds his center partner, who's able to go forward for a few more meters. Syracuse coming through the ruck, referee says play on, and is able to force the turnover. There's the offload, and another offload given in the 10. The referee says a forward pass.
Thought Binghamton might have had something going there, and Syracuse was able to disrupt just like you'd been talking about before.
Referee says forward pass by Syracuse, and Binghamton will have a scrum almost right in front of us here up in the booth. About right on the 10-meter line of Syracuse. And we are approaching the end of the first half here of Game 7 of the 2018 Liberty Conference consolation game between Binghamton and Syracuse here at Rafferty Stadium at Fairfield University, brought to you by Next Level Rugby. Pressure continuing from Syracuse. 10 throws a dummy, and now he's finally going to take it himself. He cuts off his inside foot, and he's going to try and split the defense, and he is able to get over for a score.
Just in time as we're counting down in the final minutes of the half, and he saw a gap, took it, converted on the opportunity.
Excellent individual effort by the Binghamton 10. As you can see, gives a quick dummy of the ball, quick darting run through the middle, splits the Syracuse 15 and 14, and is able to put the ball over the line for the try. Is that a result of just a heads-up play, or the style that Binghamton has played all night with going wide and attacking the interior?
Yeah, I mean, you saw that little dummy that he threw right before he decided to take the gap, so he had the option to pass or see the space out in front of him, and Syracuse number 10, dragging just a little behind, was able to shoot through the gap and finish on the try.
And Binghamton's 10 is going to try and convert his own extras. Less than a minute to go in this first half. Big kick And it's through by Binghamton. Now that brings the score, Binghamton 10, Syracuse 12. And again, we get one more look at the excellent dummy by the Binghamton fly half. Cuts through the defenders, turns on the gas, pins his ears back, and dots it right over the line for the try. Right before halftime, great boost to go into the changing rooms with.
Incredible stuff by our broadcasting team up here, able to show the fans at home that great play by the Binghamton number 10.
Referee says we need a new ball as that one was thumped onto the building behind the goalposts of the field here. And great fan pitching in to get the ball, and now we can resume play. People helping people, Brad. It's a beautiful thing.
Don't see it every day. Don't see it every day.
Syracuse pinning Binghamton in their own end. Fielded nicely by the hooker for Binghamton. Relentless defense from Syracuse. Arm is out by the referee, playing advantage. Syracuse not rolling away in the tackle contest, so now Binghamton has the advantage and referee has determined no advantage is gained. Syracuse not rolling away in the tackle, and Binghamton will have a chance to kick downfield depending on how much time is left in the half. Our clock reads 0. However, the referee has the official time on his watch on the field.
Looks like we had a foot step out there on the sideline. Binghamton going to get one more chance here before half to convert on something.
Here's Binghamton's line out at midfield. And Syracuse is just a little too aggressive there, and they have the penalty advantage. Referee gives it. Syracuse was offside the line out there. That time, Syracuse's line speed getting the better of them.
Might come back to bite him here, giving Binghamton these second chances, allowing them to march down the field.
And 2 penalties results in 60 meters of territory gained by Binghamton, and all the momentum as they look to put one more in before the halftime horn. Binghamton themselves at 5-2 in the Empire Division of the Liberty Men's D1A Collegiate Conference, had a total of 231 points for, only conceding 152. Again, it was Syracuse 1, Binghamton 2 in this division earlier in the series. Both teams gritting their teeth at each other as they both want to come away with a win here.
Yet another penalty.
And this kick does not find touch, and Syracuse is going to counter. Steps off his inside foot, and now here's a break for the fullback. He is stopped finally by a Binghamton backline player, but Syracuse continuing to press its advantage, using the width of the field. Big cutout pass to the 8, and now to the 13. And looking to give it to the try scorer, who's looking for another one. Cuts to the middle of his field. His friends are happy to help out. Choosing to go to the short side. Big contest here. And a maul called by the referee. Syracuse needs to keep it up. Ball's brought down, and the ball is now lost forward. think it looks like both teams just kind of wanted the half to end there, and that's exactly what happens as the referee signals the halftime, and it is the score of Syracuse 12, Binghamton 10 in Game 7 of the 2018 Liberty Conference Championships here at Rafferty Stadium of Fairfield University. With Brad Dufek, I am Austin Ryan, and we will be right back with some first half analysis after a short break.
We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Brian! Take my hand, and we don't need to do the things we don't want to do.
So far, so good, right? 4 weeks into this, MLR in Boston going pretty well. The guys are doing a good job transitioning into the full-time process, so we've been pretty happy with that setup.
A lot of good coaches came out here. I think we had like 20 some odd coaches helping out. So it was good kind of bringing everybody together, bridging the gap, and just kind of really trying to build up rugby in this area.
So what are you looking for in these combines?
We're kind of looking for a couple things. We're obviously looking for guys to help us in the next couple of weeks for our 12-1 game leading up to Rooney. And we're really trying to look for guys that could potentially help in the spring and really 2 years down the line. So it's not just looking for a short-term fix, but somebody long-term that we can work on. So part of the combine is we put guys through different skill sets. And obviously there might be some guys that might struggle in one area, but are really good at a couple of areas. And we might want to take a look at that and say, well, this is a guy that we can coach up in this certain skill set that can kind of complement the rest of his game.
It's been good so far. I'm just looking for an opportunity, for rugby in this country. I feel like, I've come a long way in terms of developing my skills. So I'm just looking to, forward that here. This is a great platform for me to, look forward and, get better, improve. It's an honor. I mean, look, I was privileged to be called up to come and trial here tonight, and it would be an honor to get selected. And going forward, I look forward to, getting a cap, hopefully.
Rugby's it's taught me to work hard and really win and going against tough to not lay.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. This is second half action. We got Syracuse and Binghamton underway. I'm Ryan Ginty, and I am here on the microphone filling in Austin. I mean, he only did a couple games for us today, just one game, or we'll call him 8, 9. Well, I mean, we were only here for 8 games, but we'll say that he did most of them because he kept talking. But I'm with Brad Dufek, a.k.a. Cheese. And, Brad, it's been a pretty good day of rugby so far, huh?
Absolutely, and Austin even said it before we left. He's less exhausted after playing himself than commentating a few games, so that tells you.
It is definitely taxing
something
for you when you're coming out here and you're playing. But we see right now Binghamton with a good job getting the ball out. That is a big open side flanker, keeping the ball in 2 hands and alive. But when you go through contact like that, that's not going to work, is it, Brad?
Absolutely not. And building off the first half, strong defensive efforts to start the game. Toward the end, we saw a few gaps open up, and starting off here in the second half again, got some stifling defense.
All right, now we see Syracuse looking to get the ball out wide, cut back on the inside. Don't believe we have rosters, do we?
Nope, not for this one, Ryan.
So we do not have rosters for this one. So we're just gonna freewheel as we go here, talk about some good stuff. But we are here at the Liberty Conference Championship coming up after this. This is the challenge match. Both of these teams went and they played last week. Binghamton took a big loss, took a pretty big thumping, and Syracuse actually had a
nail biter, right?
Match.
Yeah,
it was a nail biter down to the wire. The Syracuse team really coming on strong, and through their number 10, who's an international guy. I believe he's an Englishman out there possibly, but he is a foreign player with experience that has come into this team and has been a great leader for the Syracuse Orangemen, the Hammerheads, not the Orangemen.
That's right. Yeah,
they are the Cuse Hammerheads. But doing a good job, and I mean he's got a phenomenal boot as well.
Yeah, definitely giving some direction to this team out here and doing his best to manage the game with his foot.
So now we have an attacking lineout for Binghamton. They are at their own 10-meter lineout right now. Nothing tricky coming out of this back line as of yet. We see a good steal, big jumper up front for Syracuse, able to steal the line out. Hooker just kind of lofted that ball up there, made it easy for him to go up and grab it. Now Syracuse looking to spread it wide. 10 looking to use his back. It's a good blocker play out behind the back, but misses the fullback on the fill. He drops it, but he's back to center, backing him up, moving forward. Good take into contact. Now Syracuse has got more width. We see what they're doing here. Now they're going to put it up on the boot. There's space there, but looks like that kick came off the boot just a little bit. Didn't get space he wanted to. Left-footed kick. I'll have to pay attention to see if he's a right-footed kicker. Maybe that's why.
I think he might be able to do both, honestly.
I've heard there are some people that can do that. I can kick with neither foot. So Binghamton now show and go, and it's going to take it straight up into the game line. Syracuse all up over that ball, creating a slow ruck, allowing the defense to set. Now ball out, and then a little grubber behind. I like that, Brad. What do you think of that?
Yeah, we've seen just in the first few minutes of this half, each team taking a few shots with their foot, trying to do something out of the box. Not so much the case in the first half, so it's exciting to see, and it looks like they're going right to the foot here again.
So left-footed again, and I don't think he's getting good contact on the ball in the last 2 kicks that he had. It was a decent kick, gets him to about the 50-meter line, but that's going to be Binghamton ball. But again, what have you noticed from the first half that really struck out to you about just any of the patterns between both these teams?
Yeah, a lot of similarities, to be honest. We kind of made it a point that most of the gameplay was happening in between the 22-meter lines. We were waiting for somebody to make the big play and stretch it into the red zone, and Syracuse happened to do that a few times throughout the half, and Binghamton struck right toward the end there. So the more each team can inch their way into the other team's territory, obviously the more points that we're going to see put up on the board.
Rumor has it the team who scores the most points wins.
Yeah, I'm not so. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right.
Well, almost got him there, but you might want to drink some more of your coffee right there. Stay on your toes, Brad.
Yeah.
So again, now Binghamton, we're playing between the 22 again, that Brad pointed out. And Syracuse, playing decent defense. They're not really coming up, but Binghamton's not really taking it with any aggression at the line when they're going into contact. except for that player right there. Heard me saying that.
Yeah, well, we talked about from the last game, against St. Bonaventure and IONA and how effective they were at transitioning from defense to attack. Each team here has presented plenty of opportunities to turn the ball over. It's just they haven't been able to work it quite fast enough into the wide channels to make those big breaks.
Man, that Iona game was absolutely phenomenal. I was fortunate I had probably one of the best seats. Besides Miles McIver, the man in the middle, I was down on the field with the field cam, and that was unbelievable. Hats off to St. Bonaventure coming in. They're a good program, but on paper, the odds makers in Vegas definitely had Iona favored in that one, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and if you look at the rankings, Iona's up there in the D1A rankings, and St. Bonaventure was out here coming out for them. So.
Yeah, if you watch that game, Iona versus Army, that was a pretty close game. Iona actually went into that with a depleted forward pack. A bunch of their starters weren't available for that match. Iona came back in the second half, made it an interesting game. Army undefeated on the season. Of all the teams that are playing right now, probably number one in the country, and with a phenomenal pack. Like, their scrum is unreal if you've got a chance to watch those guys play. And I mean, you would expect that from an Army team, but Army's not here. They're Rugby East. We're talking Liberty Rugby Conference. So I digress.
Absolutely, yeah. Army doing some special things this fall, but tonight's all about the Liberty League.
All right, so we are in here. This is the 7th match of the night. We are on a marathon of rugby games, as it seems to always happen here when we get the ACRC or we do a bowl series or we do the Liberty Conference Challenge Cup or Liberty Bowl, whatever, conference series, whatever we're calling it these days. We'll have a definitive answer for you next year for sure. But the big thing about this is, if you're watching at home, this is an idea that started a couple years ago, kind of fizzled out, and this year Liberty Conference said, hey, you know what, we're going to bring this back. They had it last year, but next year really going to put a lot of emphasis on it. We saw a great crowd that was in here, especially for that St. Bonaventure Iona game. I mean, the stands were packed.
Yeah, absolutely. I was fortunate enough to be here last year as well, and man, just a great way for these teams to finish out their seasons.
So some good contest in the ruck there, but apparently a little bit too good. And it sounds like there's some back chat there. If Dave's walking him back right there, calls a penalty. Syracuse probably talking back to him. Dave, hats off to him. Our referee is also our tournament director as well, too.
And
he
has a team to coach himself. He is, just like yourself, wearing a lot of hats today to make this event special for the players and the fans.
Well, I mean, isn't that rugby? I mean, you came back from New Hampshire.
Yeah.
You were up there coaching as well, too, right? Like,
absolutely.
Everybody. Hey, I just noticed you got a sweet Yard Goats hat on right now. People, we can't see it, unfortunately, but maybe we'll get a shot of that after the game. But go Goats. But, yeah, so, Brad, you were up coaching Quinnipiac, up there with the ladies. Lost to a really good Harvard team that came on this year and beat probably one of the best teams that we were thinking. I see your Yard Goats hat right there, baby. Go Goats. Go Goats. Up here in the broadcast booth here, Next Level Rugby. Brad, and look at him, that smiling face.
Yeah, well, you got to do it for the camera. Oh. yeah. I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, but tough result for us yesterday, but learned a lot, and we'll be back next year. Absolutely.
Quinnipiac, a great team. Syracuse, big man, rumbling, stumbling, rolling over a couple of players there. He met a 9, took him out on the way. If you're a prop, you got to love to see that. Smaller guy in front of you. As Syracuse now takes a good step to the inside. Ruck is just got there in time, but both these teams, it's almost like I can't tell. And just balls bouncing around everywhere. Dave's calling him back saying, hey, I don't want to run anymore. Let's go back. We got a scrum going on here. But if we're watching this game, right, it's not as fast-paced as that Iona game. And I think a lot of it is this breakdown is really slow. You got the support players rucking that are getting there a little bit late, which are allowing the defense to kind of hang around the ball, get their hands on, or at least attempt it, and really slow the ball down so the defense is able to set up. And I think that's why we're looking at a scoreline right now of 10-14.
Absolutely. We mentioned it in the first half as well, is that support is just a little too late to get into the breakdown, and you'd really like to see that first striker clearing people out to produce quick ball, and definitely something we saw in the last game, hoping to start seeing it here in the second half of this one.
All right, we got a good scrum. Binghamton just destroys the Syracuse pack on that. Syracuse fortunate enough that the ball was out, and it looks like a good poach, but a good clear out coming in there from the 7, able to keep the 8 from Binghamton from blowing that up. But you just see Binghamton is just flooding guys into this ruck, and Syracuse has no answers, standing straight up in the ruck. As a coach, that's one of the most obnoxious things, but a little bit too aggressive, and looks like coming in from the side.
Yeah, shocked Syracuse didn't choose to go quick as Binghamton was scurrying back there, but number 10 made a decision. Head for the touchline, and he found it.
No, I think that was off his right boot.
I think it was. I think you're right.
Oh, those English guys, they can kick both foot.
If only he could give you one, right?
Yeah.
If only he could give you one.
I need like 4 of them to offset like my negative. I'm a fly half that can't kick.
I'll tell you, desperation.
Yeah.
Desperation.
It's desperation up in Hartford times. They'll let me play. And of course, I'm referencing the good old Hartford Wanderers. Brad here, he's from our rival New Haven. New Haven having a fantastic season here. Connecticut Rugby. We had a great match. You guys played Fairfield in what was a nail biter. Fairfield undefeated on the season. You guys going in there undefeated as well. Hats off to you guys. Excited to see what you guys can do in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Big turnaround from last fall for the New Haven Rugby Club, and obviously, like you mentioned, that great rivalry between Hartford and New Haven. Hopefully, something that we start seeing, entering the spring, see each other back on the field.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the Fairfield Yankees as well too. They're having another great season under Dave Lime. You heard his voice earlier in the day. He was here. Now Syracuse moving the ball out wide. We got another slow ruck.
You said it, though. It really does make all the difference in the gameplay. Faster you can produce quick ball, faster the game flows.
And they're reloading well, so, I mean, they're set up for it. It's just they're not able to get the ball out of contact. Now we have a cutback inside. 11 taking it, nice hard hit, clean up tackle, brooked out viciously. And the 16 just lets the ball go in front of his hands to the 7. He's going to cut up and split the middle. I got to tell you, if you're passing the ball and you see somebody retract their hands like that, that drives you crazy if you're delivering the ball. And then now a space outside, and you got the wing coming back out the inside, cover defense from Binghamton, able to slow him down. Syracuse is making headway. It's taking them a number of phases, but they are getting themselves down the pitch right now. And now they're inside the 22, an area that both these teams haven't really seen too much of. And now a pick and go off the weak side of the ruck and a dive, but we're about 5 meters short of the try line. If you see just beyond it, it might be some cones that you could see there. A lot of bodies on the ground, and a penalty going to Syracuse. Looks for a quick tap and go, but cooler heads prevail.
Looks like they might pot up off 9 here. Hang on to the ball, transition into a little forward game.
Going to go to a scrum. They heard you say that, and they said, you know what, like, we're going to get you. We're going to get you. Now, this is an interesting option because the last time that both these teams scrummed down, Syracuse they won the scrum because the ball came out, but they got absolutely destroyed by that front row.
Yeah, there's been a real disconnect throughout this game in the scrum, and it's really anybody's ball once it enters the center of the packs there.
All right, and now Dave Chapman, Colgate coach, tournament director, and referee for this third place match in the Liberty Conference. Syracuse redeeming themselves, a good scrum. 8-man shielding out, presenting that ball, pops it out, looks to go weak with the scrum half off the pick, but the blindside flanker eats it up, not buying it whatsoever. And you see taken into touch. If you're gonna make that move, shouldn't you suck somebody in before the 8-man just passes the ball off to the 9 to get hammered by your 6?
Yeah, seemed awfully one-dimensional, didn't it? It's always tough going to the left side of the scrum on something like that.
Yeah,
could have been reactionary. Definitely not ideal for Syracuse, though.
Yeah, I think that might have been a scripted play, though, because they were setting it up. He was trapping his foot, and then the 9 crept over that direction. But just, $100 move with a $2 finish.
Good way to put it. Good way to put it.
All right, now line out to Binghamton. And again, stolen by the front jumper of Syracuse. Now Syracuse got the fullback filling in, but misses the fullback, goes out to, we got a wing, cuts back inside. He had space. He has another 15 meters of space out here to his right, so he could have stretched it a little bit, but a good idea running back in. Maybe not trust the space, but huge hole. If you guys aren't seeing there, if they just skip that ball out to the pot of forwards. They were waiting, and now 10 drifting, taking it to the line. I'd actually like to see him take it to the line a little bit more before he gives that pass. If you're going to take the ball, you're going to move across the defense. If you're not moving forward and putting the defense down, you're really not doing anything with the ball.
Yeah, as a coach, you'd like to see guys picking their heads up a little more, analyzing what's out in front of them and seeing where they want to put the ball, and seems to be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, now a ball out the back to the 11. He's now going to test himself outside, but he's isolated, does a good job of staying alive, and it looks like the Binghamton player doing a good job of slowing that ruck down again, just keeping himself in the way. 10 back in. I'm watching, he's looking out to his left now. But as you said, Brad, I haven't seen him look up at the defensive line. He's looked at his options, but now he's called the right play, obviously, because they're going out there. They found some space, cuts back into the middle, and that's a good bunch of running there, and that's going to be try time to Syracuse. Hammerheads bringing that score up to, what are we at, 19-10 right now. That's going to be their fullback coming in, making that nice run, slicing up the defense. And once you get the defense moving the other direction, it's really hard to get them to chase down that guy and actually make a move on him. But walk us through this, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. We just talked about taking advantage of that space to the outside there, and they, I believe, third guy from the outside was able to draw in right there, as you see, and make a little bit of an offload. And our number 15 there was able to put a few steps on, cut back to the middle, and dot one down on the center.
Yeah, you look at that, and as a coach, you're looking for your guys that are scraping for that cutback. Didn't look like the guys that were scraping were pursuing over the top of it, which left the inside open. Great bit of running from the 15, and just makes it look easy. But it's you expect that out of a 15 when you find yourself in open space there and you got a bunch of front rowers in your way, huh?
Well, that's what that position's all about, is making something out of nothing. So, you get a guy in there who can utilize his footwork and his speed and insert himself in those spots where he's going to make a difference, and you end up benefiting from it.
All right, so Syracuse 21-10 now. The game started off with Binghamton kicking a penalty kick, and then we saw a try from Syracuse, then Binghamton battling back, and then an intercept try for Syracuse that went the distance in the first half. And now we got the boys from Syracuse on top now, 21-10.
So we're about 15 minutes in?
About 15 minutes? I'll go with that. I'll
Yeah,
buy that.
yeah.
If you're throwing that down, I'll buy it, Brad.
Yeah.
All right. Folks at home can see the scoreboard. We can't right now on our monitor. And now space again. Now they're starting to attack the wide channels. Good job going back inside. I like that option. What do you say, Brad?
Yeah. They've tested that outside channel a few times with their winger and decided that might be the best option for them in this case.
So now back inside. Defense has the numbers. They're matched up. Again, it's very easy for this defense to play when the 10's making the pass 5 or 10 meters back to just a one-off runner.
Yeah, it's almost like they're making a decision even before they have the ball in their hands. So.
All right, and a good turnover from Binghamton. Taken forward, you have diving a player off their feet for Syracuse. Going to give the penalty to Binghamton. It looks like they're going to go for touch. So now we have Matt McCarthy in here earlier, and he was talking to us about touch, and he said something crazy about guys with pitchforks and stabbing you if you go out of bounds. I don't believe that, but what he did say, and I don't know if this is true or not, but they call it touch because when the ball first went out into touch, the first person to touch the ball retained possession. Is there any truth to that?
Listen, I know he's a student of the game. Matt is, and if he's also quite the character,
Yeah.
jokester as well. So, listen, he's credible, but I'll trust him on this one if that's what you're telling me.
Gotcha. All right, so now we got it coming out. Now Syracuse straightening up. Now that was a great play. The 12 at the line is making that pass, but just an errant pass going there from his fullback out to the wing. But that's the kind of attacking that you want to see. You want to see the 12 coming out, challenging the defense, putting them on the heels, and then making the pass. versus just sending it right away.
Yeah, absolutely, and a couple nice screen lines presenting some options for Binghamton, their attack, holding some defenders down and making it a little bit easier for the playmaker to make a decision to get that pass off.
Yeah, so we're getting ready. We're shuffling around. We're winding down here. So we've got 26 minutes, 20 minutes gone so far in the second half. So we've got a whole quarter of rugby to play here. The difference is 11 points, and now a nice high boop. It doesn't find space. The 15 is able to grab it, though, and the counterattacks puts it up, pins deep. 9 is back to take it for Syracuse. That's a good job of offloading. Gets hammered in the process, but Syracuse maintaining possession there. He was within his own 20, had pressure on, and didn't call them. Ooh, that was ugly pass coming out. Scrum half definitely wants that one back, and now Syracuse is in all sorts of trouble. They're 3 meters out, and now the ball, they're throwing it back into the try, and now a kick goes, and right back to the fullback, plays it well positioned in the backfield, reads it. Now he's going to come over and just gets hammered by a hammerhead. And now with hands up, big boys taking it in. Ball played out. 10 with a nice step back to the inside. Dummies, steps in, keeps going, still on his feet. Moving forward, now they're looking to attack the weak side, and a good hard run coming in. Nice offload attempt. Hands were out there. Nobody running on for the offload. Good option to keep it. Recycle the ball now. Pick and go off the base of the ruck, but that man picked it up and stood straight up and just got shoved right backwards. Didn't make any meters on that. Now, again, looks like they started low. They're trying to barrel him over. But now when you're picking and going in that situation, you want to stand up, Brad?
No, I mean, it's all about body height, right? So guys coming off the breakdown, usually the lower man wins, just like in most athletics, to be honest. And anytime you stand straight up, you're bound to get driven back.
All right, and the risk you really run there, they had a penalty that they were coming back for, so they're playing under advantage. But one of the things that you do, you run the risk when you run high like that in the pick and go, especially on your goal line, of being held up easily. You know, being able to go in. I mean, you get the ball back, but still, it's one of those things, a good low body position. Maintain the ruck, have a latcher, or whatever you want to call it, come right over the top, sandbag, and move it in. But it sounds like I'm doing a little bit more coaching than I'm doing broadcasting here. So
it's tough for us to do that sometimes. Oh, big
no,
break
right.
by
10. With that shifty moves, and there he is, dancing in.
Man, second try of the game by number 10, similar type moves. He's awfully shifty, and when he sees that space, he's bound to take it.
Yeah, you really got to pay attention to him. I mean, he's been distributing. He's got that step back to the inside, and he's moving the ball around a lot too, which is what I like, which is keeping defenders. You know, sometimes you can get a defender to just pay attention to that ball. Look, see here, good dummy coming back to the inside, just sticks his opposite 10, a sliding 15 tackle, steps the 9, and then comes in and just slides down. And that's a nice 5-pointer so far, and you would think almost 7 points here.
Yeah, he was fortunate enough to get it down in the center there, and should be able to finish off the extra 2 points on his own try. Like you said, though, Ryan, great job of engaging defenders out in front of him, making himself a threat and throwing that dummy switch, allowing that gap to open up just for a split second there.
I mean, those are the things that you set up earlier into the game, right, and then they pay off in the 62nd minute to where it's like you've been doing one thing, you lull the defense into it, and then boom, you come back and you hit them, and then you open it up and you take a shot.
What the good players do.
So 10 for Binghamton, lines up the shot. He's going to come up, puts a good contact on it, and that's going to be a 17-21 score line here. Binghamton down by 4 points, but they are in this game, making their way back here. And you would expect to set to the third and fourth place team that this would be a good match coming into this.
Yeah, exactly what we hope for. Close score line. Binghamton, number 10, actually responsible for all 17 of his team's points. where Syracuse has had a little bit more of a team approach, but 15 minutes to go. Syracuse looking to pin Binghamton back in their zone and hang on to this lead.
All right, now kick coming. That is a wonky kick, but taken well and clean. Good hit coming up. Scrum half looking for the ball. Hits it to the 10. 10's going to drop it on the foot. He's going to put a nice challenging kick. Finds almost found a little bit of space, but really put the wing under pressure. And now there's back three is scrambling on their back foot. Binghamton, if they can build a wall to the right, which they have numbers there, have shut it down. Now, fractured defensive line. And I mean, the kick's a good kick, but I think this comes back to what we were talking about before. He's not looking up and analyzing the line. If he looked up there, he had 6 players out to his side. He was looking at 3 or 4 players in front of him. That's a perfect attacking opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. As a 10 or as a playmaker, you'd hope that you're hearing that maybe from your teammates outside of you to demand the ball rather than kicking away in that situation. But they will take the field position and hopefully keep Binghamton pinned in their zone here.
I got to tell you, like as a coach, and maybe you could have the same problem, getting people to communicate in this sport, especially in American sports where you don't communicate that much. You just go out and do things. It is tricky. And if you're a 10 and you have a 12 and a 13 or forwards talking to you, it makes a world of difference.
Absolutely, and especially in a game that's so reactionary based on what you see out in front of you. You can't do it all as one person. So to have that support from your teammates is huge.
Yeah, and the other bonus to that is if they call something, you throw it and it doesn't work, you can just blame it on them.
Yeah. There's always the next play.
Always the next play. Always pass the buck and blame somebody else. No, I'm just kidding. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. It has been a marathon broadcast that we've been doing here. I want to shout out to the Next Level Rugby crew that has come in here, making this possible. We have a team of dedicated rugby playing professionals. Everybody on this crew plays rugby, which I hopefully translates into the broadcast and the passion we're bringing to you guys out here. Also, you guys obviously know this, but we have no subscription to Next Level Rugby. There are no subscription prices because we believe that you need to be able to see rugby for free and not $30 a month, because that is just absolutely ridiculous. And so now we see Syracuse with a good job getting the ball outside, and they're going to agree. 15 is going to say, we want it for free. Give me that try. And just simple ball through the hands, finding the space, Brad.
Yeah, he flirted with the sideline there, maybe pretty close to stepping out of bounds, but I think he kept his feet in, and our man Dave awards the try.
All right.
5 points, kick to come.
So good job working it through. 12 just engages his defender, sets it in, and sets the 15 free through the gap. And now Syracuse is starting to pull away. 25-17, 26-17. My math's not that good. I was only a finance major. Now look at his knees all scraped up in there. Great shot by our sideline camera. One of the guys working the sideline for us, Nick Krisick, getting that great angle. Good thud, and it looks like it's just going to go off to the left. Conversion unsuccessful, bringing the score 26-17 in favor of the Hammerheads out of upstate New York. Shout out to everybody at Conrad's up at Syracuse. If you're a Syracuse alumni, you probably know what I'm talking about. Rumor has it might have been closed down, but that was definitely a good jaunt back in the day.
Spent a lot of time in Syracuse, Ryan?
I've been there a couple times.
Can't say I've had the pleasure yet.
So it is good. I will say all the times I've been up to Syracuse, I never saw the sun, which is a consistent problem up there.
Yeah,
but
upstate.
The food is fantastic, and the nightlife is pretty fun. So good depth from these backs, but good job shooting up from the 10. He just can't shut down the runner. Slows him down, though. Now 10 stepping back to the inside. Clear coming in. Syracuse trying to slow down the ruck. Forward bringing it right back at the defense. They're on their heels now. If they can get that ball away. And I guess if you're not releasing, that could be a reason why that ball's not coming fast, huh?
Pretty good explanation for it.
So now kick not finding touch. Opportunity for Binghamton missed. Probably got a little bit greedy on that. Now step back to the inside. Good job coming back into it. And I believe that's full. A great take from the 15 from Binghamton. But 6, ooh, and that's a diving over. That's got to be a penalty going Binghamton's way. He came straight in. 6 looked like he was coming into the gate and just lost his footing there.
Yeah, he had a shot for the ball, or he had a shot for the attacker, and he just couldn't keep his feet there. Missed opportunity for the Hammerheads from Syracuse.
So now another shot at the touchline. I'm willing to bet he's not going to go for as much distance this time.
He's got to be sure of this one, especially as time winds down here.
All right. Not a bad kick. About, what's that, maybe 10 meters outside of the 22. Binghamton coming up to the line out. 7-man line out. Interesting. I think they're trying to figure out what's going on here.
I'm going to go back 5. Oh,
yeah.
6.
So good line out. Syracuse not contesting at the front of the line. They've been very successful so far. What do you think the thought is behind that and not contesting at this space of the field, Brad?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they were expecting the maul and they just wanted to defend that. But like you said, they've had success in stealing a few earlier in the game, and I'm not sure why you go away from something that's been working.
All right, and a wayward kick goes directly into the hands of the opposite player. And now Binghamton with possession again. Syracuse giving away their possession and just literally giving the ball right back to Binghamton. They're able to get back to their original game line. Now ball played out. Nice ball from back. Now they got some space out here, and that's a hooker, I believe, all the way out here in the loose. I would say maybe they're playing a 2-4-2 pattern, but I can't tell any pattern that any of these teams are playing right now.
No, it is a little bit scattered, but Binghamton doing their best to string something together here. Come away with some points.
All right, so line out here for Binghamton. The forwards are getting together. They're discussing what they're going to do. Let's see if Syracuse is going to go up here. Even if you're trying to defend the maul here, I think it's definitely worth. You gotta be going for. You gotta get in and disrupt this ball. A little bit late getting the first jumper over, but overthrown, misses everybody. Syracuse out of jail right now. Taken to the line. Good job working the hands. They found space. There's space there because they were protecting. They were looking for it with the kick, and then now 14 dancing around for Syracuse into the fullback's hands. Fullback's going to throw down an arm, just drag a couple defenders with them, and it looked like almost a great poach there, but Binghamton getting cleaned out for their efforts, and now a kick there as a Syracuse player is still down on the turf, way back at the 22. And this ball is going to be taken by Binghamton, and a good kick by the 15 puts up a Gary Owen. Tried to take by 10, went backwards, bounced on, 10, ball was cleaned up. Binghamton now off their feet. Directly over, hands on the ground. You're going to get called for that every single time.
Yep, got to support your own weight there. Pretty obvious call. Looks like we're going to stop to see if we can take care of the guy on the field.
So we got a player down right now. Score is 26-17. Syracuse Hammerheads on top right now. It's 33 minutes and 56 seconds. There's going to be about 6 minutes left when we come back from the stoppage from the injury. Let's see. Players are down. All right, a couple of guys talking. Dave Chapman talking with the players. A good shot there. I don't know what that the tight head or the loose head was trying to talk about there, but
who do you think this break favors, Ryan?
Well, it certainly doesn't favor us because we'd like to get out of here and go home. But I think like right now, you would think that this break is going to favor the Binghamton guys just because it looks like Syracuse is going to lose one of their players. They're going to bring on a substitute or an substitute, depending on how you want to call it. So I mean, I would say it could go either way. I mean, it's a game of momentum, right? Like it is a game of momentum, but right now I wouldn't say anybody has momentum, even though Syracuse is on top. I don't think there's really anything much going on.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
So thanks for the question, but
you don't have an answer.
You tossed me up a softball, and I just completely whiffed. Sorry.
Can't win them all.
Can't win them all.
Can't
That's
win
right.
'em all.
All right. So good news is though is that we do have the player from Syracuse is up. He's being clapped off. Looks like it might be an injury to his right leg, being carried off by his teammates. You hate to see a player get injured like that. Hopefully, it's nothing serious. As you see some gorgeous flowing locks there. Syracuse winger.
He conditions.
He definitely conditions. I like that. I'm jealous of that. I can't grow hair. I just look like a homeless veteran. I'm not far off from being a homeless veteran. Ladies and gentlemen, I can say that because I am a veteran. but
you'll get there someday.
I'll get there someday. Pretty close to it. I mean, if I keep working in the rugby career field with the money where it is, I might be one. Next Level Rugby. All right, so now no apologies to veterans needed on this one. It's not Saturday Night Live. I could say that I'm a veteran. If you don't get that joke and reference, you should really Google the Dan Crenshaw SNL skit and then the rebuttal to it. It's fantastic. You get a chance to check that out, Brad?
The only reason I know what you're talking about, I did see your share on social media, and I clicked on it.
Ooh, you
briefly.
clicked on my share.
Briefly.
Oh,
briefly. I didn't read the whole thing, but I do get the reference.
Yeah.
I do get the reference.
The social media. Me and Brad were old, so we're still on that Facebook joint.
Facebook.
I think all the kids are they're all wild about this Instagram thing these days, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so not straight on the line out. Binghamton's conversing amongst themselves, and they're going to go with the scrum option here, which I like. You know, they're starting to think, scrum option with the lineouts. They've won them as of late, but that front jumper, they're stealing a lot of balls today.
And they definitely have to hang on to it. It's a 2-score game here, so they have to make something happen sooner rather than later.
All right, scrum underway. Binghamton just gets run over and collapsed. Looks like they're both going down. Referee Chapman's going to blow it up and bring it back for another scrum. I think that one's got to favor the Binghamton boys. Looks like they're the ones who lost their feet and went down. Now, I got to say, when I'm watching this, I was a second row, started off there flanking, but flanking has no clue what's going on. But whenever penalties are called in a scrum, I have no clue what's going on there.
Yeah, it's funny. We were just talking about social media, and now we're talking about refereeing the scrum. And I did see a few things today talking about exactly what you're saying. And a lot of times you find former backs refereeing more often than forwards, and guys who have never actually been in the scrum themselves making calls they may not be warranted to make. And big controversy in the rugby world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why they call it the dark arts, right? Dark arts of scrummaging. If you guys ever have about 4 to 18 hours to kill, ask Bruce McLean about it. He will definitely talk your ear off about scrummaging forward. But back to the action here. Binghamton coming up now, pushing the pace. The two looking to get some arms free, wrapped up by Syracuse. Great job of releasing and then getting his hands on the ball. That should be a turnover, and that is a turnover for Syracuse.
I'd like to say Mr. Chapman's the exception about being a forward referee in the game here, but I think he was an inside center himself. I may be wrong, but I think so.
That's a big inside center. You have to stop.
Absolutely.
All right, and a kick to touch. Now, no really urgency from Syracuse here. As you'd want to milk the time away a little bit, deny the opportunity for Binghamton to get any points or just get themselves into this game, or even feeling good about getting themselves back into this game.
As long as Syracuse can stay on this side of the field, they're golden.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to shortchange what's about to happen or what's going on the field right now, but after this match, we do have AIC versus UMass. That is a battle for the Liberty Conference Championship, and it's also a battle of Western Massachusetts. Both those schools just 30 minutes from each other. A long history of playing each other. Corey Mumpson and Brandon Ticcarelli in here prior to the match, talking with both the coaches, and they are excited, as are we, and hopefully you guys are as well too, because that's going to be a phenomenal match.
It's going to be exciting. Two powerhouses, obviously top of this 20-team league, right?
Yeah.
Right. So two of the best teams in this 20-team league. So we're excited to see some dynamic play.
So now Binghamton. Now this is where you got to see some urgency from these guys. They got to start pushing the pace. Not much time left in this match. A good kick. Moving them way down on the other side of the 50. They're now into Syracuse territory. Trying to work it up. We see some of the AIC fans starting to filter their way in. AIC warming up down here to our left. Looks like they're wearing their black kit. I love the black kit that they have there. UMass, don't see them yet, but oh, there they are in the far corner. They're wearing their whites with the harp. I love it. They got the harp sponsor on the front of their jerseys. Great sponsor to have.
Yeah, big Massachusetts sponsor of rugby, right? That's a Mystic River thing as well.
Yeah, Mystic River. That's their bar sponsor, and then I think their official jersey sponsor is Coors Lighter. They got some whiskey thing going on right now. But ball not taken cleanly. But this Mystic River team, a lot of those guys, as we're transitioning into pro rugby here for the second season of Major League Rugby, you have the Boston Free Jacks that are coming out. Rooney, which were the expansion team, first expansion team this year, coming on board. Then you got Boston, the Free Jacks. They're going to be playing on,
Boston, or is it New England, or is it Boston? Boston or New England?
You're correct, New England.
Is it New England?
New
I wasn't
Free
sure.
Jacks.
No,
You're right. It's
yeah.
New England Free Jacks. Just out of Boston. That's where they're going to be playing their games. Great market. You should be out of Boston.
Absolutely.
But they do want to represent all of New England. Mags, talking with him, they're getting out there, really trying to put, rugby on the map. And I like that option of the wing coming in, the blind side wing coming in. They just weren't able to connect. Syracuse now with the wing in this space. The guy with the gorgeous locks, he's going to come up. He's going to put the shoulders down. He's not held in there, so he's going to get himself back up. Looked like a seatbelt tackle on that, missed. But now coming out, come half into the 10. 10's going to hit up a straight-up runner. Attacking the line. Backing out again now, looking to play the ball. Moving it out into the 12. 12 now connects it out. They got the other wing on the other side. He's going to come in. He caught it this time.
Syracuse with a chance to put this away here if they're able to punch one in.
Yeah, you would think this would be a bridge too far for this Binghamton team if Syracuse is able to score, but as we say it, advantage being played. They have an advantage for a high tackle. Now Syracuse is taking their time here. They're going to go for points. And is this an option that you would call right now if you're in their spot?
Game management. We just talked about the time left on the clock. They're going to be able to take, at least a minute or two off of the time here. And if they come away with an extra 3 points, that's an added bonus, obviously.
Yeah, the T taking its time to get out here. I believe you got 90 seconds to make this kick, if I'm correct. Is that true? I'm asking.
90. It's a minute or 60 or 90 seconds here. Got time from the time he makes the call.
Hush falls over the crowd here.
Cold, brisk.
And the kick
night.
is a good connection, but doesn't have the leg. And you got to think that Binghamton, why?
Yeah, that's a very questionable decision based on his reaction to catching the ball. I don't think he was quite sure what the best decision was in that situation. I don't think it was handing Syracuse the ball back in the middle of the field.
No, probably not. And now you see the replacement for the injured player that just came on, coming in, getting a good positive carry for the Hammerheads. Offsides are looking to play. Now he's tagging the line. Good step, Brook back to the inside, looking to get an arm free for an offload. No good running lanes coming in, so great job of just maintaining possession of the ball. No need to force anything here. Just let the big boys run downhill. Now, Ruck coming through. Now, a big run coming through, and Syracuse is going to put the nail in the coffin with a hard charging run from their forward coming in, getting that chest bump as he's moving. And Brad, I think this might be it.
Yeah. I think we're approaching possibly what could be the last 5 minutes here, and we're looking at likely a 3-score game with
we're
the
in the
kick
waning
to come.
moments of the match right now, and it's and that's got to be it. I don't think there's going to be enough time for this team to come back and really make anything out of this, unfortunately. But it has been a good match. Binghamton.
A little bit lack of urgency toward the end here on Binghamton's side. Found themselves on their half a little too often and weren't able to capitalize more than just the one time this half. So.
All right. And so the kick, and that's going to do it. That's going to be the end of the game as Syracuse takes down Binghamton. And we're going to take a quick break here because we got a big match coming up. It's going to be AIC versus UMass for the championship match.
Thank you all so much for coming. I know it's a pain in the ass having 2 Empire teams travel to Connecticut, but thank you all so much for coming. Absolute wonderful seasons by both teams. Syracuse, Binghamton, great job for the, like to see the repeat there. Looking forward to watching y'all moving forward in the next coming years to continue on the tradition of the Liberty Series. Syracuse wins the bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, boys.
And number 15. And number 15. And the match. Great job. Congratulations.
Where's the hat?
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Bring it. Who's got beer?
Hey, where's Diego with the beer? Come on down. Come on, man.
Get the natty right.
Hey, you come to the front.
I can't really say that. Well, no.
It's David. Guys, on three, everybody I refuse.
All right, I'm cramping up. I can't squat for much longer. There you go.
2, 1.
Bear plank, everybody in bear plank.
Get a ball, get a ball.
Get sideline, guys. Hey, come.
Guys, do we know where the other water rack is? All right, come on in, guys. Come on in outside like here real quick.
What are we doing right
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the championship match here on the campus of Fairfield University. I'm Ryan Ginty opening this up, and we're going to throw it to Nigel and Brad in the booth. Nigel, Brad, you guys have the con.
Yeah, thank you, Ginty. Really appreciate it. It has been a long day here at Fairfield University, and we're also at Rafferty Stadium. But we've seen some great games, some great rugby from a lot of promising stars. It makes you feel good about yourself, right, Brad?
Absolutely, and no better way to finish out the day than with two sides here, top of this 20-team league between AIC and UMass, ready to put on a good show.
Use it! Already getting started. Looks like we got a little bit of a maul that's just got blown up. A lot of people were really hyped up for this game to happen. It's great to see.
Yeah, Marcus here.
Yeah, so we have AIC who finished with a 4-1-1 record in their E1A I-95 division, and then you've got UMass who finished 7-1 in their New England division. You know, just edging out Boston College and Northeastern on that side. So, you know, two teams finished top of their division and looking to take home chip.
Got a scrum here.
Up you come.
Looks like it was to
Same put in.
UMass.
Hey, we'll go right on the cross
So
here.
we've got AIC in the all black with the very cool stripes on the shoulders and
Drive straight.
UMass with the, looks
You
like
need
they
to
got a
drive with him,
diamond
okay?
pattern on
If
their
I see you
back.
taking a step back, we've got a problem,
A
all
little
right?
bordering on Argyle.
That's a
If the shove's coming in, you got to go with it.
that's a great
Oppose it. Don't run away
great
from it,
description
all right?
there, Nigel.
Listen, man, we got to show up with some style here. If you're gonna win style, you got to look like got a little style.
Set.
Little style on your jersey. So we got the scrum put in here by UMass. Having another shot. Straight to 10, coming across, able to square up there,
Very
skip to
sharp pass, but
15.
he can't get his hands on it. Let it hit him in his chest. And the ref wanted to play advantage, but just wasn't seeing it going anywhere. Looks like we're getting started early with the chippiness. Number 12 just doesn't want you holding on to that ball too long.
Taking what's
that's
his.
a familiar face. Ortiz. He used to run around with New Haven for a little bit on AIC side.
Our man Jonathan Ortiz.
Yeah.
Is he in the scrum there?
Yeah. Looks like might be up in there hooking. Grew his hair out a bit too.
Former New Haven.
Old Black.
Old Black.
Yeah.
Hoping that he makes his way down I-91 when he's done with school.
Yeah. Actually up 95.
Okay. Over means over, okay?
Let's go, boys. Thank you. That's where we're at.
Well, you know, AIC is north.
Oh, yes,
yeah.
yes, AIC is north of us. You know what? I'm not from here, so I don't really know the geographical
Get the 8 in.
situation.
Crouch.
You'll learn someday.
Bind. Much better, thank you.
Been far too long.
Set.
We've got AICs put here. Looks like they're stacked up, ready to attack.
That 8-man.
Back up.
He looks hungry.
Simple switch line to the big number 12. Able to skip to the outside, inserting 15. Winger carrying hard.
Good poach.
Look how
Good
far
poach,
back
guys.
they have their backs. Just ready to hit that line super hard. Oh, now they're ready for defense.
Brook.
Now we got the scrummy just doling it out with their fly half, dropping it off to the prop.
I think you'll see another level of intensity from that last game that we saw tonight.
Like I
You
said,
know,
back up.
AIC, very high-level program.
Big fella,
UMass
take
having
a
a
step
great
back.
year. You know, even things simple
Don't
as
get
giving
isolated, guys.
simple tip-on passes, making the extra pass, carrying a lot harder,
Right.
and some greater line speed. Great put by the number 12 there.
Yeah, looks to be, it's pretty early, but it looks to be pretty evenly matched. We're going to bring the intensity, so let's see how deep we're going to get. And there's a little shot of the fans here. Got the black and yellow,
5 all day.
yellow jackets.
Reg, you hear that?
Hoping everyone's staying warm. It's a little brisk tonight, but pretty mild compared to the rest of the week. And a crisp line out.
Great snag by AIC.
Big man doesn't want to go down.
Great hand by number 12.
Offside, red. Red offside, black advantage.
Attacking weak side here, little chip through. Chased by 15 in the winger. Bringing it back.
Offside, red.
Offsides.
Marcus here.
Offsides. You don't want to make that mistake on your own side.
Point.
See what AIC elects to do here. They
want to get point.
Captain.
think that's the right call, Nige?
You know what? I say you want to put numbers on the board early, especially if you got the opportunity.
They're really pushing on the
UMass
fringes.
isn't
Okay.
letting up
Okay.
too much
There's
space,
at least 3 players
so
that walk
why
there.
not
Okay.
take advantage of what you get?
Absolutely. So we'll see what kind of foot the AIC fullback has here, and if it goes their way, they'll be first side to put 3 points on the
It's a
board.
dead ball, gentlemen. It's either points or a 22. There's no rebound.
And you
no
know, all
drop
day,
either.
it's been very
Everything
important
is
that,
dead.
that
It's
you
a dead
get
ball.
these kicks.
This will be the
Could
third
be
time.
a matter
It's
of
all
just
dead.
2 or 3, as we saw in 2 games previously. They scored their try just to knot it up and made their kick after. That was the game.
Yeah. We've had some a mixed bag of results. We've had a few large point spreads, and we've had close ones too.
Right.
Great strike.
Right up in there. So AIC goes on top, 3-0, just to start. Only 5 minutes in, but it's looking to be a good match. Yeah, I'm just looking in the stand. Plenty of AIC. Can't really tell if UMass is here. Not seeing any red.
Yeah, a little bit further of a trek for the UMass fans, but yeah, definitely more of an AIC showing here tonight in Fairfield. So I'm sure they're happy to have the support and looking to put on a show.
Wait, knock.
On touch. AIC.
Did it go forward? This foot. What about? Okay.
Ref, a little curious.
Can you let us do it, please? Yeah. Lock on. Scrum. 15.
We had a knock and a touch there. I think we're going to go back to the knock on and a scrum to UMass.
Getting our early scrums in there.
Yeah, I think you'll find these teams get their feet under them and expect in the next few minutes here for this game to pick up and provide a little more energy.
Mass wins their own scrum, rolls it out to their center. Back there, block. Oh, and just right through the hands. So AIC is trying to take advantage, sending it out to their big boy, their number 8.
Playing that advantage, scrum advantage.
Playing off 10, big number 4, Tommy Hunkin Clark carrying off into.
Is, getting in there early with the counter reckon, trying to poke.
Yeah, you'll see with these higher level teams, whenever there's an opportunity to play at the breakdown, they're going to get their hands in there. So we noted last game that Binghamton and Syracuse had a tough time clearing out that breakdown, and I think you're going to see a little bit of a difference here in this match.
And what looked like a skip actually turned out to be somebody just completely missing the ball. And UMass is just being dominant here.
AIC
not letting up any inches.
Absolutely, and that's why you'll see AIC resort to the kick there.
Just trying to get out of their own territory, get some breathing room. See what
Great
the
pace here.
Whoa, big hit.
Great job by number 12 to stay on, though.
Oh. UMass wants that ball. And they just might get it here.
Penalty here. You're outside. You have to get out of the way.
Penalty?
Yep.
Oh, no, that's...
Yep.
It's
UMass.
AIC.
No, UMass player caught offside there. So I think quick little conversation between the referees. Let him know that won't be tolerated.
Yeah, just a nice little chat. Yep. It's great when we have just a couple extra pairs of eyes here because the sideline the teams may not be honest.
Absolutely. So the additional certified touch judges here definitely are game changers when it comes to making the right call.
And speaking of an extra pair of eyes, we got one of the Next Level Rugby guys down there on the field just to give us a closer look. And sometimes you appreciate it. Really love what Next Level Rugby does here. Just giving us a true experience of rugby, not watered down.
Yeah, absolutely. We've gotten some great feedback on the quality of the feed coming through today, and again, very fortunate for this feed to be available for free to fans out there who want to support their local sides or just catch some great rugby here today.
Right. I know there's plenty of family members and friends that are probably watching their favorite players out here that probably couldn't make it to the game, and we appreciate you for tuning in on YouTube. Hopefully we'll get some film up there on our other social media sites, but this is some good stuff to watch live. So AIC's got it after the line out. Big 8-man's just
Shifty.
running through 4 or 5 would-be tacklers, but I don't think they want to hit him.
Hands out, Red. Back up.
Great fight through there.
Right.
No, you were tackled and held.
Referee calls that the AIC number 4 was held there,
Tackled and
awarding
held.
the penalty to UMass. And they're electing to go for touch here. The fullback finds it.
Now let's see what UMass can do. They've been playing defense for a good bit. Let's see if they can keep the ball and try their own marching down the field.
Yep, so we've got AIC 3, UMass 0, 12 minutes in here at Rafferty Stadium in Fairfield, Connecticut.